Upsa daisy. Yeah, there we go. Jesus. There we go. Am I even getting fucking audio? I don't even fucking know. I sure hope I am. I kind of want to buy Dune Imperium, but it also costs me money. Also, fuck these Bethesda games. Am I just buying DLC? Yeah, I am. Boggers. Am I on crack? Where's the other Doom? Doom. Oh, okay. Doom Eternal is Doom 2. Okay. I'm just stupid. Where's Doom? Hey, can I buy Doom Eternal, please? Fucking Jesus. Like, maybe? I'll think about it. Calculating. Let's try this demo. Oh no, my headphones aren't working for some. Oh, everything's going off my speakers, which aren't even on right now.
Okay.
Make that make sense. What's the point of me having this fucking system? Thank you. God.
Okay. That's good enough. We're good. Testing's been extremely inspiring for me to learn more about philosophy and politics, and I put them to the test with my friend on a recent stream of mine. If anyone wants to review my performance, give me feedback. Damn, true. I've debated so many. Never mind. Pedophile. Just kidding. There's an apostrophe battle brewing among grammar nerds. Is it heresies or heresies? You never do the double S, no? I thought we learned that this. You never do this, right?
So loud. Oh, I immediately don't know what I'm doing. Three Villages is probably good.
You can? What?
I'm getting started.
What the fuck?
How can I help you?
Okay, I guess by default they do
I'm
this.
leaving immediately. Yes. Yes. How can I won't let you be disappointed? Yes. My hands, I went.
Okay, let me tell you. I should just play Age of Empires. And also,
Okay.
the fucking...
I think.
What the hell is the voice acting? Oh, I need a house.
You, sir.
Let's get our first house.
I'm not gonna answer out loud.
You can rely on me, sir. This is sounds like Vikings for
Like
sure.
once, all right.
My hand. Well, I went. I'm all. Well,
I help.
I'm going to my destination.
Get
And then we're starting with
what the hell is going on here?
Wait, please tell me you got Asthma Gold. No! He hasn't responded to my, I think I even sent him a DM on Twitter. He didn't respond to that. So he also might just be chilling. You know,
My
it's all
hands
good.
are at your service.
My hands?
Yeah. All right. I'll be back.
I'm here.
I want you to collect this treasure. Oh, can you not do it? You don't need a temple for that? I'm leaving immediately. I don't think I can get over the voice acting.
How can I help you?
How can I help you?
I'm getting started.
I'm getting started. I feel like I'm getting spied on by Russians. How do American scum build the game?
Yes.
Yes. I am real. I am very real. Please, you must believe me. I am real.
Trust me, sir.
Trust me, sir. Please, I'm very real. I am not fake. I am very real human.
Your wish is my job.
Your wish is my job. Jesus. Believe me, I swear I'm very real. Create wizard.
Yes.
What the hell are you fucking doing? Oh, it is increasing faith.
My hands are at your service.
My hands are at your service. Oh, I need more food. Okay, I don't think I can handle this. What the hell? Why is this positive rating? What's going on here? Oh, it has no reviews. I think unironically I've been, I don't know what. I can't. I don't know what's going on. How is there no reviews? Just get rid of that before anything else goes too far. Oh, I really want to play Counter-Strike. Fuck! Let's see how this focus group goes, I guess. Should I buy Doom? I don't know if I'm ever gonna play Doom. I'll probably play Dune. But Doom? I know I really should play it. It's just it's just one of those games where I didn't even play the first one. So I think that's my answer. There, I figured out my answer. Whoop. So how the fuck did this game come out? I didn't even notice. In March. What are the negative reviews?
Dune Imperium as never before. Take board game battles online with friends or hone your tactics against clever AI opponents. Unique challenges test your ability to adapt and survive. Control the spice. Control the universe in Dune Imperium.
How the hell do you play this game? I'll just leave it in the cart for a bit. You know, it's not on sale, so it's not like I have anything to worry about. Just gonna collect my daily reward.
I think extreme trouble, physical.
Good one, Andrew. Yippee! I can open up a pack. Brother, this shit's so laggy. I don't know why. Okay, what packs do I want to open here? Huh. None of them seem good. Did I give a fuck about any card that's in here? Sneezing. Nope. I mean, there are ice barrier cards, I guess, that I don't know. Voiceless, I guess. This has some useful thing. In Heavy Storm. Other than that, Super Poly. You've got Ubel. Alright, they all suck. Oh, it's got Beatrice and Extinction Knight. It's got some good XZ summon monsters, but but nothing I can't like craft. It's all SRs, and then the URs I don't give a fuck about. So here's the answer. Master pack. Oh, I get it for UR too. But hold on, secret packs. No. I'm guaranteed an ultra. Okay, so we'll just see what's going on here. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. Yeah. We all know I'm about to get the most goated card ever, so we'll just open these, you know, single-handedly as well. You are in every pack. We just know. We know. Boom, you are. Fuck. It's okay. You are right here. Upgrade. Upgrade. Fuck. UR upgrade, easy, easy. We're gonna have 2 URs, I guarantee it. Oh yeah, you thought I was bluffing? You thought I was bluffing? Boom. Got him. Don't know if that's any good. Don't think I'm ever gonna use it. Probably just gonna immediately disenchant that, but hey. It's like I said. Oh yeah, UR upgrade for sure, for sure. Yeah, I knew it. I just knew it. Oh my god. Oh, I think I have 2 of those now. I think I only need 1, so I can disenchant that one. I mean, I'd rather just get a card that I want, but you know, whatever. Oh yeah, free UR upgrade. Am I right? Am I right? I don't think that upgrade means anything. Okay. Let me tell you, these are some of the cards of all time. Oh! WR? Okay, don't care. Okay, don't care. But WR is cool. Nope. Yeah, that card sucks. Alright, just enchanting both those, but 4 URs is pretty good. Pretty good. Oh shit, there are discounted gems. Fuck. I usually always buy these. Oh, let's buy 1. Let me just do my hold on. All right. Let's see if there's any secret packs that I give a fuck about. I don't think there will be, but oh, there's Kashtira and Tear Elements though, which are both good. I don't know if I want to open up a specific cache. I mean, I might do cache because of these. Yeah, I'm also getting Gate Guardian technically. I'll open up one thing of Kashtira. Because the unicorn and the I'm just gonna skip it though. Fuck it. Oh yes, yeah, we got a unicorn. Nice. Okay, cool. It's the only one I got, but still. Unicorn and that's it. All right. I have 130 of these. Jesus. I don't think I ever get anything good at any of these ever. But, okay. Not that I think you're meant to, but. I don't think I need anything from that pack. And then we'll go back and do another master pack, I think. I wonder if I should just do Kashtira again. Nah, I got the one unicorn. Fuck it, whatever. I don't really care. Well, I should have done it. I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy more gems. Skip it. Ooh, time tearing. Nah, that sucks. Book of Lunar Eclipse though is not bad. That sucked. All right, fine. Fine. God. Jesus. Gosh. So demanding. Okay. We'll do we'll do the one cash again. Ooh, those are okay. That's not like 2 cards I care about now. Ooh. What the fuck? Okay, that's okay. I got Cash Terror Birth. I got 3 Cash Terror Births. And then I got Pressure Planet or Wraith Sword. So I can get the other. It's not. We're good. We're good on cash. Oh, nice. Ah, well. Oh! Poggers? Too bad it doesn't. Again, the card doesn't count. But, hey, discard fodder. I guess. Coping. Coping. Ooh, Phantom of Yubel. Okay. Okay. Jesus, what a dog pack that was. I don't know exactly what the lights mean. Like that to me that seemed like the lights would indicate that I would at least get an SR. And this would indicate that I'm only getting a rare. And a single rare at that, because 1 lightning strike. I got 1 rare, 2 rares. And again, like another just a rare pack. So there'll be nothing better than a rare in here. Yeah. And then here again, like this suggests to me that I would get at least an SR. But I won't. Oh, but I will. They knew what I didn't. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Okay. Anyways, regardless, helpful because I can do. I'm almost certain I can craft this now. Infernoid, Machina. I don't think I'm ever using Machina in my life, so I'm just gonna get rid of that one immediately. Infernoid. I don't know if I'm ever gonna use Infernoid. Cash, I will most likely use. Yubel, I might eventually use. I don't know. I don't know that I exactly like Yubel, but whatever. Blackwing, we'll keep Blackwing. Just because it might be a good XYZ card. Let's just do. Hold on. Time Tearing Morganite. I don't know how good this is in Master Duel. In Best of Ones, I don't know. My hunch is not great. Is Time Tearing Morganite used a lot? I know you can use it in stun, but I also know that it's technically kind of a it's kind of a meme card. Yeah, it's used in fucking dinos from all. Yeah, it's used in dinos. Like, okay. It's using some fucking, yeah, dino stun deck, I think. Yeah, no, literally just stun. Just stun. It's usually using stun, Paleozoic, Runic, and Buster Bleeder. So there's a good chance I disenchant that. Sales ban, I'm almost certain is fucking... It's not even a quick effect, so... I think you just get rid of that, right? I don't think that's a card that's ever used in anything. Sales ban. July 31st was the last time I was using tier. It's a disgusting fucking... I hate these decks. These decks with like 20 million... So there's Jet, Synchron, Snake Eyes, with tier, with... Now, these are normally used, whatever, but... Cash. So Kashtira, tier elements, the fucking Horus engines, and just everything is slapped into this fucking deck. This is what sales ban was used in. I don't know that it's used that often. It's a 3 of install. There's a 5% usage in tier elements. Yeah, get it out of here, I think. Why the fuck is the chat freaking out? Make chat red again. What is happening? Oh, he's late. It's already past 6. It's 6:05. Oh, true. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Spiral double helix. 2 spiral monsters. Yeah, spiral monsters. The monsters I've literally never heard of in my life. Gee, I wonder if I'm ever gonna use those. Oh, hello? Pog? What the fuck? Hello? Go off? That was totally fucking random. Okay. What the fuck? What a craft. We're pogging. I think I'll get rid of... Well, hold on. I guess first let's see if I need to. Oh, no, 100% I will, right? Because, when... So, hold on. First of all... Yeah. What the Sigma? Put that in there. I don't know where that came from. Okay. When do I get my next injection of UR? Fuck, over here. Okay. Let's grind out a bit, I guess. Because I got 12 of them.
Hold on one second.
What?
Oh my god. We heard him. This is a fine hand to go first with. Now, here's a great question. I think theoretically, I'm actually gonna fusion summon with this Despian Tragedy. That's what he just cucks me here. Okay, fuck you, infinite impermanence. Fuck. Well. Guys, end turn and Maxium. How much of a point me? Well, I could have theoretically done Disc Tragedy, but no, I want to Bestial Druid Swarm anything in his graveyard. He's sarcophagusing. So this is what I was thinking of doing, and I can just technically do it on his turn. Wait, what the fuck? Hello? He's maxing. He didn't even max C on my. Oh, because he did infinite impermanence. So he's maxing on his own turn. What the hell?
You're personally revealing or anything like that, so.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
And this.
So which did you want first? My social security number, my address, or my credit card information?
I'd say just do phone number and the last part of your social, and we can work from there. Okay.
Yeah, you can get the rest.
Man, you can really tell who the streamers are here and who's not.
What's that supposed to mean?
We can totally hear you, Willie Mac, for sure.
I mean, I'm just sitting in a plain white room, and now you got like a guy in the woods. You got like Ackman with all of his action figures in the background. Nick is. There's no way that room ever looks like that when Nick's camera's not on.
No, this is. I just redid the whole thing, so now it's been pretty good for a minute. It'll be dirty in like a week.
Yeah, you're also wearing a plain white shirt. Is there anything on that shirt? Oh, there's a logo. Okay, there's a little bit.
We got Charlie from Wish.
Yeah, I bought his t-shirts.
Wait, talk again, Willie. You're really fucking quiet for some reason.
Am I?
Yeah, try again.
Yeah, I could turn on my gain or something.
Oh my god. Yeah, why don't you act like an actual broadcaster, okay, and get some fucking.
Does he have anything in his
here.
graveyard? Dark Monster.
I think
Yeah,
I've
just
seen you
banish
stream
that one.
twice.
What mic do you normally use?
One time it took me like an hour to figure out how to turn off the stream, dude.
Oh, that's right. You got stuck live. You couldn't figure out how to get out.
What, you couldn't figure out how to stop streaming?
No, he literally
The
couldn't figure it
window was,
out.
like a little below.
And to start it, you called Tommy on his birthday stream and
He's
said,
gonna do
"Hey, Tommy,
Albion,
can you tell me how to stream?" And you
I forgot
siphoned
I
all
did
of his
that.
viewers away.
Which is secretly not actually. Who cares anymore? Because
Oh my god,
you're
I
something,
did
bro.
not do that. You guys are
Do whatever you want.
Yes, you did, bro. You
Also, how
were
does that not count as a
100%.
special? No, it did count as a
This is
special.
big propaganda.
Ballsy play. Ballsy play.
Now you make me feel bad, dude.
Wait, do we know where Tommy is, or?
He
He
wrote
said
in
he
the
was
chat.
ready whenever, and then he's lied.
He wrote swag, to be clear. I think that means the same thing, but
Dude, what a throwback. I haven't heard someone say swag in a very long time.
yeah, he tries to do the whole Gen Alpha memes, but he's a little too old for it.
Is he really too? Isn't he like 21?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
super young. He's too young for it.
All right, but he wasn't watching a Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, he's right on the cusp of like.
Dude, his
The-
Muse streak
the
just got
objective
started,
frame.
okay? Yeah,
Yeah.
his low taper fade was just put on. Yeah.
Okay, we'll give him like 5 more minutes, and then we'll just start.
Yeah, 5
Classic
minutes
Tom,
of
dude.
shooting the shit.
Classic Tom.
What's the goal of this focus group?
You know, I'm just
What's my
kind of.
role as a guinea pig?
I'm just seeing, where you guys are at on everything. I'm just curious what people know, what people don't know. I'm curious after a presentation of some things, if it changes your mind on anything or not. Yeah, I'm just kind of I have no idea.
Okay.
Just trying to, figure out what's
And
going on.
Warren, what do you do?
I used to be a teacher, and then I got fired recently. Like 2 months ago.
Oh my god, what do you do as a teacher to get fired?
Some video of me. Elon tweeted a video of me teaching, and it kind of launched a bunch of. That's why I'm here.
Oh,
now.
was it like you with the like pride flag or some shit?
No, it was like an exchange about J.K. Rowling with a student, and he was like asking me like, so given J.K. Rowling's bigoted views, how have your opinion on on Harry Potter changed? And I was like, okay, well, first we need to address is she bigoted? We just kind of walked through it. It was like a 3-minute video, and by the end of it, he's like, oh, I'm an idiot, and I posted it on YouTube, and it just went viral. It was crazy.
So why
And
did
then-
that get you fired?
Yeah.
Are you bigoted? What was the consensus?
I don't think so, but we'll find out tonight. But I, over the course of like 3 or 4 months,
What do you mean
I
we'll
started.
find out tonight? What's that?
Yeah,
mean?
well,
My Brandon!
Imagine was like
Shattering.
6
Is it on the
Jontrons
stream?
in one stream. Yeah.
But like, yeah, no, I started growing a YouTube channel, and the school kind of didn't like it. It's a long story. A bunch of tension occurred, and I did the same thing again. There was,
Thank God, drunk a little
rule
more.
change, and they were looking for a reason.
I somehow figured a way to. Well, I just do.
Yeah,
I think
so
I know
it's
what I
like,
should do.
I mean, I guess unless you're literally trying to be like Mr. Beat, you're probably getting canned.
Oh wow, look who
But I might be-
decided to join. Turkey Tom.
This fucking guy's still not here. Even when he's here, he's
Wow.
gone, dude.
I texted Keem and I asked him if he wanted to come on. He wrote, "That's a hard no. What the fuck? I saw you tweet earlier. I thought you were joking." So
It does. No, the tweet you posted does look like it's a joke.
Me and it does actually. Me and Keem
Bruh.
have a bit of a background, you know. So
What does
Yeah,
that?
you guys were like former lovers, right?
Okay. Well, there was literally nothing
no,
I could do,
wouldn't say
but
that. Actually, no. Wait, we're on good terms because I did the boogie thing and we were cool there. yeah.
was there anything I could have done? I don't think so, right? I think I was just
Yeah.
fucked.
Keem's a funny
I think I was
guy.
just cooked.
What was the lore before that?
the train wreck stream, 100%. You talked to him for like 3 seconds and he raged off the whole show.
Kind of, yeah. The train wrecks. There was a fuck. What was it? There was a shooting or something happened, and train wrecks invited me.
Christchurch.
Was it
Christchurch
Was it
shooting.
Christchurch? Yeah.
Yeah.
Train wrecks
Don't
invited me and a bunch of
politicize
other
it.
people on,
Yeah.
and then he was like, don't fight with Keem. It was hard to get him on. Back then, Keem was still like had a pretty big internet presence, and Train was still growing his stuff. And I was like, okay, we'll see. And then Keemstar started saying something about like he was like, listen guys, like don't talk about political stuff or something. That's what the shooter would have wanted. It was something like that. He didn't really say anything horribly bad, but it was just the fact that he was like commenting on it as a way to like say like, guys, we shouldn't talk about political motivation or anything. Kind of triggered me, and I was like, well, hold on, you don't even know anything about this guy. And then we had a back and
Should I-
forth for like 30 seconds, and then he left. And
Is it
then
better
Train
to
got
do this because more will go in there?
But it is what it is. Okay.
Sounds like a classic Destiny moment.
It
dude.
was, yeah, very classic. Okay, welcome to my focus group. Okay.
Okay,
Today-
literally can't activate
Alright.
anything, but it's okay.
Sorry, hold on. We'll wait for Tom to be done.
I got the only thing that matters.
No.
this
I don't
guy.
want to. I don't want to distract you. So I'm sure you got
Yeah,
something.
Don't want to interrupt.
Yeah,
Alright.
my
When
bad.
did you get a budget? Your set looks so nice, man.
Important focus group. We're here. Important budget. Yeah, I'm in my giant warehouse right now. You know.
Oh yeah,
Sick.
wow.
There's a few models back there where we were just having sex before this. So, you know,
Good for you.
I
Nice.
didn't even get to come. Okay, I'm edging right now for this.
Sex with models. Wait, what state are you in again?
Uganda City.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had male models up there. What is the what's the
Very
character
fun.
on your shirt there, Tom?
This is Ryuk from Death Note. Wow, awesome.
Oh my god, he's a weeb.
I'm not
Cool.
a fucking weeb. It's
This
one
is
fucking
crazy
show.
character.
I don't like anime.
development.
It's one fucking show. It's one show.
You
It's
owe
one
Digi
show.
Bro an apology. What the fuck?
Oh.
Look, yeah, dude, he preempted an apology for his T-shirt.
My bad. Look, this is just
Hard
you know,
coke.
I'm Machiavellian. I believe in the 48 laws of power, so that's why I love.
Oh, wait, I didn't even need to do that.
Fuck!
Fuck!
Today, so.
Okay. So
I'm
my
wasting
big,
my whole
my
life away.
big contention issue. Some of you guys I've spoken to before. Most of you know about me and my political views and all that. I
He's
have
gonna
beliefs
affect
about
me.
January 6th. I'm not sure what other people think about January 6th. I'm not sure how much people think because of media influence
I
versus
can do a couple
what
things.
information they
Yes.
have versus what other people
Oh,
say or whatever.
poggers.
So basically I've collected a ton of information. Now I just kind of want to like walk through. a
I
lot
won't
of
be able
it.
to add
I'm
this
just
to hand, but it's
curious
okay.
what people are aware of, what people aren't aware of, what changes people's
Oh no,
minds,
I
what
should have.
doesn't.
Whatever.
And
Fuck!
then kind of
I'm
like
an
what
idiot.
people's
I should have
thoughts
done.
are
I don't know
on
what I was
everything that
thinking. I
happened
forgot what
before
card I was
and
using.
after. Before we talk and then after we talk, like what people's views are on everything.
Or is it
basically.
okay?
Okay. It's pretty dry. No,
might
I
be
shouldn't
okay.
say that. I'll try not to make it dry. Okay. But yeah, that's basically what's going on here. If I'm gonna link you guys hold on. I'm gonna link you guys kind of like the outline that I'll be working through. We'll move through this fast. Okay, don't be too nervous.
Nick, I just noticed your hat, dude.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fucking so good.
Had to dress up.
Nice.
Yeah, dressed to impress.
I'm throwing this in the Discord chat.
Okay.
Let me know if this works for all you guys.
It's actually fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is very long.
Oh, this is so fucking long. What
Shut
the
up.
fuck?
Don't worry about it.
This
I
is
told
like
you 2
Dark
hours.
Viper's essays.
Shut up. Okay? We're not doing a Dark Viper essay, okay? I'm not going to threaten to sue any of you or turn into a schizophrenic person, okay?
You better go teacher mode with this, okay? You better make it fun and interesting.
Well, I'll do my
Just
best.
a brief outline, guys.
I'll
Just a
do my
brief
best,
outline.
okay? It's brief. We're not going over every single thing, okay? Trust me.
Did you compile all of this yourself?
Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd, okay?
Wow.
All right. Okay. Before we start, any broad questions or anything before we get into this? Before I start asking you guys a couple questions?
I mean, I'll probably ask questions as we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And then all I want
know what I can do.
is honesty, okay? Whatever you want to say is fine. I'm not here to judge you. The internet might judge you. I don't care. All right.
I don't give a shit.
Before we go anywhere,
I can now
from top to bottom, do you guys all see us? Are we all like the same way?
Well, no, I don't even
It's
need to, 'cause
Nicholas,
I
then
already have it.
Yakman, then Turkey
True.
Tom, then Warren Smith, then Willie Mack, from like top right to going down. Do we all see us the same way, or
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
for me, you guys are horizontal, but
can you do the conversion in your head, Willie, or do I need to?
I have. We'll
Wait, are
figure
you
it out.
calling in from a phone? Why would
No,
it be
no,
horizontal?
my desktop.
What-
It's laid out
what-
like. Long
Why are you
ways.
even asking this? Just ask in the order that you want based on your.
Well, okay, we're just gonna move through. Okay, my first question is also, you don't have to overthink any of these. Okay, you're not trying to appease me. I know that a lot of you guys feel the pressure to, because I will destroy your internet careers, and I'm obviously very influential, and you're doing everything you can to suck up to me. But you don't have to. Don't worry about that today. Okay, just answer whatever comes to your head first, whatever you like feel most honest about. Again, I'm not trying to like ultra debate anybody here. I'm just curious. Okay, so okay, starting with, and if you want to say a few words, you can, but you don't have to. These are just pretty basic questions. If you were rating the severity of January 6th on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being the most severe, this is a horrible event, the worst thing in all of U.S. history, to 1 being who cares, like it was a minor blooper, how would you rate January 6th? Nicholas, and then moving down. Go, Nick.
7.
Jeez. Okay. Actman.
Yeah, probably 7 or 8.
Okay.
Definitely not 10, because I feel like there's worse tragedies.
Okay. Tom.
I'm gonna try to
Maybe like 6.
their side of the field.
Okay.
5 even.
Warren Smith.
It was 7.
My side of the field.
Okay.
For the 6, I think of as like as the riot.
No!
I'd rate that as like a 4.
It wouldn't have mattered.
What? Say that one more time.
A 4. When it comes to like the 6, like as Justin the riots, like a 4.
Oh, the 6th. I thought you said
okay.
6 or 4. My bad. Okay, I got you. Okay.
No. It's January 6th. I rate a 4.
Okay. And then
Wait, what?
for that day, what do you think was the worst thing that happened that day?
Am I on crack?
The Trump speech that ultimately.
Already told you that one.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. The tweet. The tweet about Mike Pence
so I'll do this
after
one.
the riots had already started.
Okay. Actman.
And I don't think you can have effect for this.
the
Why is he
worst
targeting this?
thing-
Am I on fucking crazy pills?
I think that's a pretty broad term, like, or a broad way
Yeah?
to ask it. Like, are you talking about just like the worst thing that Trump did, the worst thing that happened in general? Because I mean, you could argue like.
So you think? So
the
you
loss
said that
of
it was like
life or the violence.
you gave it like a 7 to 8 on the severity scale. In your head, what jumps out is like, man, this is why I would say this was a 7 to 8.
Probably the methods of like violence and how they broke the police
Their
lines.
side of the field.
And,
I don't know why he just let me do that.
yeah, basically like how they managed to break in and like
Okay.
actually interrupt the governmental process.
Okay. Turkish Tom.
I don't think the worst thing happened to the Capitol. I think it was Trump's fuckery leading up to it. As far as like election stuff.
I'm so
Okay.
lost. I actually don't understand
Warren.
why.
It would be, to me, objectively, the death of Ashley Babbitt.
Oh shit! I didn't actually want to do that.
Okay.
Fuck!
And
I didn't actually want to
Willie.
do that. Oh.
nice, good one. True.
Base can't even.
Well, I gotta do this one, I guess.
So.
Wait, stop interrupting.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Trump's speech specifically when he says we need to go pressure Mike Pence and the people in Congress.
If
Okay.
only he did the right thing, you know.
Yeah, if only
I'm
he
an
did
idiot.
the right
I'm
thing.
so
like that
stupid.
whole line.
Chill. Okay.
Like, or he will
I
do
just
the
broke
right
the thing. I don't know why. I did that.
Where do you get
Just
most of your
fucking
information
fucked
from
myself. So
about
hard.
I guess like politics, I guess, in the U.S. We'll change it up sometime. Start from Willie, we'll go back.
I mean, probably like.
I had the
Twitter,
block up, and now I
realistically.
don't have
I
it
don't
up.
really look at
And now he's gonna
politics
do his
too
whole
often.
turn.
If we're just generally speaking, or we're
Fuck
talking
me.
about this specific situation,
Yeah, U.S. politics in general is fine, whatever.
I'd say just generally. Twitter.
God, kill me. What have I done?
Warren.
YouTube.
Tom.
Probably Twitter.
Act Man.
Yeah. Yeah, Twitter as well.
Nick.
BitChute. No, probably Reddit, if I had to say.
Okay.
Fuck! Why did I click on that fucking card? I knew I didn't have
I don't
to.
look at a lot of politics. When I like flip off the YouTube drama thing, I get like fucked with politics every time.
YouTube drama subreddit.
Bro, is Infinite Impermanency again?
Twitter's been like pushing the politics super fucking hard. Sorry,
Fuck me,
Ed.
I'm so dumb. Okay, well, let's see if you can break through my board, I guess.
Just curious.
Yeah.
Do any of you read?
He's also playing. He has Fallout Odyssey
Here,
here.
I'm gonna.
He's literally-
I'll say this is like at least one article a week to a
Bro,
month.
what the
I
fuck?
guess. Nick, do you read anything like from Washington Post, New York Times? Any
Okay,
like
now
mainstream
whatever you
publications?
summon
If I ever do, it's because I saw a headline that caught me, and then I get lost halfway through and I stop reading.
Okay.
I really
not-
do not
let's not do
consume
that.
a lot of politics.
Sure, that's fine. Ackman.
If I like read an article a month or a week, kind of depends. Like, if there's something that sparks my interest, yeah, I'll read the article. I really don't care where it's from necessarily.
Okay.
Well,
Tom.
as long as like
Alright.
the sources are vetted and all that. Sorry.
Okay. Tom.
I would say a few a week, but it's rarely about politics.
Okay. Warren.
I do. Like I was reading. Well, I usually go with the video medium,
Okay.
and if I am reading an article, it's going to be one of the two mainstreams, either CNN or Fox News.
Okay. And Willie.
Yeah, it'll be from if I see something on Twitter that I think is like crazy, and then I'll look it up if I want to look more into it, and I'll probably go to like an article that's either from the BBC or CNN or Fox News.
Okay. About politics specifically, or just like pop culture stuff?
Oh no, news. I'm never really looking at politics.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm talking about like event, like a geopolitical event or whatever it is.
Okay. Okay. I'll have maybe. Okay. Do any of you have any information or any strong feelings about the Supreme Court criminal immunity case? Do any of you know any of the details about that, or have any? We'll start with that. Do any of you know any of the details about any of that? Start with Nick.
I do not.
Okay. Actman.
I think I know the broad ideas that they decided that he couldn't be, or that they gave him immunity so that they couldn't pursue a court case against him for January 6th. So it's kind of, from my understanding, it comes across like a sort of, I can't be prosecuted because I jumped through this loophole kind of thing.
Okay.
But I don't know how accurate that is.
That's fine. Tom.
My understanding is that he was given immunity based on the fact that the actions he took were when he was president, and that was ultimately why
Oh my fucking god, kill me,
he
bro.
was not convicted on that. That's my understanding.
Warren.
My understanding is that it is not complete blanket immunity. So, for example, it would not protect him if he were to kill the maid
It's
in the White
okay.
House.
Still no, he negated my
Obviously,
shit
he would
with
still be
fucking
charged with
a second
murder.
infinite
I hope
impermanence.
to learn more tonight. Please correct me if I'm wrong about anything.
Okay. And Willie.
Yeah, so I went to make a video on you about it, but I wanted to see where you were coming from because that's when you were making your like crazy Don assassination tweets. And
Okay.
then I
Oh
read
my
the
fucking
indictment,
God.
and then that of course led me to the Supreme Court case, and then I read through that whole thing, which took me like a week, and then I read about like half of it again a little later when looking up.
We'll come back to that in a second.
More right-wing opinions on it to try and just get a fuller picture on it. So I feel like I do know that pretty well
Okay.
compared to the average person.
Do you
Wow,
guys?
way to show us up.
Yeah, good job, Willie. Wow, nice. Yeah, teacher's
Thanks, man.
teacher's favorite over here.
Did
Good job.
research.
You even
Yeah,
read the
did
teacher's own
research.
textbook. Nice.
Oh, great.
I did.
If I say vaguely speaking, some of you fuckers follow my Twitter too much, so you're a little poisoned, but whatever. If I say vaguely speaking, if I reference to anything about slates of electors or Donald Trump trying to
We're
get
done yet?
slates
No?
of electors
Still going?
sent into Congress, do you feel like you have a good overview
I fucking fuck my
of
shit up?
how the Electoral College works,
Is
how
only that?
state
Okay,
electors
okay.
work, and what Donald Trump was trying to do with the electors? up through January 6th, starting with Willie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know necessarily fully how the Electoral College.
What happened? I took damage.
I do understand the electorate scheme though, that he tried to pull off.
Okay, Warren.
I heard you mention this a little bit, and I'm curious to hear more about that. I'm not going to claim I have a full understanding of it.
He's about to win. Oh my
Electoral
god.
College, and
I
imagine
fucking
you
lost
trying
because
to
I
read the numbers
fucking
in the
got
Electoral
rid of my
College to
fucking lock.
overturn-
God, I'm so fucking stupid, dude.
Get the results.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
One fucking card.
My understanding of the Electoral College is basic, but I think I know how it works. And as far as the fake/false electorates, my understanding is that Trump attempted to
Like, literally I lost that because I clicked on one card.
insert quote-unquote alternate electors who are not the true electors because he thought that that would make him win the election. I believe he called a member of government in, I want to say South Carolina maybe, to try to pressure him to accept the alternate electors. And my understanding is also that some of these people were charged with
Turkey, buddy,
felony-
turn your fucking mic up, please.
not Trump, but some of the fake electors.
Wow. New teacher's pet. Okay, Ackman.
Yeah, I think I understand the electoral college and how that works. Basically, like states vote for a particular candidate, and then each state's the value of their vote is dependent on the population. So, like California has the most electoral college votes, I believe, and then, from my understanding, each state will send their elector, basically the person who goes to say, yeah, this is who our state is voting for. And from my understanding, Trump basically tried to like send in the spies from TF2 to try and like be the electors or electorates. What is it?
That's a good comparison. I like
okay.
that.
And then Nick.
I like that comparison.
Are they called electorates?
I think they're called
Yeah,
electors.
Oh, okay.
In general, I was probably going to say something similar to Axeman there. My understanding was that I thought Pence was supposed to be more involved, I guess, through what Trump wanted him to do. But I don't know. That's about what I know.
Okay. And then running down, let's do, we'll do like a strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree, okay? So basically 1 to 5. Would you say that if Donald Trump had been successful, would you say that that would be considered a coup in your eyes? We'll start with Willie and go up.
A coup?
Yeah.
What does a coup mean again?
We'll define coup for the purposes of this as doing something to circumvent the ordinary transfer of power. So we'll say something along the lines of like, like somebody else is supposed to be the leader, and then you do something to disrupt that process.
Yeah, I think that was his goal, like 10 out of 10.
Okay. Warren.
I'm not quite sure about your definition of coup, though.
No, I did this backwards.
Oh,
Fuck.
Wait. Actually, wait.
No,
I'm sorry.
I
Wait,
didn't do it
Real
backwards.
quick,
It's
hold
fine.
on, because Willie, you fucked up.
Am I?
So Willie, would you say you strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree?
Oh.
I strongly agree that
Bro,
that
what
was
the
his
fuck?
intention, yeah.
No. You strongly agree
To
that if
effect
that was
monsters.
his
How are you not
intention,
an
you'd call
effect
it a
monster?
coup.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'd call it a coup. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jeez. You don't have to argue. Okay, sorry, Warren. And then go ahead. You said you didn't like my definition here. I'm using kind of like casual, but yeah, you can suggest a different one if you want, or tell me what yours.
Slightly disagree. My understanding of a coup would be an effort to overthrow the government. I understand that that's not your perspective.
I should be able
on
to
this.
activate this effect on the turn.
Seems there needs
That's
to be
what.
that element of it. So I'm gonna go. Could I go with like a 2?
I think quick
like
effect.
mildly disagree.
Yeah, sure. We'll
and
have
hopefully I
disagree.
can learn more.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Okay.
I don't think you gotta name numbers. I think I just fucked that up.
No, you don't. You don't need numbers. You're good. You're good. Turkey.
I think it would have been a successful coup. Yeah.
You would. So you'd say agree or strongly agree?
I would agree that strongly agree. We'll go strong.
Okay.
Strong.
Strongly. Okay. Ackman.
Strong.
Yeah, I would strongly agree. I mean, coups can, like, they're not always just like a violent, kill everybody kind of thing. Sometimes it's more
Okay.
subterfuge.
Nick.
Sometimes it's just destruction of property.
Sure.
Strongly agree.
No.
What do you got,
I
Nick?
don't know. Wouldn't the implication of everything that happened be that it was a coup to begin with? Is that like a contested thing? My assumption is that they assume that the election was stolen. I don't necessarily believe that.
No, not the effect I wanted.
That's their justification for doing a coup.
Why would it let me do that
Wouldn't it
effect?
just be a coup.
I mean, it's up to you.
I don't know.
Strongly
Holy
agree,
fuck
agree,
me,
neutral?
dude.
I strongly agree,
King of
yeah.
misclicks, bro. What the fuck is? Why?
What a fucking panel. Okay. Okay. Next question is, are any of you aware of any of the details of the Dominion versus Fox News defamation lawsuit? Nick.
No.
Ackman.
I was gonna try to Google it, but you went to me too quick.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Don't cheat.
I am familiar with the fact that they had to pay. Holy shit! What was it? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I think it was $800 million to the Dominion voting. Fox News had to pay.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm spoiling it for everybody else. So fuck. I should just say yes. I'm familiar. Shit.
Okay. I'll say vaguely. You got a vaguely on there. Tom.
Yeah, my understanding is that in court, essentially Fox News' lawyers argued that no reasonable person would have assumed that the election was stolen, basically saying that they were not responsible for what they said. My understanding is also that I want to say, I know Tucker lost his job over it, but I want to say there was something to the effect of some leaked text message with Tucker where he was saying that he didn't think the election was stolen, but he was saying it for ratings, but I can't remember the specifics on that when I saw it.
Oh, no, I want to activate that.
And yeah, they paid a bunch of
No,
money.
I don't think I
Okay.
can.
Warren.
Holy fuck.
I'm
just the king of fucking
Willie Mack.
misclicks. I give up already. I misclicked
It
again.
has to do with Tucker Carlson knowingly
Okay.
saying fake news.
Let's just not activate
Okay,
Quem's
hold on a
effect.
second.
Yeah, good one,
It's a
retard.
pretty funny story.
What am I doing?
Sounds like a meme.
Yeah.
Talking to the hose right now. Talking to the 304s. Screaming at them.
Oh, let me just summon this card. I'm not gonna activate
Sorry.
this effect
Okay.
though.
Okay.
Paid
How would I do
operation
that?
he's got going on. Huh?
Yeah, clearly. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Will you? Okay, and then I'm going to ask this.
You're
Are
going
you
second.
aware of any of the
I
like?
give up. I'm already. I said I'm going second.
Are you aware of any organized activities or organized groups and what they did on January 6th? I'll start from top to bottom, starting with Nick.
My understanding was that the majority of the people who were at the Capitol were not sure why they were there, and that, like, well, they were there for protesting. They weren't sure why they were there for like the actual
Okay, that's
overthrowing
fine.
of the government portion. So yeah.
Gotcha. Also, try to keep your answers kind of brief. Also, don't feel pressure to copy other people's answers because I don't want you guys to like be copying the guy before. If you don't know or if you do know, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're not being judged here. Okay, I'm just trying to get a baseline of what. Yeah. Okay, Ackman, do you aware of any organized groups or anything on January 6th or anything like that?
Yeah, I think I watched a video, like a short documentary on YouTube, and there were like two groups.
Just effect
that were
Valor
kind of
already.
there to push the boundaries, or they plan to be more violent from the get-go and kind of use more forceful tactics. Yeah.
Turkish Tom.
Yeah, the Proud Boys. I know they were an organized group that was there.
Warren.
I was going to say Proud Boys. I don't know if QAnon has an organized group that was on the ground. I'm sure there was a bunch of extremist groups that I don't know the names of those groups.
Okay, Willie.
No.
Okay. And then I've got a, these are all going to be strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay. These are going to be, I got 4 questions on this. All right. The first statement is January 6th was an insurrection. If you strongly agree, raise your hand.
What is the definition of insurrection you're using?
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah. What's the definition?
Kill yourself. We're going to say for the purposes of this conversation, we're going to say that an insurrection is a group of people that are purposefully trying to disrupt some key or essential function of the government. So purposefully, intentionally trying to disrupt some key or essential function of the government.
So raise your hand
If you strongly
agree
agree that January 6th was an insurrection.
I mean, I'm kind of fucking poisoned on this shit, bro. I have no.
Well, don't be you fucking loser, okay? Okay, so then I'll say,
And then I wanna do
Warren,
this.
where are you at for strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly
I
disagree?
agree that's a valid characterization.
But it's gonna go off first.
Of what many of the people there were trying to accomplish.
So I'm just gonna
and
ignore
I
it for
don't agree that that is a coup. So I'm kind of stuck in this place where I would agree with that characterization mostly, but I don't think that's a coup still.
Okay. I will, I don't know if we'll get into this, but I will distinguish between like coup, insurrection, and rebellion. So agreeing that something is an insurrection doesn't necessarily mean that we would agree it's a coup or a rebellion or anything like that. But so I'll mark you down as just agree here. Willie Mack, where are you at?
I don't know if I I don't know if it even fucking matters whether you call it that or not. So I have no fucking clue.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, that was the question, so I don't know. It seems
I'll-
pretty important.
I can either disagree, neutral, disagree. It's not.
I'm neutral on it. I
Okay.
think it doesn't matter what you call it.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna say Donald Trump was responsible for the violence on January 6th.
Well, that's not really great.
Or that occurred on January 6th. If you strongly agree with that Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that occurred on January 6th, if you strongly agree with that, raise your hand. Okay. If you just agree with that, raise your hand.
People are raising their hands.
Okay.
Look. Look. People are raising their hands.
Tom,
1,
where
2,
are you
3.
at on that?
I'd say neutral.
Okay. And Warren, where are you at on that?
Strongly disagree.
Okay.
Okay, what do I want to do here? How do I get all of them out?
The next thing is Donald Trump knowingly. Wait.
The answer is I don't need to, right?
In the months leading up to January
I can
6th,
just do it on his turn.
Donald Trump knowingly lied about voter fraud to the
Yeah.
American public. So not that he was just incorrect, but that he was knowingly lying to the American public about evidence of voter fraud that had occurred in the election. How many of you strongly agree with that statement? Okay. How many of you
Mr. Willie Mack
agree
is
with that
raising his hand.
statement? Anybody neutral on that?
Ackman was something on that.
And then where are you
And then
at, Warren?
Willie and
Disagree.
Disagree or strongly disagree?
Nick are
I just
neutral.
disagree.
Okay.
And then bros disagree. Okay.
And then the final question is...
Okay, let's activate,
I would support Trump in the
this
upcoming
effect.
election either by voting or giving favorable coverage to him.
And I'm going to summon this on
If you're
my side of the
uncomfortable
field.
answering this for whatever reason, you don't have to, but...
And
wait, is there anybody that doesn't want to answer that question?
I mean, I can answer.
Okay, well, I'm just...
No,
well,
we'll
that's
reverse
good.
it.
So
Okay,
all of you
I'll-
are going to
I'll
be
answer.
expected to answer. That's
And
fine,
I'm also
but
gonna
you can't
activate
speak for
this.
the entire crowd, can you,
Oh
Tom?
my God,
Sorry, it's not one of
okay.
your fucking
So
YouTube
Jesus.
videos. You have to actually, like, be, you know, polite and courteous
This is
to
all
other
about
people
me.
here.
Let's be honest. This is about how I feel.
Okay,
You guys are all filler.
How many would strongly agree with that statement?
And
That
I'm
you
gonna
would support Trump in the upcoming
fusion
election either
someone.
by voting or giving favorable coverage. When I say giving favorable coverage, I don't necessarily mean like covering a news story. We'll say something akin to
I don't
like
have anything in my hand.
XQC
This-
showing
I'm
up
just
with
gonna go
a
straight into this.
Make America Great hat and doing an event or something with him.
Well, Nick's got to raise his hand, right?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, dude.
I would
Called
appear
out.
I would appear next to him. Yeah.
Strongly agree or agree?
I agree. I
would-
would appear. I would appear next to him. If
I mean,
given
I
the
would definitely
opportunity.
like take a picture with that dude.
I already
Okay, hold
did
on. Let me
it.
clarify one more.
Yeah,
That's a little bit more.
You got to clarify
Yeah,
that.
because I would take a picture with him. When I say, I mean like appear in a way that seems to be supportive. So maybe not just take a picture with him, but like take a picture with a "Make America Great" hat on, or take a picture and like hashtag like, you know, vote for Trump guys on Twitter, or something like something that is more than just a picture, like some kind of showing support or agreement, or maybe like telling your fans to show up at a campaign event or a rally or something like that. Like, yeah. Okay.
Not just like, oh, would you take a picture with one of the former presidents? Which I think
Exactly.
we all
Yeah,
would.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
I would
so
not
let
do
me
that.
let me back up and then ask that. Okay, so how many people would support Trump in that way? Strongly agree? Anybody? Agree? Anybody? Neutral?
I mean, I'd probably like I don't know what we mean by like, yeah, if I make a meme tweet or like repost some meme tweet, I'm fine with that. But and even
Well, I
if
think,
it's
I
slightly
think he's
favorable,
talking about
but
like.
I'm
He's
not
saying, would
showing
you-
up to
So
the
like,
campaign
well,
event.
now you're neutral. You're neutral on that. Anybody disagree?
I'd probably disagree.
I disagree. Yeah.
Boom. Two
I
disagree.
disagree, but
Three
I wouldn't do
disagrees.
that for literally any political candidate.
Okay, and then
Same.
are you on strongly disagree with that, Warren?
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna. What am I fusion summoning here? What is this?
Thomas,
Fifth
your
Amendment
camera
right.
frozen?
Okay.
Is it?
What?
Yeah, your camera's frozen, Tom.
Wait, is it? Hold on.
It looked like
Holy
you're
shit!
jerking
Did
off.
you new talent?
Oh, he's
Can you
trying to
talk
burn
about
me
that
out.
with your
I
mouth?
think. I don't even know.
Dumbass. God, I'm so glad that guy's fucking gone. Holy shit. Every time he's in any area, he always tries to make it all about himself. He's like such an attention whore, right?
What do I want to special summon here? I don't even know what I
Look at you
can-
guys,
Generous guy,
too
no,
pussy to
dude.
talk.
He says the same
Oh
thing
my
about
god,
you.
he's literally got the whole
So just
commentary
special-
community
you.
wrapped around his
Ah.
finger. You guys are disgusting, unbelievable.
Look at this person.
Wow, I see how it is. He's the
I'm not
literal
part of the
cult leader.
commentary community. I mean, what
All
kind
right,
of?
Destiny, we're all you got left, bro. You couldn't get anyone else on here because you burned every bridge, dude.
Listen, okay, those bridges are always being.
Oh,
fixed
one level
constantly.
higher. Oh, no,
Palestine,
I hit 1,000
they could be
damage. Oh,
blown
and it's
up and
gone.
Come back 1 year later.
Oh,
okay?
Fuck.
maybe that's why I should have done it. Whatever. Because I
Because
could have just got rid of it from my hand.
End up on TikTok.
It's okay.
You can only be so lucky.
They got those bridge builders.
Don't worry, Tom's coming back. Yeah, his studio is having a little bit of
Alright.
trouble. Yeah, you okay there, buddy?
My bad. My bad. Yeah, I just I got attacked by the deep state for speaking the truth
Oh, you
again.
got-
but
you
you know,
got
it is what it
DDoS.
is.
You got
I did.
DDoS.
I'm
like,
just
like
gonna
Elon
beat
did.
you.
I got DDoS by the
I can
woke
do this and
leftists
this.
and woke media.
Classic,
Look at
dude.
this.
Classic. They always do that.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay, it's my first
you
time
just a
running
weird
through
burn
this,
deck?
so it
Is
might
that
be
all that's
rough,
happening right now?
all right? If you have any complaints, keep them to yourself.
put
I don't
this
give
in
a
there.
Fuck. Okay. As I'm going through anything, okay, if you have a question, a comment,
I don't really
concern,
know why I
whatever the
need
fuck,
to. I
feel
should've
free to
just
just
put,
chime in. You're fine. Okay.
Titanic Lab.
Don't feel shy. All right. I don't know where this is at on the webpage, but I'm starting at. Hold on. Scroll down a little bit to undermining the electoral process. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All good? All ready?
Yep.
Where is this?
On I
It's on the document.
linked a thing in the Discord.
Homework. Hell yeah. I haven't done homework in a
fuck.
long time.
God damn it.
Willie, where have you been?
Yeah, come on, man.
I don't know where this is at. I don't see it in here.
In
You're
the
here representing the commentary community.
It's in the Discord chat. There's a link.
yeah, it's in the Discord chat.
No, I got it open. Where does it say undermining?
You might have to
electoral
scroll
process?
down a little bit. There's also a function on your keyboard
read
called
the-
Control F.
Yeah, Control F.
Nothing pops up when I control F.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. I'm
Okay,
brain dead
just
too.
scroll down past the sources section.
Okay.
Okay. And then you scroll down past belligerents.
Oh,
under location and
undermining the
clauses,
electoral
undermining
process.
the electoral process.
I put
What do you think it was
understand, that's why
mining like
nothing came out.
Minecraft?
Yeah, dude, I thought we were collecting miners like Minecraft. Yeah.
What the fuck is this, boys? I see what
It's funny.
is it?
I'm in the same
I
cave
see
looking for
examples.
miners.
It's right below the sources and like the little table of
Sources.
contents.
Where the fuck
Yeah.
do you guys see sources?
Sources is at the very top.
Willie, what are you looking at right now? Talk us through what you're seeing on your monitor.
Video outline. I see
Let's
debate
do
prep.
this.
see
I
college
think I know what I
versus-
should
Okay, wait.
I can
Now
do
look to
this.
the right side of
I
that
don't care about
page.
that.
You might have to make the page a
Into-
little bit bigger, but you're missing the
Into
body of that
this.
page. Or maybe try.
Body of what page?
It looks like you're looking on the left, on the the left side nav
Willie,
bar.
share your screen.
You need to not
Okay,
be
I'll
looking
share
at the
my
nav
screen.
bar on the left. You need to be looking at the content in the center.
Holding the class back as usual.
Dude, I'm back.
No.
in high
Okay,
school,
wait.
dude.
Stop. No, you don't need to go through all this shit. Stop. Okay.
What about Yale?
No, you don't. We don't care about that. Go back. Okay, exit this page and then click. Reopen the link that I gave you. Okay. There you go. Okay, don't click on the
Yeah,
left
then I
anymore.
went to this guy.
Scroll down.
By
There you go. A little bit more.
selecting you.
Looking at all your college
Yeah.
resolutions.
Yeah. Scroll down a little bit more. You're almost there.
And
Okay. There you go.
US
Oh,
fusion
okay.
material.
Undermining the electro.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
you
you go.
don't have to
Okay, then I
stream
summon
the. There you go. Good job. Okay.
You know, it makes perfect sense that Willie doesn't know how to do this because all of his video scripts, this is not even a joke. He writes them out on pen and fucking paper.
Pen and
I
paper,
do.
dude. I use phone notes app to write fucking hour-long
ridiculous.
videos.
That's based though. That's based. That's
Why?
old fashioned.
Okay. Okay.
I can then do
Donald Trump made
this.
statements about the election being rigged
So then
even prior to his
destroy
2016
this
election.
and get rid of whatever
and
that is.
continually called for the complete and total ban on mail-in ballots. ABC News cataloged
Okay.
a lot of the false election claims, and I've included some of these
Based
before.
poggers.
So Donald Trump has a
Activate this
history
effect
of
to
making
get
just
this guy in
lots
here.
of claims that the election is going to be rigged before he even ran for president, before any of the votes were counted. Under the first section for foreknowledge of disparate attitudes
And then
towards
activate
mail-in
this
voting.
effect.
Okay. One of the things that Donald Trump attacks a lot is the fact that mail-in ballots came in afterwards, and that these mail-in ballots were going to go heavily for the Democrats. So that that's obviously evidence that it was rigged, basically, right? So 10 states allowed early voting via mail as early as September for the 2020 election. Donald Trump was making multiple claims of voter fraud via mail-in ballots, which Democrats were known to utilize in greater numbers than Republicans, despite Trump having absolutely no evidence of said voter fraud, and despite counting having not even yet begun and no numbers being published. So I'm trying to think of what we. So I guess if you want, I don't know like how many links we have to go through, but like, do you, under which Democrats were known? You see the link there for were known?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like if you click this and you go through on Pew Research Center, okay, you can see that like this was never a mystery that people who were Democrat were going to be voting via mail-in ballots a lot more than Trump voters, right? On the very first poll here, number 3, the voting experience in 2020, you can see Biden voters were like 58% likely to vote by absentee or mail-in ballot. Trump voters were 32% likely to vote via mail-in ballot, right? You see this?
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah, question.
Why is that the case? Are Democrats just like fat, people that stay indoors and don't touch grass, or?
So in 2020, we had the whole COVID epidemic going on, and there were rules around like social distancing, and Democrats were more likely to adhere to those rules and participate in things like mail-in ballots versus.
Wasn't that also the case before 2020, though? Isn't that just like a typical thing that Democrats like mail in their votes more often than Republicans?
My understanding is that
phenomenon?
my understanding is I don't have this data right offhand, but my understanding is prior to this election, I believe that mail-in ballots slightly favored conservatives because I think the people most likely to do mail-in ballots, I think, were military personnel. So people serving overseas would be the most likely to send in a mail-in ballot.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and maybe because older people might be more likely as well than younger people to do mail-in ballots, I think they tended to be a little bit more conservative. I don't know that 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm going to expand. Wait, I don't know what these look like on the page. Okay, you can click some of these boxes. You see the Dominion v. Fox News thing?
Yep.
Okay, I'm expanding that. I'm going to read the quote. Anytime it says Dominion v. Fox News, I'm borrowing from the exhibits that were shown in that lawsuit. Okay, so quote from the lawsuit is, not surprisingly, given these trends, the head of the Fox News decision desk correctly predicted that, quote, on election night, we may be looking at states where it seems that President Trump is in the lead, but there's still 20 or 30% of the vote outstanding, so we're not going to be able to make the call in those states, end quote. He correctly recognized, and Fox widely and repeatedly reported before the election, that this would occur because President Trump had criticized mail-in voting and encouraged Republicans to vote in person, whereas Democrats had encouraged their supporters to vote by mail. In fact, Maria Bartiromo discussed this very phenomenon with President Trump in an October 11th, 2020 interview, with President Trump lamenting that mail-in votes would likely be counted 2 weeks after the votes come in, and stating that Republicans are going out to vote. They don't want to do the mail-in ballot thing. They don't trust it. Republicans are going out to vote. Okay, so
stop. Just
end
the turn.
Basically, everybody in media knew that Democrats are going to be more likely to vote via mail-in ballot versus Republicans who are voting probably more likely in person, right?
What's in here? Do I care if I talk about something?
Yeah.
So Fox News was also complicit in the process, helping Trump fabricate and prepare to push lies in the event that he lost the election. So I'm just saying that they had awareness. Okay, I'll probably restructure some of this. Go ahead. Somebody's going to say something.
I was just going to say that it's so that it would make sense why Trump would target mail-in ballots as like a talking point, because it's a way of essentially attacking how your opposition is voting and casting their votes.
Maybe. We're not at that point yet, but maybe. That's an interesting.
You're jumping ahead.
Yeah. I'm scrolling down a little bit. I'm quoting from a Daily Beast article. It was published on October 31st, 2020. Officially, it looks like an attempt to report on election irregularities. What it feels like is an attempt to push more baseless conspiracy theories and scare the viewers into thinking the election is being stolen. It isn't. One Fox News veteran with direct knowledge of the Election Integrity Project told the Daily Beast. Right. It's alarming that the Brain Room is a part of this, like it's an attempt to give it an air of legitimacy. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this before. This person added, it feels like an attempt to use the Brain Room to try to lend credibility to something that isn't credible. It feels like a stunt to support Trump's baseless allegations that the Democrats are trying to steal the election. If it is a collection or database of alleged voter fraud examples, I could see it being used to support Trump's efforts to contest the election results if Biden wins. A second Fox News staffer, who, like other current employees quoted in this story, asked not to be further identified for fear of retaliation, said that the Election Integrity Project seems a logical effort to collect information about mail-in ballots that could skew the results. Fox clearly wants to portray mail-in ballots in the most negative light, since Democrats favor it and Trump's re-election, if polls are to be believed this time around, is not at all a foregone conclusion. He and GOP leaders are promoting doubt about the system, which arguably has its flaws, and of course Fox serves as a force multiplier to their narratives. So again, this article is dated on October 31st. This is before the actual vote. Wait. Or is this after the actual vote? Fuck, hold on, wait, I suck at these numbers. October, November, October. Wait. Hold on. Fuck me.
October is before November, meaning it was before.
Yes, correct. You're right. Good job, Tom. Another bonus point.
Okay, so I have a big question here. Are we gonna get into the details of the lawsuit here or no?
We might. I've got like excerpts from it, but yeah, I think it's a part.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
In regards to the lawsuit, what was it determined that Fox News did wrong? Were they held liable for people on the air explicitly claiming the election was stolen? Or my understanding is that it would be legal / not legal. I think it was a civil case, but it wouldn't be. They wouldn't be able to be held civilly liable if they were reporting on allegations of voter fraud rather than the claim that there was necessarily voter fraud, right?
I'll get into that. I have a section on the bottom of this that answers all those questions. Okay, you can ask me walk through the section. Okay, yeah, okay. Some politicians, like Bernie Sanders, literally predicted on October 23rd, 2020, the exact outcome of election night because it was already known that mail-in ballots might take a bit longer to count, and they would likely dramatically favor Democrats. Sanders even predicted Trump trying to end the voting early. So if we can, let's just open this link. Open the link. You can set the playback speed to 1.5, and I'll tell you when to go. I just want you to hear this, okay? So again, this is in October. This is before the election has actually happened. No mail-in ballots or votes or counting or anything have started, right? Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Set it at 1.5.
Yep, just put it at 1.5, open it up, and then...
Ready.
Ready.
Let me know. Are you ready to... Let me know when you're ready to go, Warren.
I screwed up the link. I'm sorry. Y'all just come.
Ready.
No, you're good. It's the one that says I think if you control F, Bernie Sanders, it'll be literally predicted afterwards, right?
Okay, you guys just go ahead. I'm having an issue here.
Do you want to link it to you? We could just send you the
Yeah,
link
that'd be
in
great
chat.
if you could just link. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta accept my friend request though.
Or all right, we can just link it
Or
in
you
the
can just literally
Discord.
do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
there it is.
Put it in
There
there.
we go.
What the fuck is a Warren?
A Warren?
Me.
Oh.
War in Iraq.
I told you guys I'm a boomer.
Oh
I'm so sorry.
shit.
All right. Do you have
All right,
the speed
go
set to 1.5?
Yes, I got it.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna start in
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Here's my word. What polls show and what studies have shown is that for whatever reason, Democrats are more likely to use mail-in ballots. Republicans are more likely to walk into polling booths on election day. It is likely that the first votes that will be counted will be those people who came in on election day, which will be Republican. And here is the fear, and I hope everybody hears that. It could well be.
one flaw of this
I don't know
focus
what's
group
going on,
already?
nobody does. But it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night,
The one flaw I think about this focus group already is at the beginning of the focus group, I don't think Destiny drilled enough into like each person's idea. Maybe I just wasn't fucking paying attention. But right, Ackman was at a 7. I think Nick was at a 7. Willie Max at like a 4 on like the severity of Jan 6. I forget what Turkey Tom and Warren were at, but we already got 2 7s. I don't think these guys are going to get convinced much of anything in the video because they already understand that it's a big deal. They might have a greater understanding of why it's a big deal, but they already think it's a big deal. So it's kind of not a great focus group, if that makes sense. It's just kind of like you're just giving them homework and giving them a better understanding. I don't know how effective that is. We'll see on like the people who voted in less than 5, but
Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked, and we're not going to leave office."
And we were getting ready for a big celebration.
We don't have to watch
We were
the Trump
winning
part.
everything,
We
and all of
can
a sudden it was-
access. But I mean, like that's him obviously on November 3rd after the election, like doing exactly that. But again, I'm just demonstrating that everybody knew there was a broad awareness in the media, among politicians, among pollsters, and among voters that the results could change a bit overnight because Democrats heavily were favored to do mail-in ballot voting versus voting at the polls. I've got a section here for this is the 2012 election. On November 6, 2012, Donald Trump tweeted that people should march on Washington to protest the election results. A few minutes later, he claimed that America is not a democracy. We don't have to click through every link I have, but like in 2012, he was doing this. In 2016, which
Why
you might...
would he do it in 2012?
Didn't like the fact that Obama was winning. I don't know. Good question. But there was no evidence.
True.
In 2016, for that election, in February of 2016, Donald Trump claimed that Ted Cruz's campaign had rigged the Iowa caucus. This was done with no evidence. On April 16th, Donald Trump tweeted that the Republican primaries were rigged and boss controlled. On that same appearance that he references, he goes on to speak about how delegates are just bribed and paid off to vote for certain candidates. On August 1st, Donald Trump claimed that the last election in 2012 was rigged and claims with certainty that the 2016 election on November 8th is going to be rigged and that Republicans better be careful. Keep in mind, this is the election that he won, in 2016. In October, he claimed that they were trying to rig the election at the polling booths, saying dead people were voting, illegal immigrants were voting, and that they were fighting in a rigged election. And then on November 27th, Donald Trump tweeted that he would have won the popular vote against Hillary if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. So even after he won the election, he also claimed it was rigged. For May 11th,
the only other thing, this is biased, but I think Ackman will be fine. I don't know. Well, no, Turkey Tom will sit here patiently. I don't know if these other three people have the patience to sit here, but I'm sure Destiny told them, like, hey, you're just going to kind of be sitting here digesting information for a couple hours. Like, are you okay with that?
11th, 2017 to January 3rd, 2018, Trump created the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, also known as the Voter Fraud Commission. Basically, he put this together to try to find voter fraud because he was going to prove that there was voter fraud. It requested an unusually invasive amount of voter data from the states, but all 50 states refused to comply after the Maine Secretary of State, Matthew Dunlap, filed a lawsuit against the Republican members of the commission for not sharing documents or scheduling information or scheduling meetings with him. He was a Democrat that was on this committee. They weren't sharing any information with him. He filed a lawsuit against them for not sharing any of the information. Trump immediately disbanded the commission. They didn't end up finding any evidence of voter fraud.
Another thing, too, how would Destiny deal with people disagreeing? Now, the only times people have asked for, like, clarifying questions or, like, whatever, he's, like, pushed it down the line because he might have stuff on it later. But if someone were to come out on here and be like, no, I don't think that happened, how would he deal with a disagreement? Being like, nope, that's not how that happened. It was voter fraud.
Sometimes when this is brought... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So the reason that the states didn't comply is because they didn't have to, and that is that part of the sort of separation of powers in a sense that the states like decide who they vote for and the federal government can't like come in and be like, give us all the info on your voters?
Kind of, yeah, basically.
Right.
So something we'll kind of get into for this is that like the state governments and the federal government are quite separate in a lot of ways that as ordinary citizens we don't perceive a lot just because we live in the United States and because the ability to travel from one state to the other, to do trade, to use the same currency, we don't think about it much, but there is quite a difference. And the when it comes to voting in elections, all of that information is kept and managed by the states themselves. So part of the creating of this commission was Donald Trump, when he created this advisory commission, the guy on the commission was basically going to every state and saying, hey, send us all of your voter roll information. And every single state said no. Not just the Democratic ones. Every single state said no.
Wow.
I think...
What is this?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What do you mean by invasive voter information? What
As in, like, states would ordinarily never share this data. A state is never going to give up, like, all of the information about, like, the address.
I think he's doing a good job of being, like, neutral on language, like, right there. What do you mean by invasive? Destiny just simply puts out, I mean, like, this has never happened before, so none of the states felt comfortable sharing this information. That's why they denied it. He's not like, because it's fucking ridiculous.
The names, the party registration, all of that. There's some information that states do publish that they publicly publish, or they might provide to advertisers. And many of the states were willing to give that information to the federal government, but not all of the information about every voter registered in the state.
So the federal
And that's what they were
government
requesting?
doesn't
Yes.
check?
What?
So the federal government just trusts that the states are abiding by all the voting laws?
Kind of.
Fuck.
It's not so much that they are trusting it, it's that the states are the ones that are given the right to do the election. The states are the ones that manage their elections. The federal government, Congress can pass some laws. So, like, I believe Congress has passed a law saying you have to be a citizen to vote. But the way that those elections are ran, constitutionally, are all overseen by the states.
Huh.
Yeah, which is part of the reason isn't there's a couple states that have like weird electoral college rules, right? Where like they can cast votes for multiple candidates, right? Isn't Nebraska one of
do
those?
some weird shit?
I think Nebraska and Maine are the only two that can split their electoral college votes. Yes.
Yeah, we're a purple state, so like northern Maine would vote red versus southern Maine would vote blue. Big question I would have is what information were they looking for within that? Were they trying to figure out like are there dead people voting or stuff like that? Like as far as getting the names of those voters, like what would be the intention of collating that data?
I mean, if the good faith answer would be that, I guess, yeah. Although it's hard to know how they would determine, because they would need even more information past that. So it's hard to know how they would even determine from that if there was voter fraud. But I guess the best faith interpretation is that the federal government basically wanted unrestricted access to all of the information that a state would have on all of its citizens to try to do their own investigations to figure out if there was voter fraud or not. That would be the best faith interpretation of that. Or the charitable one.
The federal government can't do an investigation.
Not like that. Generally, but what you would do is you would go to a state and you would say, can you guys investigate this? And then the state would do the investigation of their electoral process. And then afterwards, they would turn that information over, or the results of that at least, to the federal government.
And the uncharitable interpretation is Trump knew there wasn't voter fraud and he just wanted the info so he could try to put something together?
Yeah, or fabricate a claim. That would be like the least charitable
or round
interpretation.
us up all into camps, you know?
Well, that would be insanely.
Yeah, that's the extreme.
What would be a fabricated claim is, we'll get into these examples later, but there's some data that you can take to try to make it look like something really bad has happened. So something that's going to come up later for Georgia is, for instance, like 300,000 people moved out of Georgia, or some number of people moved out of Georgia and still voted. And while that's true, and we'll get to this later on in a phone call, what that means is that somebody moved out of Georgia, but they came back, and that's accounted for in the voter stuff. But when Trump brings up that people left Georgia, he doesn't bring up that they came back. He just pretends that they left Georgia and then illegally voted in 2 states. But that would be an example of something you could fabricate. Also, wait, just as a real quick, we'll get to that, yeah. Just as a real quick thing, okay? Factually, what I've told you, the Voter Fraud Commission being put together and all of that happened. But in terms of what I'm saying, in terms of like a good faith interpretation or a charitable or an uncharitable, what they could be doing with it, there is no evidence that they were trying to gather maliciously information or anything like that. I'm just giving you like what some people could say about like the charitable and the uncharitable read. There is no like, evidence that they were trying to do something, to get like, to make something up, basically, right? You might infer that from everything else, but there was no evidence for this directly. Okay, all right.
Basically, the important fact is that he created this commission to investigate how the states conducted their votes, and they were going to investigate it, but all 50 states refused.
They refused to turn over the data, and there was nothing else that the federal government.
50 Act, man. I think it was only. Was it only swing states or what states?
Every state refused to turn over their voter information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Are there any states that do not require ID that you know of for voting?
I want to say there's like 28 states or something like that require ID for voting. I think the majority do now, but not every state requires an ID to vote. So when I voted in Nebraska, I think you just had to go and verify your information on the voter roll. I don't believe I needed an ID to vote. And that'll probably, the individual voting things will vary from state to state. Okay.
In this, one more question. Are we going to get into reasons why people may think the election was stolen in this?
Yeah, we'll get into some of that, yeah. Okay. So that was for the 2016 election. Now, again, there's an election that Donald Trump won. Well, he won in the Electoral College, at least he won. And then for the 2020 election, these are just a handful of some of the claims made. On April 7th, he claimed that there is voter fraud in the form of people filling out multiple ballots and dumping ballots for Trump after claiming mail-in voting was okay when he did it, but not when other people do it. I think he even talks specifically about mail-in voting, and he says, like, well, it's fine. Actually, if you want, we can click, just as a funny, just because he does shit like this a lot. Do you see that on April 7th, 2020, Donald Trump claims? Do you want to click that link? It's a Twitter link.
If I click it, it says... Oh, there it showed up. First it said something went wrong. Yeah.
Let me know when you have that video loaded. Put it to playback speed 1.5, and then we can play through that if you want.
Sure. Okay. Ready.
All ready?
Set. Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
3. Nick, are you ready?
Yep.
Good. 3, 2, 1, go.
So, President, you were highly critical of mail-in voting, mailing ballots for voting.
I think mail-in voting is horrible.
But you voted by mail in Florida's election last month, didn't you?
Sure, I could vote by mail for that.
How do you reconcile
Because I'm
that?
allowed to. Well, that's called out of state. You know why I voted? Because I happen to be in the White House and I won't be able to go to Florida to vote.
Difference
Let me just
between
say,
mailing within
well, there's a
state
big
or mailing
difference
outside
between
state.
somebody that's out of state and does a ballot and everything's sealed, certified, and everything else. You see what you have to do with the certifications, and you get thousands and thousands of people sitting in somebody's living room signing ballots all over the place. No, I think that mail-in voting is a terrible thing. I think if you vote, you should go. And even the concept of early voting is not the greatest because a lot of things happen, but it's okay. But you should go and you should vote. I think you should go and you should vote. You look at what they do, where they grab thousands of mail-in ballots and they dump it. I'll tell you what, and I don't have to tell you, you can look at the statistics. There's a lot of dishonesty going along with mail-in voting, mail-in ballots.
So he says, look at these statistics.
Yeah. So just as a heads
his
up,
position is that like mail-in voting is bad when it's voter fraud, and that everyone who's doing it other than him is doing voter fraud.
that would be the uncharitable way of viewing it. But one thing I will say as we go through this, Donald Trump and the Republicans never, ever, ever seem to be interested in making mail-in ballots more secure. It's always just getting rid of mail-in voting, despite the fact that a lot of them utilize it, because a lot of people in the military have utilized it for voting, for good reason too. Sometimes you're overseas, sometimes you're out of state, or whatever. Going down to the next one, on May 20th, Donald Trump answered in a press briefing that thousands and thousands of mail-in ballots were fraudulently filled out. On May 24th, he says that you can't have mail-in ballots, saying it would be the greatest rigged election in history. And keep in mind, again, this is all before. We're months and months and months before any election.
Wait.
What?
The May 20th tweet, it says 2024. Is that out of order or?
Oh, wait, I might have just written the... Wait, hold on.
It does say May 2020.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sorry, this was May 2020. I wrote a 4 here on accident, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ.
Just clarifying.
On May 24th, he tweeted that the U.S. can't have mail-in ballots. It'd be the greatest rigged election in history. On August 24th, he said that the only way that they can lose the election is if it's rigged and someone takes it from us. It's the only way to lose is if it's rigged. On September 23rd, he said that he would not commit to a peaceful transfer of power, claiming that the mail-in ballots were fraudulent and out of control. If you want, we can click that would not commit link. This is
That sounds spicy.
minute and 10 seconds.
Spicy meatball.
1.5.
Sure, we can 1.5 this. Let me know when all of you have it loaded up and we're ready to listen.
I'm ready.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Win, lose, or draw in this election. Will you commit here today for a peaceful transfer of power after the election? And there has been rioting in Louisville. There's been rioting in many cities across this country, red and your so-called red and blue states. Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transfer of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
I understand that, but people are rioting. Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and you'll have a very we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. The ballots are out of control. You know it, and you know who knows it better than anybody else? The Democrats know it better than anybody else. Go ahead.
The second question is, will you?
Please go ahead.
Why won't
You asked the question.
Why won't you?
Okay, just as a okay. And then
I noticed something
what?
about.
Yeah.
Sorry. So with the 2017 Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, that was after he won through the Electoral College, right? That was right after he won.
Yep.
Beginning of his term, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question would be, why did he do that? Wouldn't that sort of, if you want to give a charitable interpretation, show that he was always concerned about election fraud?
The issue is that, one, he asserts it with no evidence. So he put together that commission to try to find something, because all of the claims that he made prior to that were done basically on like social media memes. And then two, I think if you were looking for voter fraud, I think that I would guess that you would put together a commission that would try to work with states to do investigations or whatever, or to do policy or procedure like overviews, rather than like doing the most insanely like, it's a really big ask. It would kind of be like me saying, like, I think here's the comparison I would say, okay? I think that my girlfriend is cheating on me. Well, in order to prove that, I'm going to ask her to literally turn over every single email, text message, and every single thing she sent in, like, the past, 5 years. And somebody's like, oh, okay, well, Jesus, like, I think that when you're asking for that much information, like, it seems like, well, one, do you have any evidence of this happening at all? No. And then two, the information you're asking for is like unprecedented and crazy. No federal government in the history of the U.S. has ever asked for this much information from a state for state voter rolls. So it kind of seems like it feels more like you're digging than you're like honestly asking a question. That's a interpretation.
To be clear, the reason he formed that, I was just gonna say the reason he formed that committee was not because he lost the elections, because he lost the popular vote, and he seemingly believed that he did win the popular vote.
Maybe. I don't know, I guess. Maybe.
Because it was right after he won the first time, not when, he was kicked out, so to speak. Or
yeah, correct. Yeah. Somebody else was saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say the average person who thinks his girlfriend is cheating on him is going to go through the text regardless. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I don't know if that's necessarily a good...
Wouldn't a better comparison be like, YouTube has shadow banned me, and to prove it, I'm going to need all of your guys' analytics. I'm going to need access to your YouTube accounts, and you're going to have to give me free reign through like all of your YouTube stuff, so I can prove this.
I need your username and password to make sure. That my
Yeah,
account
kind of,
was
yeah. But somebody's like
probably
making the
terminated.
accusation with no evidence, right? Like, I think this person is doing something bad. I have no evidence. I need to go through every single thing you have to see if I can find evidence of you doing something that.
Let's run with that analogy for just a sec, because you could say, well, logically, if I'm in a long distance relationship, my girlfriend, I could see how logically she might be more likely to cheat because I'm not around. That doesn't mean that I have evidence that she's cheating. It'd be another thing to accuse her of cheating, but is it wrong to acknowledge that you are increasing your the possibility of being cheated on?
I think that would be totally A-okay. But then I think that like the statements and the steps made afterwards would be more indicative of your mindset. So like if Donald Trump was just saying that like the election might have problems, then, or maybe we need to do something to secure these, that would be one thing. But when he says things like the only way they can lose the election is if it's rigged, or when we're saying that like if we have mail-in ballots, it'll be the greatest rigged election in history, or when we're making strong claims of voter fraud with no evidence, I think that that's a step much further than just saying, well, there's the potential for bad things to be happening, I would say. Okay, reading down from that, Trump fluidly switched between definitions when he claimed the election was rigged, meaning it could be officials rigging polls, ballot boxes being stuffed, ballots being not counted, boxes being tossed, vote totals being changed. It seems like when he talks about a rigged election, sometimes we move through a lot of these. It's hard to know at any particular point in time what he's talking about. It could be all the way from like the media rigged it by just giving him unfavorable coverage, all the way to, like the actual like ballot harvesting and ballot dumping happened. It depends on the interview. It's important to note that while Donald Trump claims ahead of time that voter fraud would be rampant in 2020, he never actually gives a way to make mail-in ballots more secure. He simply advocates for the elimination of them altogether, repeatedly, because he knows they will favor Democratic voters. If anybody ever, I guess if anybody's listening or whatever, I tried to find an example of this ever, of Donald Trump or the Republicans giving a way to make them more secure. I couldn't find it. I always hear Donald Trump attacking mail-in ballots, and he even attacked early voting, which is also something that Democrats are more likely to do, saying that we shouldn't have it, but he never gives ways to make it more secure, which I feel like also kind of like is indicative of a state of mind. But
leading up to the election, is it realistic to sorry, actually, Will, you go. I've been talking too much.
I was gonna say the mail-in thing is all like COVID related, right?
Basically, yeah, that's a big driver for it. I mean, there was mail-in ballots before, but at the level that it was being done, this was never done before at this level. But it was largely driven by COVID, or driven by COVID, basically, yeah.
I would propose like having where you could only do mail-in if you were in the military actively, or if you could indicate a reason, because I can understand the argument being put forward and why people are concerned about mail-in ballots. We can get into that later. And I don't know if there's any record of the Republicans ever actually, like whether Shapiro, for example, has spoken on this and actually given details, but I could see an argument being made where it's like, okay, the military can do mail-in, but we can't just open up mail-in for everyone. I don't know if that would qualify as proposing actual changes.
Potentially, yeah. But again, I think you would have to see like an effort then to work with people, because regardless of what we think about COVID now or not, people were worried about getting infected. People were worried about disease. People wanted to do distancing. So people were worried about like large areas and large gatherings of people. So if some sort of compromise were made, like, oh, well, we're going to open, 3 times as many polling places or voting booths, or we're going to extend like early voting to give people a chance to vote in person, so that they don't have to mail-in voting things. Like, I could understand all of this being like potential solutions, but it was always just no mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots. It always seemed to be uncompromising. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be like unconstitutional? Wouldn't that be like a way for them to basically dictate how individual states conduct their election process, which is something the federal government can't do?
Yes.
Oh.
This is why standing will be an issue later on when we talk about some court cases. The federal government, the states have a right to do time, I think it's time, manner, and place. I think the federal government can only dictate the election day, I believe, as per the Constitution.
So do I get bonus points for that?
Yes, congratulations. And I'll tell you
bonus points. Hell yeah.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
Great question, Act. Okay.
Good job, Mr. Act.
So, next paragraph.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Yeah.
So if you want to be charitable to Trump, okay, let's say April 2020 is the first time that he.
I don't want to be charitable to Trump.
At least as far as the 2020 election section talks about voter fraud in terms of on ballots. And then September 29th. This one was like a month before the election, right? Like not 2 months, not too long, right? Is it not fair to say that maybe he from the start thought that there never could have even been a chance to basically like what you're asking, like, because you propose like, okay, well, he never even tried to like make it more easy to verify or have better verification for these things. He just said no mail-in ballots, right?
Yeah.
Is it not feasible, realistic, reasonable to think that maybe he assumed that there never could have been a process within a few months to like change or ratify, whatever the fuck you want to say, the entire voting process to make verification more rigorous in the time before the election?
I mean,
if that was the case, wouldn't he be asking for like any changes to actually occur with the process at all whatsoever, outside of just saying that it's bad?
Yeah, like the problem is that like maybe if he would have proposed some and states could have said like, well, we can't do that in time, I think there's a stronger argument there. But again, with no proposals, it makes it hard to even consider that counterfactual. Like, let's say the Republicans said if we really wanted to have any proposal, anything.
A proposal?
Yeah, anything, just one, a single thing. I think that would be an argument in that direction, but
it's kind of like if you were to debate the definition of insurrection, but you weren't willing to give your own definition.
Okay, you lost. You tried too hard. Now you lost your teacher suck-up point. Okay.
How much precedent do we have around mail-in voting? How long has that been going on?
I don't know exactly how long. I know it's been going on for a while, but I'm not sure the exact length of time.
I'm gonna look it up. How long has mail-in voting been around?
Actually,
the
wait.
Civil War, they first experimented with absentee voting on a large
Yeah,
scale.
I was gonna say the Civil War or the Revolutionary War, but it might be the Civil War where people that had gone off to combat were mailing in. That might have been, but so yeah, it's been a while.
They didn't even have a president in the Revolutionary War.
Right? Yeah, that was really fucking retarded. Good job. You lost 10 points for me saying that. Okay, just fuck you.
Sick.
It would have just been the Civil War. Good job. Wow, look at you, Willie. Good job. I set you up for that one just to get out.
Dude, this shit's easy, dude.
Yeah.
You'd be a fun political science teacher.
No.
No, it'd be terrible. He'd be calling somebody retarded.
Also, listen, I'm sure they were voting for mayors or some bullshit of their colonies also. So minus 10 more points from you, actually. You're down -20. Okay.
Fuck off.
I was the one who said the Civil War thing, okay?
Good for you. All right, we're moving on. Donald Trump attempted to call the election early on the night of, despite everyone across the nation knowing it would take some time to count the incoming mail-in ballots. He also falsely claimed that he won many states by margins that were impossible to be overcome, despite it having been completely untrue, and continues to call the mail-in ballots fraudulent, claiming that he had already won the election. On November 5th, the next morning, he went as far as to tweet "Stop the count" so he wouldn't lose his majority. I think maybe that's supposed to be November 4th, but okay. We're going to do the everyone across the nation. Click that so we can watch this. Or no, wait, it's just an article from The Guardian. What is the date for this stupid fucking article? This is, okay, so again, this is a November 1st article. Everybody in media, everybody knew that there was a good chance that, like, as the mail-in ballots were counted, that things were going to look different than the actual voting in place on election night. Everybody knew that was going to happen. And then you've got the tweet on November 5th, in all caps. He says, "Stop the count." Right, we've all seen that. Okay. Okay. Famous tweet. Stop the count. On October 31st, 2020, there is a leaked audio recording from October 31st, 2020 of Steve Bannon, which shows him speaking about Trump's plan to call the election early. Multiple recordings of Roger Stone are from the same. So let's just click this leaked audio recording right here. 1:30. This is a little bit cut up. I don't believe that the original full audio has been released, which sucks. So if you want, you can take this with a grain of salt, I guess. It's from Mother Jones. This is
Was this leaked like years later?
This was like on 2022. Mother Jones is I would say, a very far left publication, like further left than WAPO, Washington Post or New York Times. So keep that in mind. If you do trust it, don't trust it, just a thing to keep in mind. We're going to set it to 1.5. Let me know when you're ready to play.
What is, sorry, just real quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon, is he the Blaze or Breitbart? What is he?
Steve Bannon was one of the founders / owners of Breitbart, and I don't know if he had an official role in the Trump campaign, but I know that he was like serving as an advisor and like talked to Trump and got him support. Breitbart is a very far right, weird kind of media, it's alternative media online thing. I'll say, yeah.
Is it just a website?
Yes.
That's where Milo Yiannopoulos worked.
Yeah, Milo worked there. Yeah, Bannon worked there. Yeah, a lot of kind of wacky things. Okay, I think he might have been a campaign manager actually in 2016. So he did have an official role with the campaign.
Is Milo the
the
gay guy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now he is back to being gay. Yes. Okay. He
was the reformed sodomite.
We don't need to go down this rabbit hole.
You don't need to go down. Yeah, he ungayed for a little.
Word.
What?
I said sodomite. What a great word.
True. Okay. 1.5 speed. We're ready to play. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh fuck.
And what Trump's going to do is declare victory. Right? He's going to declare victory.
But that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just going to say he's a winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to claim himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out. You lose. I'm the winner. I'm the king. And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After that, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Ray, the FBI director, and he's going to say, fuck you. How about that? Because he's never going to, he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. Because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
So it's not clear that this guy has a direct relation to his cabinet?
It's not clear what?
Does this guy have any direct relations to his cabinet?
Yes, this was Donald Trump's campaign manager in 2016. He worked with the campaign for election, and him and Trump spoke a lot. He was like in the White House. He helped Trump like pick candidates to support. I believe he was the reason why Trump supported Roy Moore in Alabama. This isn't like
2020, because isn't this about 2020?
Yeah, I don't know up to when we get to 2020 how much connection he has with him at that point. But I mean, like again, it's like clear that like everybody knows like what's going to be happening. Like none of this is like a mistake or an accident. Like for anybody that's paying attention, it's pretty obvious like what the plan is or what the goal is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like the most concerning part about that is at the end he says Trump's never going to need the voter again. That's very, I don't know, dystopian, is that the word?
A little bit, but the charitable and probably the good faith, what he's actually saying there is that because that's his second term, he's not going to run again, hopefully. Yeah, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Yeah. I'm going to do, we're going to do just the next link as well for Roger Stone. Let me know once you've clicked this. It should open at 19 seconds and then set it to 1.5 times. Roger Stone has a lot of affiliation with Donald Trump and the Trump campaign. He worked with the campaign in 2020, and he was also one of the people that Donald Trump pardoned once he was convicted of lying to Congress. So go to 19 seconds on this, and then we're going to put it at 1.5 times, and then we're going to play.
Ready.
All right. Ready? Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
The election. Awesome. Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. You. ABC. I should have voted right to the Bible. That's what I'm sure smashing pumpkins, you know. The select committee called Mr. Stone as a witness.
Okay, we can pause here. Roger Stone shows up as a witness to testify, and he pleads the fifth, I think like 50 or 60 times. He has no answers for the J6 Commission at all. But Roger Stone knew it was going to happen as well. Also, Bannon was also pardoned by Trump, too. I'm sorry, I missed that part. But yeah, so just as a heads up. So, okay, so up to here, okay, Bernie Sanders on TV, articles being written. Everybody knows that the mail-in ballots are going to lean Democrat. Everybody knows it's going to go in that direction. Everybody knows this, even without voter fraud, that's what's going to happen. You've got people like Bannon and Stone that are on calls, that are being recorded, that are saying things like, yeah, he's got to declare he's going to win immediately. He has to do this. He might be shut down polling because he knows that the mail-in ballots are going to skew in one direction. All of this is true with no voter fraud or anything weird or suspicious or anything happening, right? Okay.
Yeah. Roger Stone has to be literally retarded to get caught saying that on recording.
I can't believe they're saying that out loud, right?
Yeah, it's a little
insane. What the fuck?
Stone is a very Stone is a special guy.
It's a I win, you lose, that's how the world works moment.
Sure.
What was that again? Yeah.
Mr. Octoroon.
Yeah. I learned a new slur that day. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna dip down into this.
Roger Stone again? Sorry.
Who is Roger Stone? There's a huge answer to that question. He's just been.
Well, I just mean in
no, I understand. Roger Stone has been a political operative for a long time in the United States. He worked very closely with the Trump campaign in order to do a bunch of stuff related to the Trump campaign, all the way from media appearances and stuff like that to potentially more insidious things. But I don't even get into any of that. But we'll just say that like Roger Stone was a Trump surrogate. He was somebody that worked with the Trump campaign, like very openly, very directly. Nobody is like this isn't like conspiracy or anything. They like remember Trump pardoned Roger Stone and Steve Bannon for crimes that they were convicted of. Like the relationship is very open. It's not like a behind the scenes type thing.
So they were actually convicted and found guilty in court?
Yes. Anytime somebody accepts a pardon from a president, a pardon means that they were convicted of a crime or that they've essentially pled guilty to a crime.
What were they convicted of?
Jesus fucking Christ, Tom. Bannon, I don't remember. Roger Stone was convicted, I believe, of lying to Congress when he was questioned about. I don't remember what it was in relation. I have to go back and check. I don't remember what they were convicted of. I just know they both got pardoned by Trump. Okay. What were they?
Related at all to this or no?
Weak. Convicted of. Were Bannon and Stone?
It was a parking ticket.
So President Trump commuted the sentence of his longtime friend Roger Stone on 7 felony crimes on Friday.
First, he issued
was
clemency, and then like 7 months later, it was I think for Stone, I think it might have been questioning relating to the Mueller investigation, the Russia stuff. But I don't remember.
Russian interference. Yeah. Obstructing congressional investigation. Yeah, that's what he's found guilty of.
Okay, I'll put that in here to add. So for my next focus group, I have that information. Okay, thank you for the questions. Okay, I do appreciate it. If you're curious, and maybe that would be good. Okay, okay. The next section I have here a little breakout for the Dominion versus Fox News suit. In June of 2021, Dominion filed a complaint against Fox News.
I mean, on that actually, I understand like you don't want to have this thing sprawl into every single like you don't want it to be. You want it to be a straight poll with just good the details that you want in there, maybe as stretches thing. You don't want it to be blossoming into some fucking crazy erratic tree of random fucking branches everywhere. So I get why he doesn't want to put the information about Roger Stone in there, but it's also kind of important to being like, okay, well, why were these people convicted? Because what if it literally is a parking ticket, right? Is kind of like the meme.
Alleging that the company engaged in a widespread campaign of defamatory behavior towards Dominion in order to salvage its reputation among conservative media listeners. Dominion's lawsuit accused Fox of lying on 4 separate claims. First, hold on, let me say this. Yeah, I should have this in here. So if you ever hear about allegations relating to like voter fraud machines or like machines, Hugo Chavez, machines rigging, machines turning votes, whatever, chances are you're thinking of that's Dominion. Dominion was a company that was responsible for delivering and servicing, I think, machines in multiple states that were responsible for doing the voting stuff. They were vote machines, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Dude, the Hanging Chads.
No,
right?
they weren't that company, but
No?
something, kind of like that. Yeah, they were.
Was Dominion like in all 50 states or just some of the states where they what's the word? Not licensed, but
just sold machines.
Were they like contracted by state governments?
I don't remember how widespread they were. I think they might have been the single individual largest voting machine administrator, but I don't remember. But they were in several states, more than a dozen, I believe. I don't remember how many exactly though.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Dominion's lawsuit accused Fox of lying on 4 separate claims. 1, that Dominion committed election fraud by rigging the 2020 presidential election. 2, Dominion's software and algorithms manipulated vote counts in the 2020 presidential election. 3, that Dominion is owned by a company founded in Venezuela to rig elections for the dictator Hugo Chavez. And 4, that Dominion paid kickbacks to government officials who used its machines in the 2020 presidential election. So in Dominion's civil suit against Fox News, they were saying Fox News made all 4 of these claims, and that's what they were going to sue them for. Okay. During the course of the case, like in terms of like facts, like Dominion was established in 2002 by CEO John Paulus. They procured their first contract with New York State in July 2009. After it became clear that Trump would lose the election on November 6th, Donald Trump began to complain that his lead had mysteriously disappeared. On November 7th, Fox projected Trump had lost the election. On November 8th, Fox invited Sidney Powell onto the Sunday Morning Future show to discuss the Dominion voting fraud. Powell declared there was a massive and coordinated effort to steal this election from we the people of the United States of America, to delegitimize and destroy votes for Donald Trump, to manufacture votes for Joe Biden. More to the complaint. I don't have to read through all this shit right now. Okay. Let's see. They've got a motion for summary judgment. If you want, you can click the complaint. Wait, do I have... Actually, wait. This complaint is boring. Don't click the complaint. Yeah, it is.
Any document that looks like that is going to be a long read.
Yeah, that instead go down to Dominion's motion for a summary judgment, okay? So we won't go through all of this. We're not going to go through actually almost any of this. I'm just going to show a few slides from this. This is insane. If you ever get bored and you want to read through like the clearest defamation cases you've ever seen in your entire life, stuff like this is insane. If you want, you can open this and you can go to, we'll just go to slide 124. So scroll all the way down to 124. Also, Sidney Powell was one of the lawyers that Trump's campaign found when they were trying to find ways to challenge the election results, okay?
Okay.
Was Sidney Powell ever convicted of a crime?
I don't know up to this point.
Not sure if Sydney comes through or not. Her cracking case, all the cases all dismissed.
Yeah, well here, let me
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Let me know when you guys are at like slide like 123, I guess.
Just for context, in October 2023, Sidney Powell pled guilty to 6 misdemeanor counts of conspiring to intentionally interfere with the performance of election duties.
Okay.
She was sentenced to 6 years of probation and agreed to testify against the other defendants. So
gotcha. Okay. Are we all on slide 123? It'll say P123.
Yep.
Okay, so all of these people are like either Fox execs, news hosts, and then this motion for summary judgment is basically just, it's when you're filing a motion before a court in pre-trial, before you go to trial, saying, hey, I think that this case is so obvious that neither of us are disagreeing on the facts, and I've already won the case just based on what we've agreed on. That's like a motion for summary judgment. You're saying basically just tell me that I've won before we even have to go to court. So on this motion, this is what was filed to the court. A lot of this contains depositions. So a deposition is when you basically get a lawyer and then a witness that you want to ask questions to, and then under oath, they testify, and then these are things that you can bring up in court later, right? This is a deposition. Okay, so question. All the questions are from Dominion's attorneys. Did the fact that all of Miss Powell's lawsuits were dismissed and that court after court had noted that she had failed to provide the court with factual support for her extraordinary claims affect her credibility or reliability in your eyes? Lou Dobbs is a very famous host on Fox News, or was at least, he might still be, and his answer was, yes, I think. And then after they ask a question, they'll show emails inside Fox News. So This was an email from Jeff Field, who was, I think, an exec at Fox News, to Lou Dobbs saying, not sure if Sydney comes through or not. Her Kraken cases were all dismissed. The next one is an email from Sidney Powell to Lou Dobbs, saying, we have a warning to the mainstream media. You have purposely sided with the forces that are trying to overthrow the U.S. system. These 4 people and their collaborators executed an electoral 9/11 against the United States with cooperation with the illusion of the media and the Democrat Party and China. It is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The next thing is, I believe this is another Fox News exec from Schreier. He says, Lou's wife just sent this to Eric and Alex. I think it's from Sydney, and it looks like she might be making these claims on the show. I don't have any evidence. I don't know what her evidence is. I told Alex to make sure that Lou pushes on the veracity of this. I find it odd that she claims to have this evidence, but her cases are being thrown out. I just wanted to send this to you so that you weren't surprised if it happens. And then this is a senior producer from Fox. I had reservations about putting it, Sidney Powell, on air. I hadn't had time to look into the document honestly. And then you see a tweet from Lou Dobbs repeating what Sidney Powell had emailed. The 2020 election is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment have aligned their forces to overthrow the United States. Hashtag MAGA, hashtag America First, hashtag Dobbs. And then in the deposition, testimony from Lou Dobbs. The tweet states the 2020 election is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment have aligned their forces to overthrow the United States government. Hashtag MAGA, hashtag correct. And then Lou Dobbs says correct. And then after the show, you see Lou Dobbs tweeting more Sidney Powell stuff. And then more testimony saying, in the moments after your 5 o'clock broadcast on December 10th, were you, Lou Dobbs, concerned that Sidney Powell had failed once again to meet the expectation of providing evidence to support her claims? His answer was, I was disappointed, yes. This whole deposition is like 300 exhibits or pages of stuff, or 212. It just is a whole through line of them basically doing research in the back, knowing that everything is like fake and bullshit, but having to take it on air and publish it anyway because Fox News was losing audience to OAN and Newsmax, who were publishing these false claims. Fox News knew about all of it. One of the things, Tom, that you said earlier, that Fox News had lost this case to Dominion. Fox News did not lose this case to Dominion. The day that it was going to go to trial, Fox News said fuck it, and they decided to settle before it ever went to trial, probably because they knew there was no chance in hell that they were going to win this case. So Fox News ended up settling. The settlement was like $784 million. It was the largest settlement ever paid out in a defamation case in the history of all of defamation cases.
So Lou Dobbs is the Fox News exec, right?
Lou Dobbs is a host. He's like a host on a show. He's like a Tucker Carlson.
Question right here. The 2020 election is cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment has aligned their forces to overthrow the United States government. Hashtag MAGA. Hashtag America First. All that shit, right?
Yeah.
That's him just admitting he made the tweet.
Yes.
Okay.
But then later on, it's him admitting that there was no evidence for any of this.
Yeah. I see.
And then earlier, I don't know if I might have linked more parts of this deposition in other parts of the doc that we'll go through, but Fox News over and over again says that they've got something called the Brain Room. It was referenced earlier in my document. The Brain Room was like the Fox News fact-checking body that was trying to verify any of the claims, and they constantly and consistently said, none of these claims are true. We can't verify any of this. None of this is true. Why are you publishing any of this? Over and over and over and over and over again. But yeah. Okay.
So the problem does not seem to be, because I was questioning what happened with the lawsuit. Based on what they were alleging, the problem wasn't just that they had Sidney Powell on. It's that they had good reason to believe that she was full of shit.
Yep.
They had her on anyway. And then also Fox News hosts parroted exactly what she said there, despite internal knowledge that there was no factual basis for her claims.
Correct.
On page 28 or slide 28, whatever it is, the question is, if the Brain Room had concluded that the charges were in fact false, they never should have been aired, correct? And he's like, yeah.
They picked a really fucked up picture of David Clark there.
What is that? Why you gotta do my boy David Clark dirty?
He looks like he just hit a dab pen like crazy. Jesus. Faded than a hoe.
Like his picture went through like a meme deep fryer.
Yeah. And then even if you want to go up even more from what was just read there, on page, it says P25, Exhibit 25 or whatever. They say here, Trump report. Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes, blah, blah, blah. And then the facts. This is from the Brain Room at Fox News. The facts. There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election or of major problems with Dominion systems. Election officials from both political parties have stated publicly that the election went well, and international observers confirmed that there were no serious irregularities, right?
So basically, Fox News did this because it kept their viewers engaged, and they were competing with other news agencies.
Yeah, with OAN
More
and
or less.
Newsmax, correct? Yeah.
Is there any evidence of communication between Trump and Fox News in regards to this?
Trump and Fox News, in regards to this specifically, I don't think so, but it would be between Sidney Powell going on to Fox News. And then I think I have like 3. These are like some of the death threats that Fox News, I think, was getting because of their coverage of. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is some of the death threats that I guess employees at Dominion were getting. I don't know why I have those. I guess I'm just how unhinged people were after the Fox News coverage. Run. I don't need to do that. We are already watching you. Come clean and you'll live. What is the penalty for treason? Fuck Antifa, whatever. Death threat 2 is you're all fucking dead. You're all fucking dead. We're bringing back the firing squad and you fuckers are all dead. Everybody involved up against the wall, you motherfuckers. Death threat 3 is, yeah, good afternoon. Fuck you, fucking scumbags. We're going to blow your fucking building up. Piece of fucking shit. Yeah.
What the fuck did you just say about me, you little bitch?
Yeah, exactly. As a quick thing, I guess you guys should know this because you're all streamers, but just as a quick thing to keep in mind as well, but when people say they're going to sue somebody for defamation, if you're a public figure or a public entity, the threshold for suing for defamation is significantly higher than a private citizen. There's a court case well known, and I know all of you know this because it's so important to our online careers. New York Times v. Sullivan established that you have to prove something called an actual malice standard against somebody who you say has defamed you, meaning it's not just enough to show that they published false statements about you. You had to show that they did it either knowingly or with like they absolutely should. They conducted themselves with such gross negligence that they should have known otherwise. So
it's called reckless disregard for the truth.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's called.
So if Fox News, I only bring that up because, good job, Tom, plus 2 points for you, okay? If Fox News had just published these because they thought these claims were true and they really didn't know better, they wouldn't have been so fucked on this case. It was because they knowingly lied about these claims over and over and over again. Okay, going forward to the next section on election night. The election occurred on November 3rd and went as everyone predicted, with Donald Trump initially having a large lead and then slowly losing it as the mail-in ballots were counted as the night progressed. At 11:20 p.m., Fox News called Arizona for Joe Biden, sending Donald Trump and his team into a fury. Jason Miller tweeted out, admonishing Fox News for calling the election early. Jared Kushner was also in contact with Rupert Murdoch, who's the CEO owner of Fox News. As the night went on, at 2:30 a.m. the following morning, Trump told supporters this is a fraud on the American public. Trump said that he wanted to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting of ballots and then declared himself the winner of the election. Pence went up on stage afterwards, contradicting Trump and saying that while he was sure they'd won the election, he would wait until every vote was counted. If you want, we can do the click that link for fraud on the American public, I guess, and it should go to 722 in a video, and then we can put this on 1.5, and then let me know when you're ready to hit go.
Ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner.
How long is this going for?
To the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
How big is this document?
We want them to find any ballots.
That's something somebody like.
And add them to the list. It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
We're not going to do
Mr.
that.
President, I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans
I think that's
who have
Willie.
already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, so just to establish up to this point, everybody knew how the ballots would go. Everybody knew there was a chance they'd turn overnight. You've got Roger Stone and Steve Bannon that are saying Trump's going to try to call it an election night so that he can't lose. And then on election night, Donald Trump tries to call it. He says that the fact that the votes are starting to change is evidence of fraud. He tries to say that we need to stop the voting. Like, everything is I would say, like a pretty clear line up to this point. But that's, yeah, so that's where we're at up through election night. Okay? Okay. On the next one, I've got a section here for legal challenges. As of in July of 2022, a collection of, I should have something for, what were the challenges?
Oh my.
In July of 2022, a collection of 8 different conservative judges, politicians, and analysts published a report called Lost Not Stolen, the conservative case that Trump lost and Biden won the 2020 presidential election. In the report, they go through all 64 cases that the Trump campaign put forth to judges, claiming that every case was without merit and affirming the results of the 2020 election. I'm just going to read an excerpt from that in the Lost Not Stolen thing. This is from page 4. We therefore have undertaken an examination of every claim of fraud and miscount put forward by former President Trump and his advocates, and now put the results of those investigations before the American people, and especially before fellow conservatives who may be uncertain about what and whom to believe. Our conclusion is unequivocal. Joe Biden was the choice of a majority of voters, or of a majority of the electors, who themselves were the choice of the majority of voters in their states. Quoting from the Trump campaign's court cases below, of the 64 cases brought by Trump and his supporters, 20 were dismissed before a hearing on the merits, 14 were voluntarily dismissed by Trump and his supporters before a hearing on the merits, and 30 cases included a hearing on the merits. Only in one Pennsylvania case involving far too few votes to overturn the results did Trump and his supporters prevail. So a lot of people just say that every case was dismissed on standing and say that, like, that's why none of them were even heard. They didn't consider the evidence. That is not true. Even in some where they did dismiss on standing, the judges themselves did go over some of the merits for why it was a dumb case. For a lot of these cases that they said were like super strong, it would literally just be like an affidavit or two from people saying that they thought they saw mass voter fraud, and then they would basically say, like, can you just like toss the whole election or redo the whole vote? Like, the remedies that they were seeking in these courts were way too huge, given like just one or two affidavits.
What does dismissed on standing mean?
So when you bring a case before a court, okay, hold on real quick. So there's 2 separate things when it comes to like going to court. You've got criminal matters. So criminal matter means that you're breaking some sort of criminal statute that either the state or the federal government has made a law. So things like killing, rape, whatever, stuff like that. In these cases, the person coming after you is the state, usually represented by a district attorney or some kind of like state attorney general, right? For a civil case is where you're not necessarily doing something that's going to get you in criminal trouble, but I might sue you for violating some agreement. All of the Donald Trump cases were civil cases. In order for a state to hear, or in order for a court to hear a case, you have to be able to prove that you have standing. When you prove that you have standing for a case, part of what you prove is that, one, you're affected by something. You're an injured party, right? So let's say that, for instance, let's say that you don't pay rent to your landlord in like the state of Washington. I can't sue you for that. I have no standing. I'm not affected. So one is you've got to prove that you were an injured party, and a second part is you've got to prove that the court can do something to help you to remedy the situation, right? So let's say that you kicked my dog and you killed my dog, or no, that's not a good example. Let's say that you lied to me or something, I guess, or you like stole like a cartoon coloring book or something from me, and I try to like take you to court and I sue you, and like the court's like, we can't really do anything. There's no remedy. There's not a good remedy here to cure the injury. We can't do anything about this, right? So there's different parts of the case you kind of have to show up front. You might have heard the term like prima facie, like you've got to be able to show that given the facts of what I'm alleging, a law has actually been broken or some agreement has been violated, basically. These are all things you've got to do before a judge will hear a case. You can't just sue anybody for any random fucking reason. You've got to prove a couple things first. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
For like 10 words or less, does it just mean you don't have enough evidence?
Standing means you have a good reason to feel like you got fucked by a person, and this court can help you with that problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, but I'll keep
Yeah,
my headset
go.
on. So
Yeah.
I can still hear.
Okay. Mute us.
I'm gonna do a piss break too.
Go ahead.
Collective
Yeah,
piss
go
break.
ahead. Go pee. Yeah, go. Yeah. Take a deep breath. Go do that. Go pee. Knock yourselves out. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick. Get the fuck out of here. Go do it. You know you want to.
I don't got anywhere else to go, bro.
Fuck you,
I'm
Nick.
chilling.
Okay, whatever.
It's literally just me. What the fuck?
Okay. Well, how's life? What are you working on right now? What video?
Boogie.
Oh shit.
Boogie 2988. Yeah.
Can you believe that
I'm
that
slow.
liar tattoo was a fake?
Are you sure it's fake? I'm pretty sure it's fake.
Well, hasn't it already worn off?
Well, he said he was he peeled his face or whatever. I think it's still there. It just looks faded. I don't know.
You believe that?
No, but I got a tattoo on my foot, and it looks like kind of like that. But this after like 7 years, not after
7 days.
7 days. Yeah. How did that whole thing happen? Because I almost fucked that for you, right?
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You and I think. No, it was just you. Willie Mack might have as well, but it might have just been you.
See, I was trying. I thought like, okay, I know Boogie. I can maybe set something up. I didn't realize the cogs were already turning. It was already gonna happen.
No, it's not good.
Yeah.
We back. Destiny, what games are you playing these days?
Nothing right now.
Nothing.
League. Just 2 months of League straight, right after this.
Absolutely not.
Dude. League is the type of game that whenever friends of mine ask like, "Hey, should I play it? Should I get into it?" My answer is always no.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
That is the only correct answer.
Would you recommend somebody try heroin or? Yeah, you just wouldn't. Don't do that.
Well, you know, for the first year, it's pretty fun. You know,
Heroin
but then,
for the first year.
Yeah, for the first year, League's pretty fun.
I hear it's
Same with
wicked
heroin.
good for weight loss. I've never seen a fat guy on heroin. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, the highest I ever got in like a ranked game was, or in like any ranked multiplayer system was Diamond 4 in League. It was like top 1.8% in the country at that point, and that was like my lowest point mentally.
Good job.
Oh shit, Mudahar's in the chat. What's your stance on the insurrection, buddy?
Oh shit, is he? League is pretty awesome. Wow, he comes in here just to say the dumbest shit.
True. I feel like I'm watching a Mudahar video.
League used to be awesome.
Yeah, when would you get? Wait, when? Sorry, never mind.
So I think at least my favorite period, because like I mean it's a game that changes so much and has
fuck
changed
that
so
game,
much.
dude.
I would say up until like 2017, 2018, 2012 to 2017, 18-ish.
That game makes no sense, dude. It just like all the damage makes no fucking sense. It's like I tried to play that game with my buddies like a fucking year ago. It's like you have no clue why you die. It's just like purple bars and orange bars. It's nobody tells you what the items do.
You can't trust Willie. Willie lies about who he beats.
Purple bars and what
The thing
game?
is, there's
Yeah, right.
150
I beat
champions.
Nick in Halo a couple
Bullshit.
times, and he just can never let it
Bullshit.
go.
Nope, he's making
There's
it up.
150 champions, each with 4+ abilities, and you have to memorize what all of those do for each of the 150 champions, and then you also have to memorize what all the items do, and that's constantly changing on like a semi-monthly basis.
You get 200 free champions right now in Raid Shadow Legends, the freemium mobile RPG
There's
game.
no shot you cooked that.
You don't know.
Shalom.
Where did you Uber Eats that from, Tom?
He let one of the women out of his fucking basement to cook for like 20 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I fucking ordered it. What do you think?
Yeah, of course
what's
you
up with all
did.
these allegations. You guys just have just as much evidence that I have a woman in my basement as evidence that Trump has a voter fraud, which is to say a lot.
Nice. Good job. Okay, sailing through. So we went through. Okay, so these are Trump court cases. There was a show called, or there was a documentary called 2000 Mules. I don't know who heard about it. On May 20th, 2022, well-known far-right conspiracy theorist Dinesh D'Souza published a film called 2000 Mules, where they alleged, with no solid evidence, the Democrats had organized a sophisticated system of ballot harvesting across several states. In October of 2022, Atlanta citizen Mark Andrews filed lawsuits for defamation, conspiracy, and intrusion on seclusion. A state investigation found that he had not committed any of the crimes alleged about in the film, and on May 31st, 2024, Salem Media Group settled with Andrews, releasing a public apology, and they took down the film and the book. In case you didn't, has anybody here even heard of that?
I didn't.
No.
2000 Mules.
Was the movie, was it good?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay.
Did you watch it?
Fuck, I don't know if that was, I don't know how big that even was. Okay, I don't know. Basically, Dinesh D'Souza put together a movie where he tried to say they tracked a bunch of cell phone data, and if they saw a bunch of people driving by certain areas where there were ballot boxes, they basically said that we bet these people are ballot harvesting and dropping off tons of ballots here, and that was it. That was the extent of like their evidence.
What does ballot harvesting mean, though?
Basically, it's the accusation that somebody is going to a large group of people, asking them to all vote a certain way, and then taking all of their ballots and then dropping them off at a ballot box.
And that's illegal.
If you're telling them how to vote, yes.
Okay.
Do you have? Isn't there a case? Wasn't there another defamation case against a woman that she got like a pretty big payout?
Oh, don't worry about that one. We'll get to that. Okay.
We're getting there.
Okay. Next section is Trump's calls. He calls states to change votes. There are multiple. There's more than just this, but okay. Well, this is the big one. Okay. So Donald Trump's January 2nd, 2021 call to Brad Raffensperger. Trump made a phone call to the election investigation. Oh, this is another thing too. Fuck, I shouldn't have this here. Okay, let me put this down. That's good. That's all right. That's what we're doing this for. Okay, I'm going to start a little bit below. On January 2nd, 2024, Donald Trump, joined by trade advisor Peter Navarro, Justice Department official John Lott, law professor John C. Eastman, he'll come up more in the future, and attorneys Rudy Giuliani, Cleta Mitchell, Alex Kaufman, Kurt Hilbert, and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, called Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, joined by Raffensperger's Chief of Staff Jordan Fuchs, and General Counsel Ryan Germany, to discuss finding enough votes to win the election. So this was like the big call where Trump is saying, I need you to find whatever votes. On this phone call, I started writing down claims, but there's so many that he makes here, but here's 9 of them. He said there were hundreds of thousands of signature forgeries. He said that 50s of thousands of people had already been voted for. 4,502 people voted who were not on the voter registration roll. 18,000 people voted with vacant addresses. 900 voters who used a P.O. box number. There were at least 18,000 votes counted multiple times by Ruby Freeman. The water main breaking disrupted the vote process. This was done malevolently, that somebody I guess somebody either broke it intentionally or the people use this to do something illegal with the votes. He talked about boxes of faked votes that were brought in to be counted. This is like a black case or suitcase
this is
brought in.
that Twitter video that was viral, right?
Correct.
And he says this all in this hour-long call.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he goes through. I think he does 20 or 30 different claims of voter fraud. Yeah.
Okay.
It's worth listening to the entire thing, I'd say.
It is, but it's over an hour long, and I'm not going to make you guys do that right now.
Well, No, I'm just saying on your own time.
Yeah. Trump continued to make accusations during the call, dismissing claims that he was simply getting these accusations from social media by countering that they were actually coming from Trump media. So at one point, I think Raffensperger or Raffensperger's general counsel, Ryan Germany, I think says something like, hey, listen, we understand that you're seeing a lot of these things on social media, but they're not true. And I think Trump counters and says, I'm not seeing these on social media. I'm seeing these on Trump media. Whatever the fuck that means. He also accuses Raffensperger of being criminally liable for not finding enough votes for Trump because they must have known about the voter fraud, and says that it would be a big risk for both of them if they weren't able to flip the election in favor of Trump. Trump does this a lot when he talks to people. He makes these thinly veiled threats. One of the quotes that Trump says to Raffensperger is, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that there's no criminality, and it alludes to him engaging in criminal behavior many times. He makes this claim multiple times to Raffensperger that this must be criminal, what you're doing, you must know about this. Multiple times on the call, Donald Trump implies that he will refuse to help in the future elections of Georgia if Raffensperger won't acquiesce to his demands for 11,000 votes. Obviously, there's the famous meme songs and everything. One of the quotes is, I need 11,000 votes, give me a break.
And that's to win Georgia?
So he goes through all these voter fraud things, and he's saying, if you can just find this voter fraud here, this would be enough for me to win the election. I just need this. This is enough to win the election. Trump's campaign launched lawsuits against the state to contest the results, but they ended up voluntarily dismissing the lawsuit a day before it went to court. Trump also made a phone call to an election investigator, Francis Watson, on December 23rd, 2020, repeating a lot of the false claims that he'd got. That he'd repeat earlier or later on to Raffensperger. This call happened before, but I'm trying to think if we should listen to part of this.
I feel like at least a short excerpt would be useful.
They're
The
not
most important part, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty
At
critical.
least I need to find 11,000 votes. If that's in there, that would be nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That actually comes out of his mouth.
That one quote is really important, I think.
Did they
It's like
get
saying
that?
I need to find 11,000 votes is really important.
Well, I think it's also important that the call occurred 4 days before January 6th.
Correct.
So
This was January 2nd, yeah.
When you listen to it with that context in mind, it comes across like a Hail Mary attempt.
Desperation, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's fuck. I don't know how I want to treat this part. Okay.
I managed to find the timestamp for 11,000.
Well, no. Here, this is hold on. So this is my issue. Okay. This is a whole side thing, but The media, for a long time, made a big deal about this. I need you to find this many votes. And the implication that the media is giving you is that Trump is telling them to fabricate that many votes. And I don't agree with that interpretation. I don't think that that's what Trump is saying. However, I don't think that's the bad thing about this call. But that's what became the fixated point. I think that, in my opinion, there are three really bad things about this call. One is that Donald Trump, on January 2nd, repeats a lot of already debunked claims of voter fraud. He repeats them over and over again, even though other people in his office in the White House have already told him none of this is true. That's number one. The second thing is he continues to engage in this kind of like weird bully behavior where he says that like, well, aren't you doing something criminal? Aren't you going to be criminally liable if you can't find these or you're not doing anything? And also, I'm not going to help you guys win your elections if you don't, if you're going to do this. I'm never going to support you guys. What was that? Who was that schmuck? Kent, I think, is one of the things that he says. That's the second thing that I think is really bad. And the third thing is that the entire call is insanely inappropriate, that a candidate would make a call to a state governor, secretary of state, and like try to call these people and say, I need you guys to do something more about election fraud. I'm sorry, Raffensperger was the secretary of state, not the governor. Governor was Kent. And say that, Kemp, and say, I need you guys to do better on this because he's not happy with the results of their election. We can find that when I need you to find these votes. But the...
Well, why is I need you to find these votes? Why is that not...
Because what he
does sound like he's asking to fabricate them.
It does, but
No,
when
'cause
you...
it sounds like he's asking for, like, I need you to find that many voter fraud instances.
Correct. What he's basically saying is that, like, here's like 15 different ways that voter fraud happened. I just need you to figure out one of these guys so that I can win the election. It kind of goes to his state of mind that he's not really genuinely interested in figuring out the voter fraud. He just wants to win the election. But if you want, we can kind of listen to... actually, here, let's go back to... Here, I'm going to link you a timestamp. Ignore the last one I just linked.
Okay. I think he was also saying in that call, like when he was talking to Raffensperger, that he was like, yeah, and we talked to other states like Pennsylvania, and you know they're coming out with all sorts of election fraud stuff, and you guys should do that too because you know, all these other states are gonna.
Yes, he makes that claim a lot. Every single time he does, those claims are always lies. Every single time, just to be clear. I should have.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me know when you guys have clicked that link and you've got it loaded up at 1.5.
Second one.
Got it.
Ready.
Already? Warren, do you have it up?
Yep. All
Okay.
set.
1 sec. Wait. Ready.
1.5 at 4126. Okay.
Oh, I should have.
3, 2, 1, go.
All for Biden. Does anybody know about it?
I know about it, but we were never.
Okay, Toledo, wait. I'm not asking you, Toledo, honestly. I'm asking Brad. Do you know about the military ballots that we have confirmed now? Do you know about the military ballots that came in that were 100%? I mean, 100% for Biden. Do you know about that?
And I don't know about that. I do know that we have, when military ballots come in, it's not just military. It's also military and overseas citizens. The military part of that does generally go Republican. The overseas citizen part of it generally goes very Democrat.
No, but this was yeah, that's okay. But I got like 78% in the military. These ballots were all for this. They didn't tell me overseas. Could be overseas too, but I get votes overseas too, right? You know, in all fairness. No, they came in, a large batch came in, and it was quote 100% for Biden, and that is criminal. You know, that's criminal. Okay, that's another criminal. That's another of the many criminal events. Many criminal events here. I don't know. Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot, and therefore I won the state. That's before we go to the next step, which is in the process of right now. You know, and I watched you this morning, and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that. I just don't know why you don't want to have the votes counted as they are. Like even you, when you went and did that check, and I was surprised because, you know, I think it's the check, and we found a few thousand votes that were against me. I was actually surprised because the way that check was done, all you're doing is recertifying existing votes. And, you know, you were given votes and you just counted them up, and you still found 3,000 that were bad. That was sort of surprising. That came down to 3 or 5. I don't know. There's still a lot of votes. But you have to go back to check from past years with respect to signatures. And if you check with Fulton County, you'll have hundreds of thousands because they dumped ballots into Fulton County and the other county next to it. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. You know, we have that in spades already. Or we can keep it going. But that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened. And they're going to see what happened. I mean, I'll take on anybody you want with regard to Ruby Freeman and her lovely daughter. A very lovely young lady, I'm sure. But Ruby Freeman, I will take Freeman. I will take on anybody you want. And the minimum, there were 18,000 ballots, but they used them 3 times. So that's, you know, a lot of votes. And that one event, and they were all to Biden, by the way. That's the other thing we didn't say. You know, the Ruby Freeman, one thing I forgot to say, which was the most important. Do you know that every single ballot she did went to Biden? You know that, right? Do you know that, by the way, Brett? Every single ballot that she did through the machine at early in the morning went to Biden. Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate, Mr. President.
Huh. What is accurate?
The numbers that we are showing are accurate.
No, about Ruby Freeman, about early in the morning, Ryan, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out of from under the table, right? Do you know that? Do you know who those ballots? Do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you earlier.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by Ruby Freeman, a known political operative balloteer? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
We looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden. 100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group. Why don't you want to find this, Ryan? What's wrong with you? I heard your lawyer is very difficult, actually, but I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But I'm just curious. Why do you keep fighting this thing?
Okay, we can pause here.
This off of Twitter videos?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so the issue is that, like, okay, so this is important. One, is because we're talking about Ruby Freeman. She'll come up later. Two is because you can see that, like, Trump might go on camera and say a bunch of, like, retarded things about voter fraud, and then the impression might be behind the scenes he's speaking, like, with a lot more detail and precision, but he's not. He's repeating the same memes and stuff you see on Twitter to, like, these guys behind the scenes. And he's also making claims that, like, if you think for, like, 2 seconds, the claim is impossible, right? Like, let's say that Ruby Freeman did scan 18,000 votes. How would you even know they were all for Democrats? How would the federal government know, but the state government didn't? Unless you think that all of them are also complicit in it. But then where's the proof of it? Like, there's just nothing. All of this are just, like, on memes that Trump has basically seen. And, like, again, Raffensperger, Georgia, like, these are all Republicans. Kemp is a Republican governor. They all are, have an incentive to play ball here if they really wanted to. Like, it helps them. Like, there's just Trump is never bringing up any solid evidence ever for any of these claims. But
to be fair, if I could just comment on that, when I'm listening to that, it sounds like he genuinely believes there's shenanigans going. Like you even articulated earlier that he was anticipating manipulation, shenanigans to occur. So for him to say it's dangerous for you to ignore the shenanigans, why aren't you listening to what I'm saying? That sounds like a man who not saying he's right, but to go to intent, he genuinely believes this stuff is happening. You can
it feels to me like when he says it's dangerous, that comes off more to me as a threat that it's dangerous for the Secretary of State to ignore these things because there might be criminal activity involved. And I think that the only issue I have is that every single thing that he brings up is so tenuous and there's like no backing evidence for like I can speak to that. We can listen to just like 1 minute of this. I linked you another timestamp. Go here. Like if again, I would believe you if I wouldn't believe it's not I would believe you. I would feel like there might be some evidence in that direction if he like listed anything with like a degree of like backing ever. But
what about the ballots coming from overseas being 100% military? Like he sounds like he genuinely believes that.
But it's just not true. And they tell him it's not true. There's not true. None of this is true. Right. But at 31 minutes, go to this. Let me know when you're ready. We'll just listen to like one minute of this up to like 32 or 32 and a half. And then let me know when you guys are here at 1.5.
All set.
I'm here.
I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2. Wait, hold on.
Wait. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't know. It doesn't pass the smell test, though, because we hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots. And now what they're saying, we're just cleaning up the office. I don't think that plays.
Mr. President, the problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media. It's really not. It's not social media. I don't care about social media. I couldn't care less. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side. I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe it. We do have an accurate election.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have. Not even close. You're off by hundreds of thousands of votes, and just on the small numbers, you're off on these numbers. And these numbers can't be judged. Well, why won't? Okay, so you send us into Cobb County for signature verification, right? You send us into Cobb County, which we didn't want to go into, and you said it would be open to the public, and we could have so we had our experts there. They weren't allowed into the room, but we didn't want Cobb County. We wanted Fulton County, and you wouldn't give it to us. Now, why aren't we doing signature? And why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs that will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find. They don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?
Cobb County.
Why don't you want to find? What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, why? Okay, so why did you do Cobb County? We requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Mr. President, we
chose
have our
Cobb
election
County.
contest.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that. We are
did say
the
that.
agreed. We're the agreed party. Fulton County. Look, Stacey, in my opinion, Stacey is as dishonest as they come. She has outplayed you at every heart, at everything. She got you to sign a totally unconstitutional agreement, which is a disastrous agreement. You can't check signatures. You can't do. I can't imagine you're allowed to do harvesting. I guess in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. But she got you somehow to sign that thing, and she's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday, but it's very scary to people. You know, where the ballots flow in out of nowhere, it's very scary to people. That consent decree is a disaster. It's a disaster. A very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it. And
okay, pause here. I guess So again, it's always like just vague claims and like a guy looked at this, but there's never anything concrete ever to work off of. It's always just like, it's literally the same memes that we see circulating on social media. That's what he's going by for all of this.
He never even said like a guy looked at this. He's just like
a great lawyer.
They bring up one thing and then he's like, okay, what about this thing? And then they talk about it and then he's like, what about this thing?
Yeah.
It is crazy that he talks like that in real life, dude.
But also, we'll get to these, I think, in the next section too, if you want. Okay. Are you good to move to the next section, or?
Yeah, I will say, like, if I were to listen to that, like, the first time without knowing anything else, it does seem like he genuinely believes that shit.
Possibly, yeah. I could see that being the case if it's the only thing you heard, yeah. So, next section, okay? Here's a quick thing. A lot of these are ripped straight from the January 6th committee report. So when we talk about, like, did Donald Trump knowingly lie about voter fraud, a lot of these claims you're going to see here are ones that also showed up in that phone call. So I've got a table here. On the left is somebody talking to him about a particular claim. And then on the right is him continuing to say the claim afterwards. So on the left, you've got then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen. The Attorney General is the top of the Department of Justice, and then beneath that is the Deputy Attorney General. The Department of Justice is the office created under the President that's tasked with investigating federal crimes. The FBI is a part of this. They've got the Attorney General that does like the big federal lawsuits, right? This is like the Department of Justice, okay? So if you were going to look to investigate crimes and shit, this is your branch to do it, okay? So Rosen says, and so he said, well, what about this? This is testimony that he's giving. And so he said, well, what about this? I saw it on the videotape, somebody delivering a suitcase of ballots, and we said it wasn't a suitcase, it was a bin. That's what they use when they're counting ballots. It's benign. There's a whole video to back this up. And then Donald Trump, 1 week later, repeats at a campaign rally. There's even security camera footage from Georgia that shows officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases of ballots out from under the tables and continuing to count for hours. The next thing is from Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue. Quote, I told the president myself that several times in several conversations that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in suitcases, or in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked into it, we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true. I believe it was in the phone call on December 27th. It was also in a meeting in the Oval Office on December 31st. Remember that phone call with Raffensperger happened on January 2nd. And then this is Donald Trump also saying on January 2nd, she stuffed the machine, she stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went 3 times. They were showing, here is ballot number 1, here it is a second time, third time, next ballot. From Brad Raffensperger. It was in that the phone call that we just listened to. We didn't listen to this quote, but it's in that call. You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and they took it out of context. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yes, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB. Trump, I don't care about a link. I don't need it. And then 1 day later, Trump says, quote, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling, unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. So Trump said that at a rally, but it was before the phone call leaked, right? So that was Trump's summary of the phone call that he had with Raffensperger. This was with Attorney General Barr on December 1st. Barr's testimony. Then Trump raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And he said, people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process. So they're not counted in each precinct, they're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining about it point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. And then one day later, Donald Trump says, I'll tell you what's wrong, voter fraud. Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. In Detroit, everybody saw the tremendous conflict. There were more votes than there were voters. On the 27th of December, the president then continued, there are more votes than voters, but I was aware of that allegation, and I said, that was just a matter of them comparing the 2020 votes cast to 2016 registration numbers. That's not a valid complaint. 10 days later, Trump would say, more votes than they had voters, and many other states also. On January 3rd, Richard Donahue said, we would say to him, we checked that out and there's nothing to it. And we would cite to certain allegations. And so, like such as Pennsylvania, right? No, there were not 250,000 more votes reported than were actually cast. That's not true. So we would say things like that. Donald Trump, 3 days after being informed of that on January 6th, this is during his big speech at the Ellipse, in Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters. And the number is actually much greater than that. That was as of a week ago. And this is a mathematical impossibility, unless you want to say it's a total fraud. On the phone call with Raffensperger, it's 4,502 who vote. Oh, Trump said it's 4,502 who voted, but they weren't on the voter registration roll, which they had to be. You had 18,325 vacant address voters. The address was vacant, and they're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Raffensperger says, well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is that the data you have is wrong. President Trump 2 days later said 4,502 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who do not appear on the state's voter rolls. Well, that's sort of strange. 18,325 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who registered to vote using an address listed as vacant, according to the Postal Service. Real quick, I'm sorry, actually, I think, just because I think it's funny.
What's going to happen?
Hold on, I'm going to find, that does come up in that conversation. And here, I'm going to play... click this right here. You can hear that complaint come up. Let me know when you've clicked this link and you've got it loaded up.
What's the timestamp?
It's 1671. You can just click the link and it'll. It's 2751 if you want.
Okay.
All set.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
You have all these different people that voted, but they don't live in Georgia anymore. What was that number, Toledo? That was a pretty good number, too. Yeah.
Well, the number who had registered out of state after they moved from Georgia. And so they had a date when they moved from Georgia. They registered to vote out of state, and then they've like 4,500. I don't have that right in front of me.
And then they came back in and they voted.
And voted. Yeah.
No, that was a large number, though. It was in the 20s. And, the point is...
going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that Ms. Mitchell was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. And in many cases...
Really? How many people do that? You mean they moved out and then they said, hell with it, I'll move back in? It doesn't sound like a very normal... You mean they moved out, and what, they missed it so much that they wanted to move back in? Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, and they moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. So there's something about that data that it's just not...
Okay, pause. Okay. You heard that, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
How many people they move out? They just want to come back
to Georgia?
He's like shitting on Georgia. He's like, fuck Georgia.
Yeah.
Who wants to go back there?
Scrolling back down to I won't go through all of these. There's like 8 more, but we can do you see General Counsel Ryan Germany? That was on that same call. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Is that McEnany?
Maybe. The one specific I remember referencing was, I don't agree with the Dominion track. I specifically referenced waving him off of the Dominion theory earlier in my testimony. Question, are you saying you think he still continued to tweet after that you waved him off of it? Her answer was yes. And then Donald Trump, between mid-November and January 5th, 2021, Trump tweeted or retweeted conspiracy theories about Dominion nearly 36 times. These were the ones that were coming from Sidney Powell and Giuliani inside of his the lawyer people that he'd found. Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. The international allegations for Dominion were not valid. Question. Okay, did anybody communicate that to the president? Answer. I know that was communicated. I know I communicated it. President Trump afterwards, you have Dominion, which is very, very suspect to start off with. Nobody knows the ownership. People say the votes are counted in foreign countries, and much worse. Donald Trump does this, people say a lot. And then I'll do this last one by Attorney General Barr in November 23rd. I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told him that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing great disservice to the country. Donald Trump 3 days later, those machines are fixed, they're rigged, you can press Trump, and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with a chip, and they played with a chip, especially in Wayne County and Detroit. There are like 6 or 7 more of these, but basically just that like people would tell him like these things are not happening, they're not true. It's his attorney general, it's like investigators in the DOJ, like this is his lead like investigative body, and nobody is like affirming any of these things. All of these things are coming from either social media or from like Powell or Giuliani, basically.
From media.
I mean,
Yeah.
dude, that is by far the best section you've shown so far in terms of him showing intent. Like very clearly, his people are saying like this is not true, and then he's going straight
into the
even
thing
sometimes
afterwards.
a few days later, saying the
Yeah.
exact opposite.
Sure.
I mean, because I mean, the biggest thing is you have like 17 different people that
So
are
many
hired
people.
by him or members of his cabinet, like members of government, who are like explicitly saying this guy's retarded, and then you
Oh
have,
wait, hold on. Sorry, this is like super delayed. I just realized maybe the point isn't to convince the people that he's in that this is like true or false. He's just looking for a group of like relatively uninteractive people into politics that are big streamers just because memes and content. But he's just looking for these groups of people so that he can like get a gauge on if what he's writing is palatable, and then when he goes to Trump supporters and brings all these points up, you know, either for himself or for other people, he can kind of be like, hey, like, okay, a bunch of normal people understood what's going on here. Okay, I laid this all out, and they all understood. You're being fucking ridiculous by not understanding these simple, very thought out, very explicit fucking things that I've like laid out here. I think that's what's going on. Which, if so, based.
of him being retarded, basically, right?
Sure.
Like, that's like
If we
like they're like he's.
I think it's slightly different than what a focus group is meant to be, but you know, fuck it, whatever. Who am I to say?
retarded, and I told him he's being retarded, and I told him he's wrong, and he knows he's wrong, and then he's like, "Actually, I'm right, guy." Like,
yeah,
it's like,
basically.
and it's so dead to rights like 20. This is like easily the most powerful section of this entire
Yeah,
thing. I
that's
agree.
by far the.
If this was like some poor woman's rape allegation, we already would have cut them off mid-sentence. It would be
Jesus.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we gotta be fair though. He sees himself as a fighter, and he is, and he's coming at this unreasonably from every angle. He's like, looking under every stone, just like a lawyer.
Okay. Underneath the table, I've got this little quote, I guess, or thing I've written. A district court declared that Trump and Eastman knowingly filed bogus court cases in order to further fight over the certification of the election and to obstruct the January 6th committee from obtaining evidence of any conspiracy. So I've linked a court case here. You can, if you want, you can click through it and read it, but I've quoted the section that's relevant here. And this is I believe this is the judge writing about this court case in the ruling. There are 4 documents, however, in which Dr. Eastman and other attorneys suggest that, irrespective of the merits, the primary goal of filing is to delay or otherwise disrupt the January 6th vote. In one email, for example, President Trump's attorneys state that, quote, merely having this case pending in the Supreme Court not ruled on might be enough to delay consideration of Georgia, end quote. This email, read in context with other documents in this review, make clear that President Trump filed certain lawsuits not to obtain legal relief, but to disrupt or delay the January 6th congressional proceedings through the courts. The court finds that these 4 documents are sufficiently related to and in furtherance of the obstruction crime. Accordingly, the crime fraud exception applies, and the court orders Dr. Eastman to disclose the 4 documents. And then on December 4th, 2020, President Trump and his attorneys alleged in a Georgia state court action that Fulton County improperly counted a number of votes, including 10,315 deceased people, 2,560 felons, and 2,423 unregistered voters. President Trump and his attorneys then decided to contest the state court proceeding in federal court and discussed incorporating by reference the voter fraud numbers alleged in the state petition. So what he's saying here is that Trump's lawyers were saying, okay, the state court didn't give us what we wanted, so now we're going to appeal this. We're going to try this in federal court next, okay, is what they're saying. And they're saying we're going to use the same complaint that we filed in the state to go to the federal court. On December 30th, 2020, Dr. Eastman relayed concerns from President Trump's team about including specific numbers in the paragraph dealing with felons, deceased, moved, etc. The attorneys continued to discuss the president's resistance to signing when specific numbers were included, as Dr. Eastman explained the next day. Eastman is one of Trump's lawyers. Quote, although the president signed a verification for the state court filing back on December 1st, he has since been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts has been inaccurate. For him to sign a new verification with that knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate, end quote. President Trump and his attorneys ultimately filed the complaint with the same inaccurate numbers without rectifying, clarifying, or otherwise changing them. President Trump, moreover, signed a verification swearing under oath that the incorporated inaccurate numbers quote, are true and correct, end quote, or, quote, believed to be true and correct, end quote, to the best of his knowledge and belief. The emails show that President Trump knew that the specific numbers of voter fraud were wrong, but continued to tout those numbers both in court and to the public. The court finds that these emails are sufficiently related to and in furtherance of a conspiracy to defraud the United States. Does that make sense, what I just read?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Go.
So right at the beginning, it reads, there are 4 documents, however, in which Dr. Eastman and the other attorneys suggest that, and they have a line here that says, irrespective of the merits. Is that implying there might be merit to the case? Like, what is that? Or are they saying that regardless of what's in it or not?
What
like,
they're
the
saying is
motivation
that
this?
there are emails from Dr. Eastman saying that regardless of whether they've got a good voter fraud case or not, all they're trying to do is delay or disrupt the January 6th vote. It's saying that's showing there are 4 documents in which Eastman and the other attorneys suggest that regardless of whether they've got a good case or not, the primary goal of their filing is to delay or otherwise disrupt the January 6th
it's not
vote.
actually to find anything, Tom. They're just trying
Yeah,
to
no,
delay
I
it.
understand that. I'm just this line, irrespective of the merits. I mean, merits usually implies like there's some kind of I don't know, like some validity, right?
Sure.
Usually
It would be like, you know how when we were hanging out and you beat the shit out of me 15 times
remember
one of the
that.
nights because I was Cuban, you found out that I had some Hispanic in me and you were like, fuck, you want to beat the shit out of you, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if you and I have like a big debate coming up because you're a professional debater now. And then like the day before the debate, I say like, listen, Tom, that dude beat me up just because I was Cuban, by the way. Even though that statement might be true, there might be merits to it. Obviously, I'm just bringing it up to fuck with our debate the next day, right? So just regardless of the merits, the primary goal of me bringing that up is just to fuck with our debate.
Wait,
And that's what the judge is saying here. Regardless of the merits of if this is true or not, irrespective. He's not saying it is true, but even if it was true, the only reason, the primary goal of filing this is to delay or disrupt the J6 vote, the certification of the presidency, is what he's saying.
I feel like in that case, maybe the line with merits could have been in place later in this kind of little blurb. And the reason I say that is just because merit, like imagine I'm like a conservative guy or somebody who disagrees with you is reading this. When I see the word merit, the second I see that, I'm going to be thinking, wait, there's merit, right? There is like some validity to this.
Okay.
Like obviously,
I'll
that's
add
gonna
on to
happen
that.
to any extent, regardless.
If
but
you make a video, you got to normify some of this.
Sure, I got it. That's good. That's fine. I will. And also, yes,
but like-
if, there,
but like
if
that
there's
in
stuff like that
particular,
is
like the
like,
second-
yeah, confusing. That's good to bring up. Okay, yeah.
Well,
The second you hear that, the second I hear that, I'm going to be
Right.
thinking like, oh wait, merit. There's merit, and then I might like stop watching. So I feel like what you have to do is like, because obviously this is like this is from the court documents, and they're just phrasing it after. Like this is at the end, I assume, of like compiling all the evidence, right? Is where this is.
Sure.
But in like a video format, when you present this, you're gonna have to like be like, we're gonna do an investigation to figure out what happened, and then you're not gonna want to give a conclusion until after. But this will read is like preloading it,
Mhm.
and when you have like merit in there, I think once again that kind of like triggers people's like, oh wait, merit, what the fuck?
Sure. Okay.
But I think you also have to keep the quotes themselves accurate so that you're not like cutting pieces out and putting them all over the
Mhm.
place if this is how it's written in the document. But you could just like
Yeah.
explain, irrespective of the merit, like just explain what you just told us, that what he's saying is that regardless of if they have a good case on this thing or not, the point is the primary goal is to delay or otherwise disrupt the J6 vote. So yeah.
Sure. Okay. On the bottom section, we don't have to go through these, but basically just these are all the people who told Donald
Somebody
Trump
do
that he
something in, like,
lost.
30 days, please.
Some people say they're rhinos or whatever, but like there were a lot of people that were directors. Of,
They're
what-
rhinos.
Yeah, that's what they end up calling them.
Republican
but
name only.
You've got like Trump's national field director, his director of national
stupid.
counterterrorism center. William Barr was his attorney general. Jeffrey Rosen was another. Attorney General, acting attorney, deputy attorney general, like people from Fox News, his campaign advisors, Mike Pence as vice president. You know, you've got Raffensperger and Kemp, Secretary of State, Governor of Georgia. You've got the like the group of the people that went through that court thing earlier. The 8 different I think it was 4 federal judges, 2 former senators, a lawyer, and somebody who worked in Capitol Hill for 20 years. All these people are Republicans. 11 of the judges who ruled against Trump's cases were Trump federal judiciary appointments.
Thank God.
Ivanka and Kushner, you know, have pushed against like a lot of this election stuff. Alex Cannon, Trump's campaign lawyer, said he told advisors there was no election fraud. Kellyanne Conway wrote in her published memoir that she told Trump that he lost. There's tons
Is there
of people.
one credible person that did side with him?
Not that I'm aware of. Some people have kind of no. That the election was stolen. I'm not aware of any like prominent lawmakers or media people that are on that still. But I imagine a lot of them might also be afraid of the defamation stuff too, if they're just lying about shit. If you want, okay, and then after, I don't know why I said everyone. Okay, underneath like all this, just a list of random people. So this is specifically related to that black box of stuff in Georgia. So I'll read this and then we'll just click through and watch these quickly. Rudy Giuliani tweeted a heavily cut up video propagated by OAN that claimed boxes of illegitimately filled ballot boxes were being counted after election officials told counters to go home. Election officials investigated and released additional video and explanations showing that these claims were fabricated. Giuliani would later admit to lying in court about this case, claiming that it was his First Amendment right to lie. He would lose that case to the tune of $148 million, and then he would have a bankruptcy
my
case
favorite
dismissed
defense.
that he
I have a
filed
First Amendment right to
paying this
lie.
guy due to lying about his
Giga
past.
Chad.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's how you play.
I want to see that. I want to see that
Where's
quote
it say
about
he lies, dude? That's crazy.
Sure. So
admitting
here's
to lying about the First Amendment.
Sure. Here's this real quick. This is the let me know when you guys have this. We're gonna do the playback speed 1.5, the 136 video. Giuliani, you can see I'm retweeting this, but you can see the origination of this Georgia claim. Let me know when you guys are ready.
I like how these tweets are still up.
Yeah. 3, you guys all ready?
All set.
Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
I don't know that I really need more civilian factors. Not that I'm playing again. Wait, what's the video?
Okay, so I think this is supposed to be showing them. You see it under the table, I think in the top right, they're like pulling out
it's just the
ballot boxes and they're counting again.
You can't really
you can see them pulling the ballot box. Yes, yeah, this is a really, really big. This was one of the central like voter fraud claims, one of the biggest ones that was claimed. I think Ruby Freeman is going to be in the top left. I think she's one of the people counting that they say she ran the votes over and over and over again. You can watching this video and then we don't have to watch much more. It's just that's basically what this video is.
Was OAN ever sued over this or no?
I think Dominion has pending litigation against them. I think. If the original tweet coming out here is, watch video footage from Georgia shows suitcases filled with ballots pulled from under a table after supervisors told poll workers to leave room and 4 people stayed behind to keep counting votes. And then Giuliani quote tweets it and he quotes the text and he adds that as well. Your voice. If you want, here is the. Now keep in mind that the video footage that we're about to watch, not only has Giuliani and Trump's entire campaign seen this video footage, Trump himself has also been made aware of this video footage. None of this is like top secret. And look at the date of this video. The date of this video is December 5th, 2020. Okay, so a full month before January 6th, December 5th, 2020. Okay, let me know when you guys have it at 0 minutes and you've got it at 1.5, and then we'll play through this video.
Ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Your voice, your vote. And for the third time, counties across Georgia have certified votes from November's presidential election.
The Secretary of State is expected to actually certify the statewide results today as well. The outcome not expected to change, but legal challenges are still underway, including one involving that video right there from State Farm Arena. President Trump's lawyer, other supporters too, call it the smoking gun proving election fraud. Channel 2 investigative reporter Justin Gray spent the day with Georgia elections officials, as we saw in that video. And Justin, we saw it. You went frame by frame to uncover and then really show everyone what happened.
Yeah, George, we spent a lot of time today with the state's lead investigator. We looked at that video for hours, going through it very carefully, looking not just at that short clip that Rudy Giuliani shared, but also the critical hours before it and after it, going through the chain of custody for those ballots in question the entire time.
You went through hours. Yes.
We went frame by frame with state election investigators. They've already spent hours analyzing this video. Looking at the election night surveillance tape that President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, calls a smoking gun. Quote, suitcases pulled from under a table.
We can show exactly when they were placed under there.
So these were not mystery ballots that came from a mystery location?
No.
They were right there in the room.
Yes.
People watched them placed in those boxes.
Yes.
This is the short section of the video the Trump team has shared. It's not suitcases being pulled from under that table, but official sealed ballot containers. If we go back in the video to hours before, you can see that table being brought into the room at 8:22 a.m. Nothing underneath, no hidden suitcases. Then we can see at 10 p.m. with the room full of people, including official monitors and the media, as ballots that have been opened but not counted are placed in the boxes, sealed up and stored under the table. The reason? Employees thought they were done for the night.
They were planning on going home.
Yes. As you can tell by the fact that they're sealing everything up and preparing to leave. Here's where there was confusion. Media and observers left as employees packed up. But this phone call changed that. Fulton's election director called the supervisor here to say, keep working, keep counting. After the Secretary of State's office called him to say you shouldn't stop this early. That's when employees pulled these containers of ballots back out, the so-called smoking gun video, and went back to work. These are the same ballots official monitors watched them put away.
No magical appearing ballots. These are ballots that were processed in front of the monitors, put in the boxes in front of the monitors, and placed there in front of the monitors.
So what about that gap? Well, this is what happened during the roughly an hour before an official state observer returned. Employees scanned ballots.
These are just typical everyday election workers who are just doing their jobs. I mean, it's not like this is an Ocean's 11 level scheme that's put together in the middle of the night.
Now, there was about an hour there before the state official monitor got back. But if you watch that video, you see what they're doing. They're scanning those ballots. The state election lead investigator looked at all that video, hours of it, says she sees no evidence whatsoever of any wrongdoing. Reporting live at the state capitol, Justin Gray, Channel 2 Action News.
Okay, so that's that. You can click if you don't trust my legal interpretation, you can click the first link says Giuliani would admit to lying. And that's basically it's a a news article written about Giuliani claiming the First Amendment lets him lie about this particular case. But if you want, then the next thing after...
Where does he say that?
Yeah. So in the next thing after, where it says claiming, can you click that? And it'll open up a court pretrial thing. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water.
You piece of shit. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is filed by Giuliani in the top left. You can see this is the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. So this is a federal court, first stage. You can see that the plaintiff is Ruby Freeman. So she's suing the defendant, Rudolph W. Giuliani. This is that case. And then this is a pretrial motion, okay? So whereas defendant Giuliani believes that he has legal defenses to this complaint, and whereas defendant Giuliani is desirous to avoid unnecessary expenses in litigating what he believes to be an unnecessary dispute. So basically he's saying that, like, I think I can defend myself against this. We don't need to go to court. This is silly. The next thing is, it is hereby stipulated solely for the purposes of this litigation, the defendant Giuliani, for the purpose of deciding this case on the legal issues and recognizing that all other defendants previously identified in the complaint have resolved their claims with all plaintiffs and without admitting to the truth of the allegations, hereby does not contest the following allegations. So all he's saying up here is that I'm not admitting to anything in this thing that could be used in any other case, and all the other plaintiffs and everybody else has settled their shit. So he's not making it so wide that it would cover other cases. This is all like probably standard boilerplate stuff that would show up in any complaint or pretrial thing. So there's 4 parts in here. 1, defendant Giuliani concedes, solely for the purposes of this litigation before this court on appeal, that defendant Giuliani made the statements of and concerning plaintiffs, which include all the statements detailed in the plaintiff's amended complaint, and he does not dispute for purposes of this litigation that the statements carry meaning that is defamatory per se. So what he's saying here is that they filed a complaint saying that I committed essentially defamatory per se. Defamatory per se means you've done defamation, and it's of such a character demeaning quality you don't have to prove damages to win a suit for it. But so he's saying that, yes, I did say all the defamatory statements that were in that complaint. That's part 1. Part 2 is that defendant Giuliani, for the purposes of this litigation only, published those statements to third parties. As part of a defamation suit, you've got to prove that the other person published the statements. They can't say them privately. So that's part 2. And then 3 is that defendant Giuliani, for the purposes of this litigation only, does not contest that to the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable, such actionable statements were false. So he doesn't contest that these were false statements. This stipulation does not affect Giuliani's ability to seek set-off, offset, or settlement credit, or his argument that his statements are constitutionally protected statements or opinions, or any applicable statute of limitations, or that Giuliani's statements, in fact, cause plaintiffs any damages, and the amount of any alleged damages which Giuliani's statements may have caused, or any other legal defense not expressly waived by this stipulation. So just because he's admitting this doesn't mean that he still can't defend himself in court, because number 4, defendant Giuliani does not contest solely for the purposes of this litigation, including on any appeal in this litigation, the factual elements of liability subject to any retained affirmative defenses not expressly waived herein regarding plaintiff's claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress and other related tort claims. So he's not saying that, fine, okay, maybe I did cause emotional distress, maybe there's other civil things you can sue me over. This stipulation does not affect Giuliani's ability to seek set-off, offset, or settlement credit, or his argument that his statements are constitutionally protected statements or opinions, or any applicable statute of limitations, or that Giuliani's conduct, in fact, caused plaintiffs any damages, and the amount of any alleged damages Giuliani's conduct may have caused, or any other legal defenses not expressly waived by the stipulation. So basically, and again, it's a lot of kind of like legalese, but basically what he's saying here is that, listen, everything you said in your complaint was true, and I did lie, and it even was defamatory per se. However, I have a constitutional right to say these particular things. And then if you don't trust, again, my interpretation of the document, you can either Google a ton of other articles or this article that I linked above, Giuliani claims the First Amendment lets him lie, that basically summarizes this if you don't believe my interpretation of it. But yeah, that's essentially...
I can see why he lost.
Yeah.
So where is it him saying he lied? Can we read this line again? Because this legalese talk.
Yeah, where does it say that he intentionally lied?
Well, all lies are intentional. For a court, you wouldn't say somebody lied if they just got something wrong. Right. But
a lie is intentional. That's the whole point of the
going
lie.
on so long, it's turned nighttime behind Warren, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Hold on. So point 3 on this motion is the defendant Giuliani does not contest that He doesn't contest. He's not arguing. To the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable, so he doesn't contest that he made statements of fact, and they might have been actionable statements. You might have been able to take action against them. That
does actionable mean like you can sue him?
I think that actionable here means either that you can sue him or that they're causing damage to the plaintiff. Does not contest that to the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable, or just that they're statements that like people are hearing that can cause things to happen. I think might be is what my interpretation would be here.
Okay.
But that such actionable factual statements were false. So the defendant Giuliani does not contest that such actionable factual statements were false. That's the part 3
He's
of
not
this.
even arguing that he believed it at any point. That's what that is saying.
You got
correct.
Me.
Yeah, that reads plain enough when you cut out all the bullshit.
Sure, yeah.
Out of curiosity, I looked up the OAN thing. They did settle a lawsuit in 2023 with a former executive of Dominion, and that executive's name is Eric Coomer, Coomer.
Based.
That's a real thing.
Based.
I'm gonna link the article here just in case, but yeah, it's pretty based.
Okay.
That's what I gotta say, but yeah, they did settle.
Gotcha. So Giuliani he would go on to lose this case, and I think he lost it for, it was $148 million settlement to Ruby Freeman, who was probably one of the largest like voter fraud. Ruby Freeman and Dominion are probably the two most brought up like voter fraud things of that past election. And the Ruby Freeman thing was just a lie invented by Giuliani, as we've seen, and the Dominion thing was just a lie invented by Sidney Powell that was spread by Fox News.
And a lot of the Dominion lie has to do with there was some rigged election in Venezuela or some shit.
It's there. I can't give you like a good. It was just like basically claims saying that like these machines are like rigging the vote somehow. There is no good or like there's no factual reason to believe any of this. There's no good. Yeah.
They're just saying Hugo Chavez because
Venezuela and
because buzzword,
basically, yeah.
Clickbait.
Okay. Whew. All right. Moving through the next part. Okay. All right. As a quick civics thing, in the United States of America, citizens don't technically vote for president. The states vote for president, and the way that the states do it is they assign electors to a presidential candidate. Now, the way that all 50 states have decided to run their elections is they have their citizens all vote in a popular election, and then based upon who the majority of the citizens vote for, they assign their electors to vote for that presidential candidate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's a little weird, and it's kind of not, we don't usually think of elections that way. We think of every individual voting, but this is how the voting system is constitutionally structured in the United States.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay. Kenneth Chesbrough was an attorney from Wisconsin who began working with the Trump campaign at the behest of Jim Troupis, another lawyer for Trump's campaign, around November 9th, 2020. He was responsible for the creation of the first few memos outlining a potential scheme that Trump could utilize to challenge the certification of the electoral vote on January 6th. Chesbrough believed that if people gathered and falsely attested to being legitimate state electors and transmitted said votes on December 14th to Congress and NARA, that it would keep Trump's chances alive to win the election.
Pact of Steel, more like the Pact of Losers.
From between December 14th
right, there's just a bunch of
and
losers.
The date that all electors in all 50 states certify their votes for president, and January 6th, the day that Congress was scheduled to count the electorate slates. Ultimately, there were 7 different states whom were selected to send false slates of electors out from. Here are those states and the accompanying state laws that dictate how slates of electors were legally supposed to be chosen.
Again,
and we don't have to go through all
definitely
these,
not
but these are
trying
just
to
the 7
follow along,
states of, like, this is what the law states, how you do your elector shit. And then part 2 of all of these is, like, you can click. Like, again, none of this is contested. In all 7 of these states, if you click on part 2, you can click the false slates of electors, and you can see the paperwork that was sent in. All of this paperwork that says that, we are the electors chosen by the state that was sent into NARA and to Congress are false. These people were not voted for by the state. They weren't appointed or duly granted the authority or ascertainment or whatever by the legislature. The governor didn't sign off on it. All of this is a lie for all of these slates of electors. Yeah.
These were all swing states in the election?
These were the 7 that Trump thought he could fight over. It was Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and New Mexico.
It would have been funny if you sent the false electors to like California and they're like, "Yep, we vote Republican."
Yeah.
So the electors, who were the electors traditionally chosen by?
So what I believe that the process that'll happen is is actually, well, you can actually just read it because I've linked the laws in each of these. So, say for I'll read out for Michigan. The electors of president and vice president shall convene in the Senate chamber on the capital of the state at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the first Tuesday after the second Wednesday in December following the electors' election at any time before receiving the certificate of ascertainment of appointment of. So, the electors are basically just the state legislature says, here is our 7 Republican electors and here's our 7 Democrat electors. And then when the state votes, who you're actually voting for are each of these electors. You're voting for them to send their vote to Congress for who's going to be the president, basically. So when you vote in Florida, you're not actually voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You're actually voting for the electors of the legislature that will vote for Donald Trump.
So the elector is chosen by the state legislature.
Correct. Ultimately,
To be
yes.
clear. Okay.
Yes.
So my question is, how the fuck, like, how does this process work? Like, were these false guys just going to show up and be like, I'm the guy, actually? Like, how's that going to work?
So basically
It's
what...
me.
I mean, pretty much, Tom.
Yeah, so...
TF2 spies, man. TF2.
Yeah, so basically what they did was they just wanted to like basically sign a piece of paper and mail it to Congress pretending that they were the actual people that were chosen. I think I have this later on.
So basically he wanted to do mail-in ballots and commit fraud.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Was it Michigan? Fuck, what am I thinking of? Hold on.
Nick, I saw you taking this selfie earlier. What were you doing there, buddy? Who's that for?
Snap streaks.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I saw you like
Brother,
looking around. After you took it, you were like, anyone see me do that? You know you're on live stream, right? We can see.
Am I live right now?
Yeah, you are live. Way to go, dumbass.
You're live, bro. We know.
Fuck, why don't I have this video? I think it's going to be later on in this document. Fuck you.
My bad.
Yeah,
So
it is.
hold on, the
Go ahead.
7 electors are those. So each party puts up 7, right? So
No. It's however many electoral votes I think you have in your state. It's not. I just use 7 as an example. But
So
like,
there would be like, let's say Illinois 21 or whatever. It used to be 21. I don't know if it's 18 now or what. But
Mhm.
then there would be 8 and 8.
yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And then they just come together and they're like, yep, the vote did go this way. And then they just go to, they just like certify it. Like they say yes.
Yeah, that basically the state legislature, I think with the governor being there, will say that like, well, here's who our votes went for, and then they
Each elector is like an actual person.
yes, each elector is an actual person. That's why if you click any of the fake elector slates, you'll see that there's like a signature for every single elector. Some of these people, because they wanted to try to pretend to be more legitimate than they actually were. Here, I'll link a video here. I think this might be later on in my document, but you can click this video here. This is an example of, Jesus Christ, this is loud. Let me know when you've opened this, and then we can 1.5 times this.
Maybe turn it the fuck down.
Okay, what is this supposed to be?
So these are, these were the electors chosen by the Trump campaign to try to go to the Capitol and sign their own like electorate slate, even though they didn't win. They didn't win, and none of this was real. But they
only the electors that win go.
Correct. Yeah, are the ones that are signed off by the governor to transmit their votes to Congress, saying that like, yes, the state of Michigan is voting for all of our electoral votes.
Approves it.
Yeah. Okay, and then we can watch this. Put it at 1.5. You're at the beginning. Let me know when you're ready to go.
All set.
Ready.
3, 2, 1,
Ready.
go.
What did he say? He said we can't enter.
What I said was, for the Capitol Commission, for the governor's office, for the Speaker of the House, for the Speaker of the Senate, the Capitol is closed unless you have an office here to conduct business today, or if you are taking part in the Electoral College process. Anybody else is not permitted to come in.
They are here.
The electors are already here, they've been checked in.
They're also elected.
All 16 electors have been advised by the governor's staff that we're going to be here to vote in the Electoral College, you've been checked in, they're already here.
But these are the rest of the electors.
I understand. If the Capitol is closed, everybody else coming in.
Captain, the electors are also, the GOP electors are also on the governor's certificate of ascertainment.
I'm not going to get into a political debate. I'm following orders.
Political debate.
Okay.
It's the official sealed document, and the certificate of ascertainment has also the GOP electors. They are here. They're trying to do their constitutional duty.
I understand.
And their constitutional duty requires
Standing his ground, though.
today at 2 p.m.
I understand they're not being permitted in. If you have a problem, you can contact the governor's office, the Speaker of the House, the Senate Majority Leader, or
I saw the government press release this morning that said due to COVID, is that the reason being given?
Okay, so you can close this now. If you click underneath, if you look where I've got each of the 7 states, so like this is Michigan, for instance. So those people that you just saw, these are the this is the elector slate that they sent in, even though these people weren't the actual electors, even though these people weren't given a certificate of ascertainment by the governor, even though these people didn't represent the state legislature or the vote. You can see they sent this in, pretending basically that they were actually, and there's the USPS, the United States Priority Mail, where they mailed it to Congress, because we'll see why later on. But yeah, you can see that. And you can see that.
Did they get convicted of?
A number of people have been charged with crimes in these states. I don't know the right now the status of every single one of those court cases, but I believe at this point, I think every state has had at least one person charged. I think
there have been some charges carried out. I think there was at least one felony I read, but I can't remember totally.
And then my other question is, just curious how much longer you think this will go on? Not that it's like going too long, but about 30, 40.
They're bailing.
I gotta head out.
Okay, I'll go as fast as I can. If you have to leave in the middle, that's fine. You're good. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, don't just keep going at your pace. I'll just let you know if I gotta head out.
Yeah. Okay, I'll read this excerpt from the J6 Select Committee below. On December 14th, using instructions provided by Chesbro, the fake Trump electors gathered and participated in signing ceremonies in all 7 states. In 5 of these states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, the certificates they signed used the language that falsely declared them to be the duly elected and qualified electors from their state. This declaration was false because none of the signatories had been granted that official status by their state government in the form of a certificate of ascertainment. The paperwork signed by the fake Trump electors in 2 other states contained partial caveats. In New Mexico, the document they signed made clear that they were participating on the understanding that it might later be determined that we are the duly elected and qualified electors. In Pennsylvania, the document they signed indicated that they were participating on the understanding that if, as a result of a final non-appealable court order or other proceeding prescribed by law, we are ultimately recognized as being the duly elected and qualified electors. Okay, the next part is... So Chesbro was the guy that originally penned this idea. He admits even in his December 9th memo, quote, "In conclusion, it appears that voting by an alternate slate of electors is unproblematic in Arizona and Wisconsin, slightly problematic in Michigan, requiring access to the Senate chamber, somewhat dicey in Georgia and Pennsylvania in the event that 2 or more electors don't attend, which requires a gubernatorial ratification of the alternates, and very problematic in Nevada, given the role accorded to the Secretary of State." So he's kind of like he's going through like, this is kind of not legal, but it kind of could be, or maybe it could be. Like, he's basically looking at every state to see like where around the edges they maybe could get away with doing something. But obviously, like, all of this is being done in bad faith, where they're just trying to assert that, like, well, look, electors came from this state, even though they clearly didn't win the election there. On December 13th, Chesbro lays out to Eastman how Pence could declare the ECA. The Electoral Count Act is basically a law that tells Congress how to count the electoral votes. There's like a whole process where they unseal the vote and they count it and they all jerk each other off and everything. On December 13th, Chesbro lays out to Eastman, who's a Trump lawyer, how Pence, Vice President Mike Pence, could declare the ECA unconstitutional and disrupt the expected electoral vote count, proceeding to allow Trump to win the election. He says that Pence should break from the stated procedures of the Electoral Count Act, claiming it to be unconstitutional in violation of the 12th Amendment. Once Pence has recused himself from his role in the Senate, some other Republican leader will take over and act confused about how to read which slate of electors is legitimate. And then, quote, he then opens the 2 envelopes from Arizona and announces that he cannot and will not, at least as of that date, count any electoral votes from Arizona because there are 2 slates of votes.
Can we
and it's
defend
clear
Netherlands?
that the Arizona courts did not give a full and fair opportunity for review of election irregularities in violation of due process. Basically, what he's saying is that, like, on the day of counting the votes, Pence could basically say, listen, I don't know if I can actually do this. I either don't agree with the law as written because I think that I shouldn't be doing this, or I'm going to act confused and say, I don't know which votes to count, and then he'll put him aside. And like all of these different plans basically allow Pence to kind of circumvent how you would expect the Congress to count the electoral vote. There's kind of a lot of civics bullshit, but go ahead. Chesbro is a random lawyer guy that is basically giving the Trump campaign information on how to toss the election.
So yeah, he's laying out like what is the what is the way to circumvent
procedurally, like how could they do it if they were going to? Yeah.
Chesbro, they're basically saying Pence should take the fall for this, right? They're saying he should recuse himself of his role, which doesn't mean he leaves, but he's saying like, oh, I can't do my role in the Senate. And then some other guy will just be here and like be confused. So they're trying to involve like a lot of people in this, essentially.
Correct.
What his proposition is.
Kind of, yeah.
Which is why they kept saying like, if Mike Pence does the right thing, that's kind of why.
Yeah, this is the right thing. This is the right thing. This is what they're talking about. Yeah.
Destiny, do you think there's any possibility that like Pence, his motivation could have been where he looks at the 2 lists and does everything that you've laid out here with the intention of just buying time to uncover what they genuinely believe is irregularities? Or
that
is this, like,
could be the
absolutely
case.
Malicious?
That would be like a crazy charitable. No, actually, I don't think that's possible. You could read it that way, but the issue is just that as of this point, there hasn't been any credible voter fraud brought forth anywhere. There's no reason up to this point.
How can you read it that way? What would be the...
The reading is always just they just need 1 more week. They just need 2 more weeks. They just need to push things off to find voter fraud somewhere.
okay,
That's always But the issue is that like they were losing all their court cases. They hadn't presented good evidence of any voter fraud. And keep in mind that like not only are they having trouble finding any voter fraud, they're alleging that there's enough voter fraud across 70 states to swing the election. But for some reason, they haven't presented any good evidence anywhere in the court of public opinion, to any of these media people behind the scenes, to any of Trump's White House officials, to any of the state officials counting, or any of the courts or the trials that they've been like taking part in. They just haven't presented any good evidence anywhere yet. So maybe it's out there, but I think I feel like it's a leap to assume that they were going to find something. But
wait, so basically they just wanted Pence to like filibuster. That was his whole role. He was supposed to like try to make it go as slow as possible. So
potentially, or to have him just basically choose Trump to be president. There was a way that he could do that as well.
Isn't his role in that certification process, wasn't it more like ceremonial?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be. That's how it's understood. That's why, even though people will say, well, this was legal theory, part of this legal theory was Pence saying, actually, the ECA, the Electoral Count Act, this is actually an illegal law, and it's in violation of the Constitution. It was supposed to be for him to make that judgment, which is like the idea that this would, like Pence's legal team went over this, and they said, this is not legal. There's no way you can do this. And even Chesebro's own thing is basically saying, like, we have to say that this law that was passed by Congress isn't actually legal, that the Supreme Court would shoot it down. And there's no evidence to think that they would do that either. There's no reason to think that. Yeah.
Didn't Mike Pence also say later on something along the lines of, like, I couldn't support someone who thinks they're above the Constitution, or he said something to that effect. And I don't know if you've included that in this document, but
maybe
I also felt like that was...
That's why he's not on the ticket right now.
Sure. I think that might come up later.
Sorry if I'm skipping.
No, yeah, you're good.
The plot.
When you say there's no reason to think that, do you mean in relation to Supreme Court? Do you mean there's no reason to think that they wouldn't shoot down this crazy idea?
No serious legal person thought that this was possible. This was a legal theory, like me killing you and then saying that, like, well, I think the First Amendment protects my right to speak, and the way that I killed you, was by stabbing you in the ear, and I think that's kind of like speaking something violent into your ear. Like, it would be like that. Like, that is a legal theory, but it wouldn't.
That's like the whole like Ben Shapiro defense for why it's not a big deal.
Maybe, yeah, sure, yeah. There's also Chesebro in the media. He had his secret Twitter account got leaked, and there's funny tweets of him where he's like tweeting shit about how like if you click the let me see, hold on. If you click that, Chesebro's secret Twitter account was leaked, in which he'd made multiple tweets detailing how Trump could win the election via Pence overturning the vote while the electoral votes were being counted. I think that middle one that says leaked. No, wait. Multiple tweets, that one. Like, this is Chesebro's alt on Twitter saying, you don't get the big picture. Trump doesn't have to get courts to declare him the winner of the vote. He just needs to convince the Republican legislatures that the election was systematically rigged, but it's impossible to run it again, so they should appoint electors instead. He will push it all the way to early January, and if necessary, rely on Pence to count only electoral votes sent in by the Republican legislatures, or count no disputed electoral votes and throw the election to the House, which would elect Trump 80%, 80-20 in Trump's favor. So this is like the plan. Okay, everybody knows this in the Trump campaign.
Solid plan.
Sure, yeah.
Solid.
The next section here is Trump's direct involvement. On December 6th, Mark Meadows is the chief of staff of Donald Trump at the White House. Chief of staff means that he's basically the guy that Trump would go to for any of his staff to do anything. He's like your head, I don't want to say like head bitch or head assistant, but he's like directing everybody beneath you. So on December 6th, Meadows forwarded the November 18th memo from Chesebro, everybody beneath you. So would go to for any of his staff to do anything. He's like your head, I don't want to say like head bitch or head assistant, but he's like directing everybody beneath you. So,
I'm thinking of a whip.
On December 6th, Meadows forwarded the November 18th memo from Chesebro.
Like Nancy Pelosi is a whip for all intents and purposes in the United States government. But she's also the leader of the party, and also like she has like multiple roles in Canadian politics or in any parliamentary system. Each party will have whips, and they're just people that basically go. They're just the they're your negotiators, I think. And essentially, they just go to people who might disagree with certain bills that you might be trying to pass in your party, and being like, "Hey, you better vote for this." I don't know what to tell you. Like this, blah blah blah. They just kind of negotiate and make sure that everyone in the party's in line with each other, and there's no like internal fighting.
Chesebro to Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. Meadows and Miller began to work to gather the 79 needed Republican electors on the November ballot in the 7 states they plan to have transmit false electoral votes to Congress. Trump campaign Associate General Counsel Joshua Finlay told the January 6th Select Committee, quote, "It was my understanding that the president made this decision, end quote, to pursue the electorate scheme by December 7th or 8th. Finlay claimed that the campaign's general counsel, Matthew Morgan, directed the campaign lawyers to, quote, look into electors in these potential litigation states, end quote. In deposition testimony provided to the J6 committee, RNC chairwoman Ronna Romney McDaniel said that on or around December 12th, Trump, along with Eastman, called her to stress the importance of gathering alternate slates of electors. We don't have to read her testimony, but that's all linked there too. But Trump was like personally involved in all of this. Testimony from Special Assistant to the President, Cassidy Hutchinson, also confirms that Trump knew of the legal dubiousness of the electoral plot, especially after most of the lawsuits had failed by mid-December and his legal staff on his campaign began to quit and distance themselves from the campaign. Quote, committee staff, to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that the plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound? End quote. Hutchinson, yes, sir. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Oh, this was, so when the Arizona governor was doing the certificate of ascertainment, you can click this if you want. It's just like a quick video that we can watch this. It's like 20 seconds or whatever. Let me know once you click this, 43 seconds.
Clicked it.
Got it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Timing of a cell phone ring played out Monday as if it was a TV political drama. Governor Ducey's cell phone has a special Hail to the Chief ringtone when the White House calls him. And it just so happened as the governor was preparing to sign certification documents of the election that would declare Joe Biden the winner, listen closely. He gets a phone call. The faint sound of Hail to the Chief can be heard. Ducey didn't take the call, and with his signature, affirmed he's rejecting Trump's ever more aggressive attempts to stall certification of elections in swing states. Later in the day,
again, and the video there, yeah, just Trump is like literally making phone calls to people to try to get them to like not sign off on their electoral votes and shit.
That does seem like it plays out like it's television for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy. We don't have to do this next session. Many doubted the alternate electors' legitimacy. Like a lot of the electors themselves,
What does that mean?
basically a lot of the electors themselves weren't sure if it was legal or not. I think I've got a video later on where a lot of them
wonder
felt
if
like
I
they've
will
been
be-
misled by the campaign because the campaign was telling some of them that it's all on the up and up. And they were like, well, we thought that this was fine. We didn't know because like people like Chesebro or, people in Trump's campaign were just lying to us. It's basically them complaining about that. These are the electors. So these are the people that actually signed those false certificates. You've got beneath this, there's a section called the coup memos from Eastman. They're referred to as the coup memos. Obviously, he didn't call them that. But if you click on the one from December 23rd and you click on the one from January 3rd, you can literally read out like none of this is like conspiratorial or like, well, maybe they said this. Like all of this is like in emails like sent to each other. So for instance, if you look at the like the first memo, for instance, the one on December 23rd, if you go to page 2, like he has here, like, here's the scenario that we propose. 1, VP Pence presiding over the joint session begins to open and counts the ballots, starting with Alabama, without conceding that the procedure specified by the Electoral Count Act, the ECA, of going through the states alphabetically is required. When he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so he's going to defer the decision on that until further finishing the other states. This would be the first break with the procedures set out in the Act. At the end, he announces that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. That means that the total number of electors appointed, the language of the 12th Amendment, is 454. This reading of the 12th Amendment has also been advanced by Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe here. And then he tries to quote some other wacky law dude who's like, oh, I think that we would know what would happen if there weren't enough electors, basically. There are at this point 232 votes for Trump, 222 votes for Biden. Pence then gavels President Trump as reelected. The fourth part here is howls, of course, from the Democrats, who now claim, contrary to Tribe's prior position, Tribe being the law professor, that 270 is required. So Pence says, fine, pursuant to the 12th Amendment, no candidate has achieved the necessary majority. That sends the matter to the House, where the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. Republicans currently control 26 of the state delegations. The bare majority needed to win that vote. President Trump is reelected there as well. But you could, all of this is like laid
There's
out.
more Republican states.
Yeah, exactly.
California would then be 1 vote. It's
Yeah.
They have,
this
like-
fucking written out in email. This is nuts, dude. What the fuck?
They have like plan B, C, D, E. They have all the plans lined
How,
up.
I have a question. How exactly did what was the proposal process or communication process like for the Trump campaign to get these false electorates in each state to do what they wanted? Like, what was that process like?
That kind of was in the section I skipped. Many doubted the alternate elector's legitimacy. Well, and it was in the one that I read a little bit before. Basically, what the Trump campaign started to do is they started to make calls in these states to try to find people who would volunteer to be like the electors. So they're looking for, I think, like people that had worked in government or people that worked ostensibly like with the Republican parties in these states to basically show up and sign and say like, I'm an elector from the Republican state legislature. I attest to voting for Donald Trump or whatever. It was basically just the campaign reaching out to and trying to find a bunch of people. Yeah.
Okay. How many people were involved in this then? I mean, it seems like it's a pretty wide-reaching.
If you go under Donald Trump's direct involvement, it says that Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller, Meadows and Miller began to work together the 79 needed Republican electors on the November ballot in the 7 states they plan to have transmit false elector votes to Congress. So it was 79 different electors that they had contacted to get together in all of these states to do everything. Yeah.
Okay, so 79 electors, and then at the top you have like Trump, Jason Miller, Eastman. That's basically the main guys.
Yeah, and everybody basically involved in like the Trump. So as the president of the United States, you have a lot of resources available to you. You've got like the Office of Legal Counsel, your Department of Justice. These are kind of like all your like official people. But then Trump had his own people on the side that he was using to kind of farm all the crazy conspiracy stuff. So that would be people, anytime you hear the name Giuliani, Eastman, and Powell, and Chesbro, these are like the wacky, crazy side people. They're not part of the White House. They're not part of the government. These are just like Donald Trump's like crazy dudes that he has that are basically like doing this kind of like bidding for him, if that makes any sense.
Jason Miller was a member of, he was like chief of staff or something, right?
Mark Meadows was his chief of staff, yes. But he's like pretty clearly operating as like kind of just Trump's like personal bitch here. He's not like, it doesn't seem like he's not performing like official White House duties, basically.
I know this name Jason Miller. Who the fuck was this guy?
So you're just living with 2 women? Are we gonna acknowledge that?
They're just,
Like,
I don't know. They're just,
it's 9 p.m. and you just got 2
they
ladies
wander
walking
around in
around?
the background. I don't know what they're doing back there. Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
hold on.
men are talking.
They escaped.
I'm an elector from the Republican, like with your dude who's like Twitter account.
Oh, they're just out in the background. It's not like...
And it was in the like so
Chief of
makes any sense. That he's not part of the White House, they're not
Oh,
part of
no.
the government. These
Yeah.
are just like Donald Trump's like crazy
All
dudes,
group of people walk by.
that he has that are basically doing his kind of like bidding.
He was like chief of
Clearly operating as like Mark Meadows was his chief of staff, yes, but he's like pretty clearly operating as like kind of just Trump's like personal bitch here. He's not like, it doesn't seem like he's not performing like official White House duties, basically.
I know this name Jason Miller. Who the fuck was this guy?
So you're just living with 2 women? Are we gonna acknowledge that?
They're just,
Like,
I don't know. They're just,
it's 9 p.m. and you just got 2
they
ladies
wander
walking
around in the background. I don't know what they're doing back there. Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
hold on.
men are talking.
They escaped.
Do not
Tom's
go to his
basement.
apartment. Do not go to his apartment.
Okay. Scrolling down. Okay, we're blazing through this. Okay. Okay. Past the coup memos. Oh yeah, Eastman. I think it might be disbarred. His license has already been suspended. I think he's on his way to disbarment. Pressuring Mike Pence. On January 2nd, Pence went over the procedures of the certification of the election as set out in the Electoral Count Act with his counsel, Greg Jacob, Chief of Staff Mark Short, and the Trump campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan. Mark gave a statement to CNN intending to clarify that the vice president does not have the power to unilaterally change the election outcome, attempting to clarify as concisely as possible to the public as to the role of the vice president on January 6th, and that only lawful objections to the election should be entertained. On that same day, on Steve Bannon's show, Bannon's War Room, they went live with an episode featuring Rudy Giuliani, Trump campaign strategic advisor Boris Epshteyn, and John Eastman. So I won't make you watch this, but like you can click at whatever point. But like this is just like basically it's a Steve Bannon show. Remember that's the Breitbart guy who worked for the Trump campaign before. He's been pardoned by Trump. So Giuliani, Eastman are on the show, and they repeated many of the same false claims, both about voter fraud existing across multiple states, and Eastman continued to falsely assert that Pence has the authority to contravene the Electoral Count Act and subvert the expected process on January 6th to certify the election. He also claims that Congress can make a decision on their own. Can make a decision on their own about which slates of electors to accept, hoping that the states will accept all the Republican slates due to the false claims that they were continuing to push concerning voter fraud. Eastman said that the outcome of the election comes down to the courage and spine of Mike Pence. In his January 3rd memo, where Eastman goes over several ways for Trump to remain president, he makes it clear that the only way Trump can possibly steal the election is if Pence acts in a way contrary to the ECA. So Pence has to break the law of the Electoral Count Act in order to make this plot work.
No, he has to do the right thing.
Yeah, true. On January 4th, Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence to pressure him to throw out the election.
Wait,
Go ahead.
hold
Yep.
on. They're being, where are they very clear about like when you have this written out here, Eastman goes over several ways for Trump to remain president.
Mhm.
It makes clear that the only way Trump can possibly steal the election is if Pence acts in ways contrary to the ECA. That's written in the memo. You had open earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one we brought up because they were saying he needs to basically say
That's
fuck
like
the
the 6
ECA.
points. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want, here, trying not to bore you too much with the legalese stuff, but so open this thing and you can see the January 6th memo.
Yeah.
So scroll down here and on the PDF, go to page 4.
Okay.
And you see this thing called Wargaming the Alternative. Or no, wait. I'm sorry, hold on. Actually, scroll up. Fuck, hold on, let me read this. Go to part 2 basically. Okay, it's like at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3, kind of part 2.
Okay, yep.
So it's kind of confusing the way that they're saying this, but 2 is the constitutional and statutory process for opening and counting of electoral votes. A, the 12th Amendment provides that the President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates and the votes shall then be counted. 1, this is very solid legal authority and historical precedent for the view that the President of the Senate does the counting, including the resolution of disputed electoral votes. And all the members of Congress can do is watch. Now, it's weird, but okay. Civics, okay? We have 3 branches of government, okay? We've got the executive, which is the president. You've got the legislative, which is Congress. And then you've got the Supreme Court, which is the Supreme Court, right? The courts, right? There's a thing that powers all 3 of these branches called the Constitution, okay? Sometimes people say like constitutional law or the law of the Constitution. Well, it's kind of true. The constitution does not sit on the same level as the laws passed by Congress. It powers the Congress, okay? The Constitution is always the supreme law of the land. So whenever he's referencing in here things like the 12th Amendment, what he's saying, and it sounds like, oh, the 12th Amendment, what he's saying is, I think that this law passed by Congress isn't allowed. I think that if it got challenged in the Supreme Court, they would say that this law is unconstitutional because of the 12th Amendment.
Amendment is the Constitution.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
But when he's alluding to the 12th Amendment here, he's trying to say that I don't think the Electoral Count Act, I don't think that's a legal law. I think that the 12th Amendment would overrule it. But that's just his opinion. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that. He's just saying it, right? And then that's
I
why
don't believe in this constitutional amendment.
well, not the constitutional amendment. He's saying he doesn't believe in this law passed by Congress, basically. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why you see here, and like in B in the next section, it says the Electoral Count Act of 1887, which is likely unconstitutional, provides, and then that's what he goes through here. But basically, that
1887.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, we've used this for a long, long, long time. Yeah. And then if you go down to part 3, where it says wargaming the alternatives, here's where he goes through like, well, this is what happens if like Pence doesn't play ball with us, basically, right? Hold on.
And this was sent out via email, right?
Yes, these memos are all like published by them. They don't deny any of that. This is all like open stuff. Yeah. So wargaming the alternatives. VP Pence opens the ballots, counts those certified by the state executives, and does not receive any objections, meeting the requirements of the Electoral Count Act. Then that would mean that Biden wins. B, Vice President Pence opens the ballots. He receives objections to the 7 states with multiple ballots. The 2 bodies adjourn to their separate chambers and decide which slate of electors to count. Subsection 1, the House votes to count the Biden slate. The Senate votes to count the Biden slate as well. Depending on Georgia election, only 1 of 3 Republicans voting Democrats would yield the result. Then Biden would win. Or subsection 2, the House votes to count the Biden slate. The Senate votes to count the Trump slate under the Electoral Count Act. Because the 2 houses do not agree, the slate certified by the executive prevails. Biden wins, so that's following the law, the Electoral Count Act. And then subsection 3, the House votes to count the Biden slate. There's a filibuster in the Senate, contrary to the time limits of the Electoral Count Act. The standoff until the filibuster ends by a cloture vote, which would only take 10 to 12 Republican senators to accomplish. After the cloture vote, either section 1 or 2 above, then Biden wins, okay? And then for section C, I won't read through all of these verses. So the VP Pence opens the ballots. He determines on his own, which is valid, asserting that the authority to make that determination under the 12th Amendment and the Adams and Jefferson proceedings is his alone. Everything in the Electoral Count Act to the contrary is therefore unconstitutional. So he has to break that law. And then he goes through like how that could turn out here. And obviously in all 3 cases here, Trump wins. Subsection 1, state legislature, blah, 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 Trump wins. Subsection 2, Trump wins. Subsection 3, Trump wins. So basically, yeah. So they're saying that like basically in order to, we want Pence to break this law here because it'll help Trump. It'll be the way that Trump is guaranteed to win the outcome of this, right?
Yeah, like any way it goes through officially, basically what they're saying in a reality where they act how they've acted for however long.
150 years. Yeah.
Biden wins. But if Trump, or sorry, not if Trump, if Pence does this one thing, Trump wins, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, and C is specifically saying like this is illegal.
Yeah. Well, anything that references the 12th Amendment is illegal. They're just saying that what they're really saying is that if the Supreme Court were to look at this, the Supreme Court would agree with us and say that that law is illegal, actually. So even though we're breaking that law, we think that law is unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court would agree with us, is what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Whew, okay. Let's see. On the night of, where were we? There was the Bannon's War Room thing. Pence is the authority.
I want to know,
yeah.
You said on January 4th, Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence.
Yes.
To pressure him to throw out the election. I think that's where we were. How do we know that meeting happened?
Multiple people give testimony to it. There's just a lot of, the thing is, so one of the things I say on stream all the time is that you can't hide huge conspiracies. The idea that hundreds or thousands of people are involved, it's not feasible. This is that kind of conspiracy. You just can't hide it. Like, remember, every time Pence is talking to somebody, like he's talking to his legal counsel afterwards.
Where's that allegation coming from?
For which thing?
The thing is, like, I agree with what you're saying on like a basic level, and I think you're probably right. I just think that if you're going to present this, you're going to need to have like these 12 people all said this meeting happened.
On January 4th, Trump began to ramp up public. Oh no. Where does it say he had a
on
meeting
January
with,
4th, Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence to pressure him to throw out the election.
Who are the people saying he had a meeting?
Okay, I'll add that. I'll add a link to that in there. Testimony.
Do you ever discuss what Trump's response to all this was?
Trump's response was to go to the Supreme Court and say he needs absolute immunity from criminal actions unless he's been impeached for it first. That's been Trump's response to all of this.
We'll get to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, where are we at during the meeting?
Are you showing us all this stuff, basically trying to find the best way to present your arguments to kind of a more like layman audience like us, like guys who aren't super into politics typically? Is that kind of
yeah,
like,
basically, because there's like, well, you're not retarded, but there's a lot here, and there's like a lot of there's like this could be like 5 times longer, right? The J6 committee report, just on their report on everything that happened, is like 800 pages long. So I've cut out a ton, and I'm trying to be like, and even from this, if I were to make like a 10 or 20 minute video on this or 30-minute video, I have to cut out even a lot of this. So I'm just trying to see what's the most compelling or what's like, does it like, who cares about this or whatever, right?
yeah, gotcha.
Okay. On the night of January 4th, Trump began to ramp up the public pressure against Pence, calling for him to come through for us in a Georgia rally. So there's a breakout here. Donald Trump in a January 4th rally in 2021. Quote, I think a lot of you despise them. As you know, there's nothing the radical Democrats will not do to get power that they so desperately crave, even the outright stealing of elections like they're trying to do with us. We're not going to let it happen over the pass. And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us. I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much. No, Mike is a great guy. He's a wonderful man and a smart man and a man that I like a lot, but he's going to have a lot to say about it. One thing with him, you're going to get straight shots. He's going to call it straight. And you can click that link if you want later. You can watch it. It's just Trump speaking at a rally. On January 5th, another meeting was between Eastman and Greg Jacob and Mark Short. Jacob recorded Eastman's request that the vice president needed to unilaterally reject the electors. Trump made multiple tweets that morning, one claiming that 2 senators would join in his plot in the Senate to stop the steal, another claiming that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors, applying more pressure to Pence. At Trump's request, him and Pence had another meeting that same day. Although the J6 committee was unable to inquire about the exact details of the meeting, Mark Short seems to suggest that it was concerning Trump requesting Pence once again toss the votes during the certification. That night, in response to a New York Times article leaking the earlier conversation, Donald Trump put out a statement containing multiple lies, the principal one being that him and Pence were in total agreement about what Pence could do on January 6th. I think this is a tweet that includes a statement by Donald Trump. Mike Pence has an interview that he gave on Fox News, kind of talking about all this stuff going on. He says, I had no right to overturn the election, and despite the fact that President Trump is continuing to insist that over the last 2.5 years, I want people to know that I stood strong on the Constitution that day by God's grace, and I always will. All they asked you to do was to just take a pause that day. I say that's completely false, and it's contrary to American history, to our Constitution, to the laws of this country. I never considered it, Martha. Look, the first time when I heard the speculation that I, as the vice president, had the authority to overturn the election by returning or rejecting votes, I frankly dismissed it out of hand. Look, the founder, blah, 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 blah. I was clear to Trump.
This is all a clip of him on Fox News saying?
Yeah, you can click the Fox News link, and you can just hear him. He's just saying all of this. It's an open interview, yeah. Okay. But let's be clear on the point. It wasn't just that they asked for a pause. The president specifically asked me, and his gaggle of crackpot lawyers asked me, to literally reject votes, which would have resulted in the issue being turned over to the House of Representatives, and literally chaos would have ensued. So, Martha, people can read the indictment, and frankly, I said before, I hope they did not come to this point. I don't know if the government can meet the standard, the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt for criminal charges, but the American people deserve to know that President Trump and his advisors didn't just ask me to pause. They asked me to reject votes, return votes, essentially to overturn the election, to keep faith with the oath that I made to the American people and the Almighty God. I rejected that out of hand, and I did my duty that day. That's Pence in an interview in 2023, August 2nd. Okay. That same night,
The electric fence.
Yeah, I think this is on January 5th. That same night, Steve Bannon went live with another episode of The War Room, applying even greater pressure to Pence while claiming, quote, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's going to be quick. It's the fog of war, end quote. Bannon also discussed putting Senator Grassley's number on the screen and suggested they encourage users at thedonald.win to contact the senator. Pence ultimately carried out his constitutional duty as vice president and certified the vote for Biden on January 6th. Okay. Okay, here, listen. We don't have to do J6. I'll just do these last 2 sections and I'll catch up. We'll see where we're at, okay? All right. The next section is pressuring the Attorney General for false election claims. So under Barr's final days, President Trump began making claims of voter fraud on the same night of the election before all the ballots had even been counted. On November 9th, 2 days after Biden was declared the winner, Barr authorized widespread investigations by the DOJ and the FBI into allegations of voter fraud. On November 23rd, Trump had a meeting with Barr trying to figure out why the DOJ didn't have any strong cases yet for voter fraud, with Barr explaining that all of the accusations that had been made were without merit. On November 29th, Trump falsely claimed on Fox News that the FBI and DOJ were missing in action and that he would stay out of it despite him interviewing interfering at multiple levels of federal and state government in investigations into voter fraud. On December 1st, Barr invited an AP reporter for an interview about the ongoing DOJ and FBI investigations, stating that they'd found absolutely nothing credible up to that point. Trump fought with Barr over the following 2 weeks, desperately attempting to get him to substantiate any kind of voter fraud, repeating the same false claims to Barr that he had been over the last month. Nothing was ever substantiated, with Barr eventually turning in his resignation on December 14th. You can read the just 2 excerpts from Barr's deposition. And in that context, I made clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it. And that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, I believe you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election. Good. Fuck that guy. This next section here is, Clark is introduced to Donald Trump. On December 15th, Trump had a meeting with his new acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, and his new Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue, and then a bunch of other, a couple lawyer people, Pat Cipollone, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, other people. This meeting was largely focused on a report on the Dominion machine fraud by the Allied Security Operations Group, which Barr had the DOJ investigate and found no evidence supporting. I won't go into all of this, but there's this group called ASOG. This report is a joke for 50 billion different reasons. If I have to get into that in the future, I can. But Barr and the DOJ had already looked into this, and all of it was bullshit. On December 22nd, Representative Scott Perry introduced Donald Trump to Jeffrey Clark, the acting head of the Civil Division and head of the Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. Environmental law, basically. On December 24th, Trump mentioned Clark's name to Rosen, which was his attorney general, which Rosen felt was strange because he had no idea why Trump would be communicating with Clark, and Clark communicating with Trump would be against the DOJ policies. So you've got the president, you've got his attorney general, and the president shouldn't really be going into the
cock and his balls
and, talking to people in the DOJ. It's an egregious breach
head
of norms, and it's a violation of department policies.
Sure.
For obvious reasons. You don't want the president going in and talking to underlings, telling them what to do. It would undermine the Department of Justice, right?
Who even is this random guy?
But
I've never even heard of this role before.
Pick who's in the Department of Justice?
The President of the United States, with the authority granted the Constitution, is allowed to choose his officers, who are the head members of the offices that he has. The Department of Justice is one such office. He can pick the head, but then that guy, those people, depending on how Congress says, they fill out the department. So he doesn't pick every single person. He just picks the officer, and sometimes
beat the shit out of him.
It's silly, but generally they do all that. What did you say, Tom?
Just who is this random fucker? I've never even heard of this role.
Yeah,
why
that's
is he talking to this.
Sure, that's
guy?
what. Good question. That's what Clark and Donahue are wondering. I don't know why the fuck you're talking to this random dude. It's because Rick Perry, basically a guy in Congress, introduced him to Trump because Clark seemed like a cool guy that would play ball. We'll get to that. This is coming up here. On the 27th, President Trump had another phone call with Rosen and Donahue, in which he continued to make false claim after false claim, with Donahue debunking each and every claim. The Georgia claims about Ruby, the Pennsylvania claims of the 205,000 supposed additional votes, the ASOG report, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, during this phone call, Rosen said to Trump that he needed to understand, quote, understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. Trump responded to Rosen saying, quote, I don't expect you to do that. Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman, end quote.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So Donahue explained in his deposition that this was an exact quote from the president. So this is a deposition that Donahue's given, under oath. This was an exact quote from the president. He attests to this. Trump brought up that people had told him that Jeffrey Clark is great and that he should put him in, laying the groundwork for the events to come. So again, Trump is bringing up Clark to Donahue and Rosen. On December 28th, so we're about a week and a half out from January 6th. On December 28th, Clark had Ken Kolowski, who was a senior counsel under Clark in the DOJ Civil Division, draft a letter to the Georgia governor and legislature alleging that the DOJ had, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia, end quote. Everything in the letter, however, was a lie. The DOJ had zero reason to suspect any voter fraud at this point in time, and every investigation thus far had been a dead end. Clark emailed Rosen and Donahue asking for a promotion so his title would look more authoritative on the letter, as well as requesting both of them to sign a letter. So you can click here that Clark emailed, and you can see this is the email that he sent from Jeffrey Clark, Jeff and Rich. One, Hey, I'd like to have your authorization to get a classified briefing over some voter fraud stuff. 2, attaches a draft letter concerning the broader topic of election irregularities of any kind. The concept is to send it to the governor, speaker, and president pro tem of each relevant state to indicate that in light of the time urgency and sworn evidence of election irregularities presented to courts and to legislative committees, the legislatures thereof should each assemble and make a decision about elector appointment in light of their deliberation. I set it up for signature by the 3 of us. I think we should try to get out as soon as possible. Personally, I see no valid downsides to sending out this letter. I put it together quickly and would want to do a formal site check before sending, but I don't think we should let unnecessary moss grow on this. As a small matter, I left open me signing it as the AA Attorney General, which I think stands for, it's like the underneath the Deputy Attorney General or something. After
Acting Attorney General.
No, not acting. It's something else. It's like you've got the Attorney General, you've got the Deputy Attorney General, and then you've got the it's like the Assistant Attorney General. So he would be the Acting Assistant Attorney General is what he would be.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's saying like, oh yeah, like if you promote me, yeah, you can designate me as the acting AAG of civil under the titles and all civil opinion, blah, 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 blah. But that was that. Jeffrey Clark, you can click just to, underneath this, you've got Donahue responded. If you click that responded, you can see their responses to him. You can see from Jeffrey Rosen, he says, Rich, thanks for responding to this earlier. I confirmed again today that I am not prepared to sign such a letter. You can also see the email from Richard Donahue to Jeffrey Clark saying to Jeff, I have only had a few moments to review this draft letter, and obviously there is a lot raised there that would have to be thoroughly researched and discussed. That said, there is no chance that I would sign this letter or anything remotely like this. While it may be true that the department is investigating various irregularities in the 2020 election for president, something we typically would not state publicly, the investigations that I'm aware of relate to suspicions of misconduct that are at such a small scale they would simply not impact the outcome of the presidential election. AG Barr made that clear to the he basically just goes through like roasting Clark in this email back to him, saying that like, yeah, would never ever, yeah.
Never ever, yeah.
Over the following days, Clark continues to speak with Trump against department policy, as well as Donahue and Rosen, eventually making it clear that Trump wants to appoint him to being the acting attorney general, replacing Rosen, as Rosen was unwilling to co-sign Trump's fraud, while Clark was willing to play ball. Okay, and then there's the last section of this. With tensions building in the White House between Trump and his DOJ, events would finally culminate in a dramatic meeting in the Oval Office on January 3rd. Rosen requested a meeting at 6:15 p.m. with Donald Trump through Mark Meadows on the 3rd. Before the meeting, Rosen and Donahue, your two heads of your DOJ, discussed the potential leadership changes in the DOJ with Cipollone and Pat Philbin, who both opposed the change in leadership. Rosen and Donahue had previously had a conference call where almost every assistant attorney general agreed that they would resign if Rosen were removed from office and replaced with Clark. They went to the meeting in the Oval Office. They had an argument. Clark made an impassioned argument for why he should be made the new attorney general, but every person present in the room confirmed to Trump they would resign, along with hundreds of others in the DOJ, if Trump actually appointed him to the role. Ultimately, Trump was too scared by the threat of mass resignations to push through with Clark's appointment, despite Clark's pleas otherwise. Basically, it was like it was a huge event where Donald Trump was going to kick out his attorney general and throw in Clark, this like environmental dude, because he was willing to sign this letter and send it out to all the states to try to get the states to flip their electoral votes because of the voter fraud.
He was willing to do what
Rosen and Donahue wouldn't, basically.
Yeah, what Rosen wouldn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, he found some random member of government that he could put in that would do what he wanted.
Correct.
Is it his? Now, sorry, I just want to ask: is it his? As president, he can kick the guy out and replace him if he wants, right?
Correct. He could theoretically. He can fire and hire anybody he wants.
Now, is the reason they wanted to resign because they thought that him being in the role was retarded? Did they know Trump was planning?
Everybody knew what Trump was planning to do because, again, none of this is a secret. Everybody knows what's going on. So they talked to a lot of people beforehand, and basically half the DOJ was like, all of the assistant attorney generals were like, yeah, if you send this guy in, like, we're all quitting. This is insane. Everybody.
They're quitting their job.
Yes.
Like they're choosing to lose their job.
They would all resign.
Government.
Yes.
And that's because they are just like so opposed to what's going on?
Because they know that Trump is doing this essentially just to have Clark send out lies from the DOJ. Trump wants the Department of Justice to lie to all the states and say, hey, we found really good evidence of voter fraud. You guys should like hold off on your elections.
Not true.
Correct. This is what Barr kind of resigned over. And yeah. Well,
so they're wanting to drop out. So they're wanting to like resign. Like, if you could speak to like motivation, is it because it like goes against their I don't know. Is it the word morality, ethics around being a part of the DOJ? Would they have?
They probably would have lost their jobs inevitably had he done this also.
Maybe, yeah. Or
why would they
have
lost their jobs when he's making the decision?
Why?
to approve?
I think the people just want I think the people just don't want to be part of the Department of Justice being used to essentially coup the government. They don't want to be a part of a huge lie fabricated by the Department of Justice saying that they've got like good evidence for voter fraud. Nobody wants to be a part of that. And if Trump is going to keep moving through employees until he finds somebody who wants to do his bidding, they don't want to be a part of it. So they're threatening to quit.
Yeah, they're essentially saying, Tom, like if you like, we know this is not true, and if you fire this guy and put in this guy who's going to willingly push a lie, we all quit. We don't want to be.
I understand that they want to quit. I understand, like, from Trump's perspective. I'm just trying to figure out because, like, that's like, it's a lot of people.
Yes,
right?
it was
a lot of people
yeah.
at the DOJ. Like,
and this is
like
confirmed.
Quitting a job that like is hard to get to.
Yeah.
And this is confirmed because these people say this meeting happened.
There's so much there's a lot of funny
It's
stuff
all
here.
testimony, though, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but there's like so many different people that testify. So one of the guys, Hirschman, is a lawyer who is just kind of an asshole, I guess. But like he's talking about how, as part of this meeting, he's like laying into this Jeffrey Clark dude because Clark he's like an environmental lawyer. If anybody has Hirschman's testimony, we can read some of it. But he's basically saying like, listen, if there's like a fucking oil spill, we'll call you, but you have no idea what you're doing here. Why the fuck would you be ahead of the? Why would you ever be the head of the DOJ? You have no idea. You've never done a criminal like thing in your entire life.
Not just
I know this
trust me, bro.
document's super
I'm
long,
good.
but I think it would be good to have like a quote from him or a quote from like at least like
Yeah,
you
you
get
can
quotes from like a
definitely
few
have
people who
emails
were in that
from
meeting to
them.
talk about what went down. You know.
Good point.
Sure, I'll add that.
Well, also, like, depending on how long you want the video to be, like, first off, you can also link people this document that you're reading, you know, that you're guiding us through.
Sure.
So people can look through all these sources themselves. But also, you don't also have to verbally say everything. Like, you can put the testimony or quotes on screen if you want to save time that way, too. Like,
Yeah,
just
sure.
in terms of
That's
the
true.
overall length.
But I think for everything that you say with like specific events like this, you should have, let's say you're making it into a video essay, okay? You should have at least one specific sort of like moment that shows that happened, because if you don't, it's very easy to say like that didn't happen. Obviously, to an extent, there's going to be a lot of people who are unwilling to hear it and are going to be like,
Sure.
well, that person lied, that person lied, that person lied, Trump's based or whatever. But I think like at least having more proof for each claim in however you present it will help like people who aren't sort of
Yeah, sure.
brain-rotted, for lack of a better term, you know.
Yeah, I agree
Is
with
the
that.
end
Okay.
game for this project like a video essay?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not entirely 100% sure what it'll look like yet, but yeah.
Okay.
If you want, I linked a PDF. If you go to page like 192. So Hirschman was one of the people present at this meeting. I just read like a little bit from him. Remember, every deposition that's linked, every deposition is done under oath. All of these things are done under oath. This isn't just like conversation.
Whoa, what the hell, guys?
You could be held
Jesus, someone just take the
criminally
airport,
liable for obstruction of
please.
justice, whatever.
Oh, I'm so
question
sorry,
from
guys.
the
I
interviewer.
I realize what you guys want. You're
or
thirsty.
The deposer. I know we're running out of time before you have to leave for a flight, so I'd like to return to Jeffrey Clark's story. So rather than me asking you a lot of detailed questions, why don't you just sort of start with, what's your understanding of how Jeffrey Clark came to the president's attention? I don't know who, or answer, I don't know who brought him in. Someone said at one point that it was Representative Perry, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. I got a call. I was sitting on a plane flying back from Texas to D.C., and Jeff Rosen called me and said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm on a plane. What's up?" He said, "When are you going to be back?" And I said, "In 4 hours." And he was like, "It's going to be too late." It's like, what are you talking about? There's a meeting with Jeff Clark. And I never met Jeff Clark. And I said, where? He said, Oval. I said, okay, relax. He goes, you've got to get back. So I remember calling Molly. I may have gone even into the bathroom on the plane because at that point, I don't remember if the doors were closed or not. I think barring it being Jeff, I'd say, gee, I wouldn't have answered. I said, Molly, there's a meeting? She said, yes. I said, just stall it until I get there. I'm supposed to land at this time. I landed. I called Molly and I said, okay, I landed. And I came. I flew into Dulles or whatever. And I took a car over to the White House. And when I got there, we met. I went up to Pat Cipolloni's office. Jeff was there. Rich Donahue was there. Steve Angle, Pat Cipollone, and Pat Filmed. And I got a general discussion as to what Jeffrey Clark was proposing. And I was like, okay, don't worry about it. This is never happening. Question, what is he proposing? Answer, that he become acting attorney general. I lost you guys, by the way. He would become acting attorney general, and I think I had known of the name that he was some civil person at the DOJ dealing with environmental something like that. And we went down to the Oval. I think Philbin was sitting on the far, facing the president. Phil was on the far right, and I think it was me, and then Rosen was to my left. And I remember Steve Angle being all the way to the far end, and Donahue was initially not in the meeting. And Jeff Clark was making a play that he was to be put in charge of the DOJ and become acting attorney general. And that if he got that, he would take certain steps. At one point, I said to the president, you know, Rich Donahue, he's here. And I don't remember if I suggested that Rich come in, but he said, get Rich to come in. And somebody went out and they brought Rich into the meeting, and he sat like in between people on the couch and behind whatever. And Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine. So I teased a little bit by Jeff or Rich afterward, or so I got teased a little bit by Jeff or Rich afterwards, that I know they testified before the Senate committee and said Eric was, you know, extremely aggressive and he's trying to be polite about it. This is Eric Hirschman. That's him doing the testimony. He's saying that Rich and Jeff were saying that he was being aggressive. Yeah, it was. I did not think that Jeff Clark remotely was qualified to become Attorney General. And I thought this was like his lifelong dream to have this opportunity. And he was making a pitch. And every time he would get clobbered over the head, he would say like, you know, call to order. You know, you're the president. It's your decision. You get the chance to make this decision. And you've heard everybody and you can make the determination. And then we jump back in and, you know, really clobber him. And at one point, I remember saying, let me walk through. Jeff, what do you want to do? And I cross-examined him in front of the president as to what his strategy was. And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, fucking asshole, congratulations. You just admitted your first step or act you would take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 68. You're clearly the right candidate for this job. And then, and he was, and it was clear, I mean, everybody was on his case. The guy had never been before a grand jury, let alone having any idea how a criminal case would be prosecuted. And you know, the people at the DOJ people said that they would quit if he got the role. It went on for a while, and Jeff would keep coming back and trying to get the president to consider it. And the president at the end, you know, kept on saying, listening to Jeff. And then the second Jeff would call, I forget what term he was using, like, you know, a call to order or something, you know, to get a vote. Was it call the question? Call the question. Sorry, I couldn't remember the term. And it was just like, what are you talking about? Where are you? And later on, you know, I made fun of Bill Cipollone and Steve Engel. I said to them, what's up with Kirkland and Ellis? I get you three guys, you know, Jeff Rosen and Bill Barr. And then I get, you know, this lunatic. And you know, others that all had gone through Kirkland and Ellis, I said, you're either a brilliant lawyer or you're in the nut job category. But I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, here's a guy that at a certain point, you know, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is that they both start with E. And based on your answers tonight, I'm not even certain you know that. But it was, I mean, he was completely berated at that point, and I can't even tell you where he got in his head that he should be the acting attorney general. But I mean, the president listened, and it was like, I'm not doing this. There's like a whole, there's so much testimony to people that were in this meeting that like this was just like
that is killer important. That's like that's the shit right there, man.
Sure. Like question on 196, what was he proposing that he would do if he became acting attorney general? It was seizing machining, confiscating voting machines. And he didn't explain how he was going to do that. I said, you're not going to get a search warrant, right? Why don't you tell me how to get a search warrant, Jeff? It'd be nice education for me. I said, I've gotten a few in my professional career. Why don't you walk me through how that process works? And I was like, let me guess, you don't have any fucking idea, do you? And I said, so you'd obviously go to a grand jury, right? You'd obviously have to issue a grand jury subpoena to get a hold of this equipment, right? And I'd go, yeah, okay. And you're going to take it and you're going to hold a press conference and make it all public, right? Yeah. And then you're going to make these articulations, right? I said, well, did anyone ever explain to you Rule 68, right? And then it deteriorated down to, you know, literally, congratulations, you'd be the first AG candidate in history that admits the first act as AG would be to commit a felony. And then Donahue laced into him. He couldn't even find a grand jury. He didn't even know where it was. And Steve Engel he was on an island trying to pitch this idea. But yeah, this is I guess I'd include screenshots or whatever.
This is like a TV show level, like.
Yeah, this is all really super wacky, but it was like so crazy at this point.
Yeah, this guy like did this shit, right? Like this was like an insurrection.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but this is like they're trying to find. Trump is always trying to find people to like sign off on his shit. This is one of the frustrating parts when people are like, well, he had lawyers supporting him. It's like, not really. He just had whoever he could find to support him were the people that would support him.
It's so interesting when you like get into the minutia of like different checks and balances of government and how like along the way every single one would be like no, and then he'd be like, okay, well, what about this way? He'd like try to find some guy to put him in, and they were all like, no, we'll resign. And then he's like, okay, well, now I've got this thing with Pence. Like he's got like all these different
angles that he's hitting.
Any possibility other than like and once again like
it's like the SpongeBob movie where the rally at the Capitol, that's Plan Z.
Basically, yeah. By the time he got there,
Plan A through Y, and then he finally got to Plan Z.
Yeah.
But it's also like if he did believe the election was stolen, let's say he did believe that genuinely. Like all this stuff isn't even like within the bounds of that. Like he's
yes. Okay, so this is one of the big.
The election was stolen. He really knows how to steal an election.
Yeah. We're so far past it being like
He's the expert,
accidentally
dude.
thinks this and he's misunderstanding X, Y, Z.
Then he's senile. Then, like,
Yeah.
I mean, what's the alternative here? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because like all of the accusations he's made, at least that we've seen so far about voter fraud or election integrity, none of them have been verified in such a way that they would reasonably like do what he wanted, like either delay the election or
Yeah.
Right.
The best you have is just usually like one or two people that will fill out an affidavit saying like, I saw like a whole like machine like destroy 1 million ballots or whatever. It's just people filling out some affidavits. There's no strong evidence for any of these cases. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this does a great job of just like being so blatantly malicious.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, to be on Trump's side of this one, you have to believe that somehow every single member of government is lying in unison, and everyone around, not even members of government, everybody's lying in unison, in lockstep.
Well,
What'd you
assuming
say?
that all of his supporters know all of this exact information, then yeah. But I imagine most people probably don't know all the nitty gritty stuff.
Sure.
No, it's not just
No.
government. It's
No.
his guys.
No. What I'm saying is that to believe that there is some conspiracy to keep Trump out of power and that like the election was stolen from him, you have to believe that every single member of government ever like lied. Like,
Yeah. All
the
actively and,
protocols,
like,
everything.
acted against like
And not just the
literally
federal
everything.
government, but the state government, and I guess the people in media and Dominion and the Fox News people that admitted that in
His
court.
own attorney
and,
general.
yeah.
Yeah, they just paid out all that money to Ruby Friedman and Dominion for no reason.
Yeah.
Well, the court is rigged, right? The justice system's rigged, as we know from this, as we can tell clearly. So
Potentially, yeah.
Obviously.
This last thing before the before
Go on, Warren,
yeah,
I
I
wanna
want.
hear what-
Yeah, wait. Let me just do this
there
last
we go.
chunk. Warren, hold that thought, and then this is we won't do January 6th. But this is just like if you scroll down on the next part, the January 6th rally, motivation and purpose of the protest. A lot of people will make this claim that like, well, nobody knew what they were going to protest for, or nobody knew exactly what was happening. Like, people just showed up to have a protest. I just listed, and there are more if you want, but like these are a lot of tweets from Donald Trump leading up to the election. Like it was very obvious what they wanted. It wasn't just supposed to be a protest. Like you can see that he does a lot of the voter fraud claims. He says that this is going to be a huge protest. It's going to be historic. On December 20th, he tweets out the greatest election fraud in the history of our country. He tweets like bullying people, like, oh, this senator is going to challenge the Electoral College. And he says like, other people won't, and he's disappointed in them. Like on the 21st, he says that he's disappointed that Brian Higdon, Wisconsin State Supreme Court Justice, he expresses his anger at him in a ruling against him, despite the fact that Trump endorsed him in his election. He always does this. He's like, I helped this guy win his election. He won't even fucking rule in favor of me or whatever. You can, I won't go through all these. You can click through like all of these tweets are like tweets that are like Donald Trump has made. A lot of them are either still up or they're like on a Wayback Machine. Like all of this is like super open. They start to get pretty egregious if you go down to December 31st. He tweets out 2 different OAN videos. If you want real quick, you can click like this first video.
And
Let me know once you've clicked this and put it to 1.5 times.
Where are we at?
Sorry, scroll down to December 31st, 2020. It's underneath the section of the January 6th rally and then motivation and purpose of the protest.
Okay, ready.
Yeah, so you can set it to 1.5 times. We'll just listen to I think a minute of this, but you can hear. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Trump and his legal team continue to reveal and investigate the irregularities of the 2020 election. President Trump has several avenues to secure his second term. Primarily, the state legislatures have the constitutional authority and responsibility to select the correct electors for their respective states. 7 states had both sets of electors vote on December 14th. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and New Mexico all had Republican electors cast their votes, as well as the Democrat electors. Currently, all 7 of the state secretaries of state have sent the Democrat electors to be counted. The state legislatures have the constitutional responsibility to ensure that the electors sent from their state are correct. The state legislators can effectively overrule the secretaries of state and either select the Republican electors or decertify the Democrat
Okay,
electors.
so pause. We're done that. But this is the electorate plot. It's all laid out right here. She's falsely saying that, well, all the states sent in both sets. They didn't. All the states wanted both sets. That's not true. She's referring to the 7 fake sets that the Trump campaign set in as the alternate sets to the other one, saying that, well, look, at Congress, they can choose the right ones, or the state legislatures can throw out the original ones. This is a retweet by Donald Trump. No, this isn't a retweet. I'm sorry. He just tweeted this video on December 31st. On January 1st, he retweets the same fucking video. He's got, his March for Trump, Stop the Steal, be there, that'll be wild, big protest in D.C., it'll take place on January 6th. Yeah. But I have all that, and then that's so everybody going to this rally. If you were watching any of Trump's Twitter or any of the videos or any of the media, all of you knew, not you guys, but everybody that went here knew exactly what the protest was about, what they were being driven to, that like the election had been stolen, that there was a way that to make either Pence or the state legislatures like choose the right winners, that something could happen on January 6th to make it so that Trump still won. That was on January 5th, one of Trump's last tweets where I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party, are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. Okay. That's all the stuff laid up to before the day of January 6th. Okay. Any questions, concerns, anything of all of this, anything? Yeah, go for it. I think, Warren, I think you were going to say something before, and I cut off. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all right, so it seems like Trump's biggest flaw is his ego. Like this is messed up. So I'm in this predicament where it's like, okay, we have a deeply, deeply flawed candidate, but he is the candidate representing these values. There's really only two, if you take out Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of people in this country that are feeling like in this predicament of what do I do if there's these things that I care about deeply? And I definitely don't want to go with what these people are standing for. And I understand there's like flaws, and thank goodness the founding fathers were able to create this systems of checks and balances that we referred to several times tonight, and that worked. It saved us from ourselves. And so I don't know what to do.
So I would say one thing that this would be my biggest fear. So there's a good speech by Scalia called a parchment guarantee. I won't get into that, I guess, but we have systems, we have a constitution, we have branches of government, but I think at the end of the day, these systems are only as good as the people that staff them. And I don't think we'll probably not go over January 6th tonight unless you guys want to stay longer or whatever. But like up to this point, I think even we've seen, it feels like if one or two people would have broke heavily on this, it's possible that things would look significantly different. The main actor here is Pence. If on January 6th, Pence would have said, I don't think we're going to count these votes, or I'm going to turn this over to the House, there's a huge question in mind of like, okay, well, who the fuck knows what would actually happen at that point? Because there were a lot of Republican senators that were also willing to go along with this plan as well. There were 11 that Donald Trump calls out in all the tweets going up to January 6th.
It would almost certainly go to the courts. Right?
Maybe, but then the question is, but then what? So in the meantime, does Trump remain president? Do you wait until that gets all the way to the Supreme Court to hear it? Do you wait? Because you're on January 6th. This is at this point the certification of the vote. You have no idea what would actually happen up to that point. It's like all of it.
Another question with that is like, let's say it goes to the courts, it goes to the Supreme Court. Who's in the Supreme Court? The people who just said that Trump's immune, right?
Maybe, yeah. And then you've also got the issue that like part of what he said for J.D. Vance, like J.D. Vance is on record saying that I would have supported Trump on January 6th. So it's like pretty clear that Trump is probably picking people this time around that will go along with his crazy plans. And he won't just pick people that he think are strong Republican Party members. He's going to pick people explicitly for who's going to be like a loyalist is what it seems like.
Which is also important to note is that like how many of his former cabinet members are no longer part of his new cabinet, or that he's like ostracized in some way. And I think if you count them up, isn't it like, I don't know how many, there's like 2 or 3 from his former cabinet that are still like with him and everybody else is gone. I think is
maybe I haven't looked through all of those or done that research. Yeah. I know he's like choosing a different vice president and his last attorney general resigned.
Like he's picking people. I mean, I don't know how this would work with people that would run for that are running for Congress and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But he's picking people that wouldn't like check in the system of check and balances, right? They wouldn't check him.
Yeah, it's possible.
That's part of why he picked Vance, right? I think Vance said he would have done the right thing.
That he would have gone along with the J6 stuff, yeah.
Vance
well, that's not what he said explicitly, but that's the implication.
No, I know. I believe he did explicitly say that he would have supported him. I can try to find that quote, but I'm pretty sure he explicitly said.
I think he did say that. I don't know if he explicitly said he was directly asked the question, "Would you have done said this thing?" And then JD Vance basically said yes. I don't know if it was literal yes. It was just like I would have done this and this and this and this, and it's like yeah, you would have done.
He's trying to improve on his position that he was in last time in case things go south again. I mean, you showed us earlier when he wouldn't say that like he
So, like, why don't I have
wouldn't
25
guarantee
here?
like a
Doesn't make
peaceful
sense.
election.
Average
He was
coverage,
talking about
airbase
like
capacity and
the mail-in
supply.
ballots and stuff like that.
Do I
But
have
the
no
response
supply
he
here? Is that
gave
the mean?
obviously wasn't about mail-in ballots
have no
this
supply
time.
here?
Was very similar to his debate performance against Joe Biden. When they asked him if he would accept the results of the election, he gave a very similar answer.
And regarding January 6th, like we spoke a bit about like what those people knew, what they were thinking. It seems to me like most of those people, this is an incredibly in-depth deep dive.
Coverage. Oh, is it coverage of the whole region? Is that the meme?
No, you're good.
No, you're good. We
But like this is, I mean, this is truly remarkable, and so I just want to give you props for this. This is like a level of, and I mean this in a good way, like a level of like autistic detail that it's in the best way.
Sure.
Like, it's truly remarkable.
High
So,
level
but the
autism,
average
probably.
people are not gonna have that. Like,
Yeah.
they're thinking what I was thinking, or what most people, you know, and not that I would agreeing with them, but I think they genuinely thought, okay, we just need to, we don't need to get into that. But but the point is, it's like what you're laying out here. It's important, but I'm not like, I don't know that that's what they have. They definitely don't have that level of detail.
I 1,000,000,000% agree with that. Yeah.
Well, you also made a good point about like being in a predicament where you have a candidate that is based like your candidate for these specific sets of values, but there are other things with this candidate that you like vehemently disagree with. So like what do you do? Do you vote for this candidate because of the values that they represent, or
I think I think the argument Destiny would make, and I think other people would make, is probably that ultimately, while we do live in a two-party system, if any one person tries to, you know, when you vote, you're basically respecting your right to vote, right? That's what we have as American citizens. That's democracy, right? By voting, you're using that right to vote for someone. And by voting for Trump, you know, if you believe everything in his document is true and, you know, you're in Destiny's position, right? You would probably say that because Trump tried to destroy the voting process and overrule your vote anyway, to vote for him in the first place would be, like, retarded.
Yeah. Or that, like, yeah, the Republic, like I think the biggest issue for the Republican Party is they have to be broken out of like the Trump sphere, especially because if you are a traditional conservative, or if you're conservative anyway, Trump doesn't even really represent, like, people, like, even I'll say like Trump is far right, or he's not in terms of policies. He's not actually, like, Trump's policy positions are kind of wacky. They don't even represent like good conservatism in my mind. But
yeah,
I got.
But that's the problem with the two-party system, is that like you end up feeling like you're picking between the lesser of two evils rather than like the perfect ideal candidate. So like I understand why people would still vote for Trump, because they feel that he represents their values.
I understand that. I don't agree with that. The issue right now is not a problem with the two-party system. The issue is that like, even if we had 50 parties, conservatives genuinely really like Donald Trump, because he does have like really good energy. He's fucking hilarious to watch on stage. Like, he works crowds really well. Like he's a funny fucking dude. Like, nobody can deny that. Okay, I've been like obsessively watching like Shane Gillis fucking Trump impersonations for like the past like week, and they're fucking hilarious. Like, nobody can deny that.
Where does that energy come from? It's like he genuinely believes what he's doing, like, even when he's wrong, and that's his biggest fault. He even believes the nonsense when he's wrong. What do you do with a person like that? That's why we saw all these people bailing. It's
a little bit. I think that Trump is a really good salesman, but I think that everything leading up through this and all the little plots and schemes that are going on, I think that Donald Trump knew that he had lost this. I think that because to pursue like really wacky things on the side like this, it just doesn't come across as a person who genuinely believes that like they're in the right and they're going to win. Like, I think we've all seen, if we've watched, I know the commentary people, you've all seen like these like interrogation rooms where some dude like thinks he's correct and he goes in and he does this shit and he just like fucking destroys himself. But like, you never find these like scheming people who think they're in the right. Like, everybody that's scheming and trying to do all these little plans, they know that they fucked up really hard. They always know that they fucked up super hard.
Let's put ourselves in his mind for a second, because he genuinely seems to believe that there is a deep state. He has been put through all these legal
What the fuck?
A recent assassination attempt. There's all
the French state is naval invading Britain. What the hell is going on here?
We've seen this battle ensuing for like 8 years. It's got to wear on a person's psyche to the point where it makes him extremely prone to these things. And then we're listening to him with Elon last night, and he does have his strengths regarding business, regarding economy. And I think that people are weighing these. Everyone's weighing this in their, not everyone, most people are weighing this in their minds who are considering voting for him. People see his faults, but they also say, oh, Elon Musk, things that Elon Musk are saying, deregulation. We need border security. Do I care more about people like issues at the border, or am I going to hang up on the past and then, okay, you're right, the past is too bad. I'm going to overlook everything at the border and I'm going to vote for Kamala.
I think I can understand that. I guess my biggest frustration as somebody that does a lot of like media coverage and reads a lot of autistic shit, and autistically reads a lot of autistic shit, is that if one of the frustrating parts, I guess, from the liberal side is that in terms of like a deep state existing, like every single thing, I think even for what I've read in here, every single thing that Republicans have accused like Democrats of doing insofar as like deep state stuff is actually happening here.
Is actually
and it's like
happening,
all
yeah.
in the open. Like the idea that somebody, that a president would
like the idea that Elon Musk can personally donate $45 million to a campaign, and then, well, not directly to a campaign, it's through the PAC, but then, so he can give $45 million a month, I think, that's recursive, then have Donald Trump come back on the platform, and then also have Donald Trump endorse, like, Teslas as EVs, like...
call a state. That's already...
And then just insert anything you want about Elon Musk and like Twitter in general, like that whole cesspool, but
wildly inappropriate. That you're calling a state election and saying like, I need you to do something about the voter fraud. I need you to find shit that like, how many times has Trump said Biden told his DOJ to investigate me? And here you have Trump firing attorney generals and telling his like attorney generals like, I need you to send this letter out or I'm gonna fucking fire you guys, right? Or like all of the like the fact that Elon Musk bought Twitter, right? This is literally your George Soros figure, right? You've got a foreign billionaire that buys one of the largest social media companies, makes it public and then turns it private or takes it from public to private, right? And then is posting deep fake images of fucking Kamala Harris. We know they're deep fake, but still, holy shit.
I
like,
love Elon, bro.
yeah, I think the issue is that like the frustrating is that like all of the deep state like accusations I feel that like Republicans make to Democrats, like at the end of the day, what do we have? We've got pictures of Hunter Biden's cock, and then we've got like the Hillary emails. And I feel like just in this event in and of itself, there's like so much horrible shit that's already worse than like anything that I've ever been seen like demonstrated by on the Democrat side. Is like very frustrating, I think.
I got a question for you, Warren, when you're done.
Yeah.
You can keep going.
Well, I would just keep in mind, if you feel like you were fighting a corrupt system, you're going to, and this is what I've been thinking about throughout the night, if he genuinely believes that this system is broken, they're going to cheat him, he's going to fight back with everything he can in unethical ways. That's how you slip into a dangerous game.
Yeah.
But then the question would be is like, you probably need some corrective mechanism to make sure that that isn't happening,
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
That would be the people you have around you to tell you like this isn't
system of
actually
checks and
happening.
balances.
But
Thank God it
yeah,
worked.
that's the checks and balance. I mean, it's kind of like YouTube comment section or like feedback from fans if they say like, yo, what the fuck's up with this video sucks or whatever. You have like an
Freedom of
audience that
speech.
tells you what they like, what they don't. I mean, it's a different thing fundamentally, but the point is that like he's appointing people specifically so that they say yes to everything he says so that they don't check him.
Yeah, I mean, like the way like the founders designed the government is with like many members, checks and balances designed to prevent something like this from happening. But ultimately, what Trump wants seemingly is to be like king, quote unquote. You know.
My whole thing,
Well, I
Warren, though,
disagree
is
with
like
that.
some of these people in charge.
Why do you disagree
are
out of
also
curiosity?
Republican. So when you're saying like,
I'll tell you.
Wait here, let Willie do something
sorry.
that organize that. Yeah, go for it. Willie, do your
real
thing.
quick,
here.
the king. Okay. Sorry.
did you say me do my thing? Or
Yeah,
what?
Willie, do yeah. Turkey's having a side combo here. Here, you say your thing, and then Warren can respond to Turkey's question. Go.
Okay, yeah. My whole thing is like, when we're saying that it's like Trump's fighting the deep state, or he has reason to believe, like this cabal is out to get him, and like he's fighting an illegitimate election. It's his own guys saying that he's wrong. So I don't really understand where the whole the entire what's the fucking word? The entire like conspiracy that the election's fake that he's coming up with, and he's saying that it's if his own guys are saying that it's not that way. Like where's he getting that information from?
Yeah, his guys are pointing out that the technical claims about the election fraud is not accurate, but surely you can acknowledge that there's an imbalance in like with the media coverage that we've been seeing.
Sure, but is that a reason to what does that I guess give him a right to like have these meetings to what's the word?
Okay,
like,
with just the attacks that we've seen, whether or not that's because, as Destiny pointed out, Trump is such an out of the box figure. He's not like Bush, previous Republicans. He just came out of nowhere, and we have this kind of, I mean, a lot of people have talked about this over and over, but this system that's just kind of shocked by it, and there's been that conflict. So by pointing out that conflict, surely we can acknowledge that that conflict exists. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying.
And by
about
conflict, you mean the media coverage?
Not just the media coverage. I don't want to like belittle it by just pointing it out as like, oh, the media is unfair to him. It's I think it's the same thing. It's motivating people like Elon Musk to get behind it. He's feeling the same frustrations, unfair attacks. So
I think that one of the things, one of the comparisons that I think a lot is progressives complain a lot about police officers over policing districts that have a lot of crime. And progressives will say things like, well, okay, you send a lot of cops into these districts, of course you're going to find more criminals. That's bullshit. You're artificially inflating the numbers. And there's a reasonable response to that where you say, like, I understand that maybe things like being caught for like possession of marijuana, that might get a little bit inflated, but at the end of the day, we can't send police officers evenly to the entire city. Everybody agrees that would be fucking retarded. Okay? If I got one part of the city that's reporting, 150 homicides a year, I'm not going to send half my police force to go and police middle class and upper class neighborhoods where nothing fucking happens on the hopes that we can bust some rich kids smoking weed to even out our marijuana incarceration, numbers. And I think part of the issue with covering Trump is that if you have a guy who is legitimately doing a lot of crazy shit, and then the media begins covering him more for that crazy shit, very quickly and very easily he can slide into this like, well, look at all this like disproportionate unfair coverage I'm getting, like the disproportionate unfair policing in like high crime districts. Like, yeah, the media is probably coming down really hard on you, but it's also because you're like being exceptionally like fucking wacky. It might be because of the things that you're doing that the media is coming down on you like so much. Yeah.
Partially that, but we could look at the media coverage of the interview with Elon last night. There's nothing to justify the response that I saw today. I made a video about that today, but also this is bigger than just media coverage. Anyways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
I feel like
all
for me,
I'm trying to get at though is real quick. I felt like, and you could correct me if I'm wrong. You were trying to, and just say I'm wrong if I got this, if I don't have this right.
Sure.
I feel like you were saying since the media coverage is super biased against him, and I agree, they went after him for a bunch of stupid shit, like the whole like grab him by the pussy thing. I thought that was a huge waste of time. I don't give a fuck. Or the fact that he like fucked a porn star. I don't care, right? Who cares, right? And they try to make that like a really big deal, sure. But you're using that as like, it feels like a reasoning for why he could have these meetings for like Clark to take over as the DOJ or the Attorney General and stuff like that, to do these illegal acts, to like fight back.
No, I don't mean to indicate that at all. I'm just trying to point out like where that conflict exists and how people are perceiving that conflict. And I would encourage you to watch like the video that I did today pointing out just the response from last night. It's only been one night to see how people, the lens and what Destiny's saying about distributing and actions have consequences. That's absolutely true, but none of that explains just from last night why people describe it in this way. And then I say it is bigger than just the media, meaning all these court cases that we've seen and we've been looking at. I sound like a spokesperson here, but the collusion cases with Russia. I remember when he was elected, my mom was in tears claiming, "Oh, this was a fake election due to Russians on Facebook." She believed that election was meddled with. And
yeah, but like the difference between like that and this to me is like they did that investigation.
Oh, they're
and,
definitely
like,
different.
Okay, yeah, but like
put that aside. Then we've had how many indictments people are, whether or not you agree with that, you have to recognize that people are perceiving this as an effort to destroy someone.
I agree. I agree that the perception can be that, but I think an issue also is that like, where is that perception coming from? So, for instance, if we say, let's say that we agree that the Donald Trump investigation was unfair. Let's say that we agree with that. Let's say that we went through the Dunham report. We don't like some of those FISA warrants. We say that this was all bullshit and that was just unfair. Okay. Trump's response to being what he perceived as being unfairly investigated was he fired Comey over not killing the investigation. He started to bully Jeff Sessions, his attorney general, over because Sessions recused himself from that investigation. He's like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't know if I'm biased or not. Trump went after everybody to try to fire and kill this investigation. If you flip it, well, I mean, like, what are some bullshit investigations that we feel like the Republicans have done? The Hillary email stuff, right? The Benghazi stuff. Like, there weren't even criminal charges that came out of that. But Hillary sat and she did her fucking 12 hours in front of Congress over Benghazi. You know, she cooperated to as much as she could in providing as much as she could to all of the investigators for the email shit. And these are things that are still to this day, like, attacks used by conservatives about, the Democrats, like Hillary's emails and all this shit. It's like there wasn't even a criminal charge there. But then you look at like criminal convictions that Donald Trump has and be like, well, these were unfair. And it's like, wait, what? And then you get, and then it's hard because then you run up to this talking about, well, the perception is that it's so unfair. And it's like, well, what if he just did do a lot of bad things and now he's being held accountable?
No, you're absolutely right. So I'm not trying to go into the minutia of those cases or even claim that they are unfair. That's why I'm trying to take the larger perspective and say that we can't. I think, like you pointed out earlier, I think that was a really good point, that he was this outsider coming into like a wrecking ball into. When it's like in the movie industry, if someone comes in, some outsider, and just tries to restart rejiggering with this system that is highly designed to be built around gatekeeping for self-sufficiency, and keep outsiders out. You have someone come into that, it's going to resist against that. It's going to lead to conflict. Acknowledging that conflict exists does not mean that I'm claiming that anything about the validity of any of those court cases. I'm just trying to acknowledge that people are going to see it this way, and that's what I was trying to say in that video about after the assassination. So you have to acknowledge that they've seen attempts, what they view as attempts to bankrupt, arrest, put him in jail, regardless of how you feel about it, and then we see an assassination attempt. I'm not saying that is even correlated. It's just unfortunate because this is the picture that's being painted. We can all acknowledge that picture.
Yeah, I know why they believe what they believe. Like, obviously.
And I can get back
because
to your
they're
comment
nuts.
about the King thing. Someone asked me about why I don't think that he wants to be.
Yeah. Can
What
you
the
and I just talk
fucking-
about that real quick? Yeah,
fellas,
Sure.
I was gonna wrap up because
Oh,
I do gotta
wait, I
go.
know.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I think to summarize, I think you have compiled a list of very compelling, diverse sources and quotes and bits of information. And like I said, the SpongeBob A to Z plan, I think you've laid that out pretty well. Honestly, I think you could make a very long form video of this, but also like a shorter, I don't know, like 15-minute version where it's just like the most important. So you could do multiple things with all the stuff that you've compiled. I think, like the other guy said, having quotes for certain things in regards to testimony is.
Wait, can I just ask real quick? Yeah. Of all the stuff we went over today, just real quick, what was the most surprising thing that you learned?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do we want to go like?
No. Wait, just you real quick since you have to leave, and then I'll get these guys after.
Okay. Based on the stuff that I didn't know, I think the Clark stuff. What was his name?
The Jeff Clark. Yeah. The DOJ stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that whole story of basically trying to put an industry plant in a position, in like a really powerful position where he has no fucking business being in, and also those quotes of the guy from the deposition who was just like, yeah, how are you gonna file a search warrant? You don't even know how to do that.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty.
Is there anything that you had a perspective or opinion on that you feel is there a thing that changed a perspective on a particular thing at all, or the most?
Thing that changed the perspective. I would say probably just not that my perspective necessarily changed. Because I kind of lean towards this.
That's fine. Okay. Was there anything in here where you're like, I don't give a fuck about this? Like, even if this was like presented in a more entertaining way, I just don't care about this. I don't think this should be included at all. Or
there wasn't too much stuff. I would say.
Okay. And then final thing is,
go ahead. Like these death threats to Dominion. I mean, I guess those are kind of crazy, but it's. I think a lot of stuff in this is important, and that's always the trouble with like cutting up videos when you're trying to like battle the time code of how long the video is. You have to be like, okay, what's the most important? And most of this stuff is important,
Sure.
Yeah.
And then final thing is, would there be like an additional piece of information you'd need to like move more on something else? Like, is there something that not just like a quote or something that justifies whatever I already put in here, but like where you're like, man, I really wish that I could see this or something like happened here or something? If that makes sense.
No, I think this is pretty comprehensive. It's like you would need to compile an even more insanely detailed document to counteract the points that are listed here. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay.
And that information just doesn't seem to exist to counter a lot of the claims here. But
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
As far
cool.
as I've seen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, here's where I stand on things. I think like when you have someone who's like basically trying to circumvent the Constitution is like the oldest government charter in the world. It's gotten us this far. It's worked for a long time. And when you have a candidate that's like basically trying to put themselves above the Constitution, like I just can't support that. I value my constitutional rights and my ability to take part in a democracy more than any single candidate. So that's pretty much where I stand on things.
Okay. Oh, and I just want to say for the future, and I doubt this will ever come up in any of your fucking videos or conversation or whatever because it's boring. Supreme Court shit. In regards to the Donald Trump immunity thing, okay, without getting into the minutia, all that, Roberts, the Chief Justice who penned the decision for that court, and talking about core powers of the president and stuff that you could never criminally review or ask about, he outlined essentially the entire part about Jeffrey Clark. That entire part, he said, no criminal court should ever be able to review what was going on there. So if anybody ever brings up that future, like the immunity case, that was a situation that Roberts, and that's not all. He's just saying that specifically, this is a thing that would be beyond the question of the courts for criminal activity. Just as a heads up if that ever comes up. But okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it has been fun, gentlemen. Good discussion. Also, let me know if you ever want to do something like this in the future.
Yeah, sure. You can always just message me if you want to
Peace
join.
and man.
Yeah, I
Play
never
Age
get
of
to talk
Empires
about.
with me, bro.
Oh yeah, dude, Age of Empires.
I'm gonna run and
Yeah,
use the
we'll get on
restroom
that.
real quick. I'll be back in like 1 minute. 1 sec.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head out, fellas. Thanks for
See
having
ya,
me
it's
on.
good to meet
Destiny.
you.
Yep.
Bye, Sir Ack.
So Warren, the reason why I said that. Sorry, what'd you say?
This guy's pulling a Hassan right now. He's like leaving us to entertain it. His fucking stream.
That's what it's all about. So Warren, the reason I said the thing about the king is because so like to me the thing that makes like the U.S. like what it is like the democracy aspect, and like democracy is built on like your ability to like vote for someone to put them into power.
It exceeds thrust.
And when you like try to destroy that, you're acting like a king. I think it's like so like a comparison I would make is like in England. They had kings for a long time, but at some point they wrote the Magna Carta, which I think is like their constitution basically. And what the Magna Carta said is like the king and his like his fuckers or whatever, right? Whoever the fuck works for him, like they're not like they don't supersede the law. Like it applies to them too, right? And so essentially, like the way that I see it is like that's why Trump wanted to be a king, right? Like that comparison and like the fact that he tried to like subvert democracy and like say like no, actually I am more important than this, right?
I'll be real, and I think I'm going to trigger a lot of people in this chat when I say this. I think it's undeniable, and like when you look at the evidence, like Warren, I don't know what your opinion would be on this, but I think it's undeniable that he tried to throw out the results of the election illegally. And was willing to do like all the events to do it. But
dude,
I don't know, like
Destiny's chat's gonna be so fucking mad.
No,
you
no,
just
no.
said
This
that,
is
dude.
the part.
So
So
brave.
I
That
don't.
was such a
This
brave
is the
take,
part.
Willie.
This is the part.
So
Nick,
brave.
What did he say? What happened?
He's so
If he goes ahead and wins, I don't necessarily think that means like, oh, we have a king now, or democracy dies, or some shit. Like,
Oh.
I don't know if I'm
That's
necessarily.
okay. He's just dumb as
I
hell.
don't think that it's like
No
died
big deal.
yet if he gets voted in and like the vote is
Yeah,
like
I feel like
handled
so much
properly,
shit
but like
would have to go wrong.
But the problem is like he already did it once. Like, what's he gonna do again? I guess is the question.
I think there's if you're being honest, there's like a potential that like Trump wins and literally tries to become fucking Hitler 2.0. But there's also like another world where like Trump wins and he's like, fuck you, piece of shit. I just want to show you I could win an election again. And he's like a lame duck for 4 years and does literally fucking nothing. Like it's either outcome is possible, right?
The thing is, when you say Hitler 2.0, like he's not gonna do a Holocaust. Like that's just not gonna happen.
No, but like things like mass
do a
deportations
super
or shit like that. I don't know if you would do that. Crazy immigration policy. The thing that scares me the most are things around our freedoms, because if the government were to start peeling back like certain types of freedoms, I think that would be pretty scary. So stuff around like media, like the repeal of Section 230 is a really big concern, I think, and nobody actually cares about that because conservatives just think.
Is he planning to repeal that?
Republicans have like argued for that for a long time, yes, and they've spoken about.
But isn't the whole point of appealing 230 is that the websites would still be immune until they started doing any sort of censorship.
Yeah,
Then
but
they would
if they're
lose their-
considering like banning somebody's censorship, that means every single website is basically now going to be held liable for whatever's posted on the website, which is
well,
like
only if they ban somebody. Yeah.
Well, but are you going to think people aren't going to ban anybody now, or?
Yeah, that's the entire point, right?
I don't think that's going to happen though.
You have to have content moderation though on
Well,
sites.
wouldn't
right?
that
Like, you have
no?
to
Hold
have
on.
that.
Wouldn't that be the idea?
No, Willie
Why wouldn't
loves
that
child
happen?
porn on YouTube. Why?
Well,
what
no,
are
you could
talking
probably
about?
still you could probably
wouldn't allow
still
child
you
porn,
could
Nick. No,
moderate
that-
illegal things, but like the idea that there'd be absolutely no content restrictions on anything or any moderation on anything ever, like it would just be. I think the companies would just not operate in the U.S.
It'd be like pre-2000, like 13 internet.
Where no one makes money.
True.
Well, no, but if nobody had no, I get this line of
Oh.
thinking, dude. Because if nobody has anywhere else but these companies are still going to advertise.
No,
on
they
the
won't.
Websites, because if there's legally nothing these companies can do, and everybody's online.
You're saying if
they're
every
still
site's
going
the
to
Wild
advertise.
West, they're gonna have to put ads on our shit.
Well, you're saying that, but I mean, look
They
at
would.
how many people aren't advertising on Twitter now, despite the huge viewer base.
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
Right? Like Elon is
Right,
taking a
but
lot.
Like Twitter's, they just won't advertise there. Companies will just, they'll go back to billboards.
Every
companies support.
website legally had to
Options.
act that exact same way. Then
Yeah.
they would, because people are on Twitter. People
Well,
are on
or
the
no,
internet.
that's not true. It wouldn't be every single website. Section 230 is mainly applying. You're talking about websites with user-generated content. This wouldn't affect like the Washington Post or the New York Times, like media sites or like.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
they would just
like-
go back to like traditional media advertising.
Yeah.
We would get fucked.
Yeah.
But really, if everybody's on social media,
course,
probably
Garrison's
everyone would
part-
just start
no.
watching traditional media.
It's the most
Fuck
money I've
you,
ever had in
Willie.
my life.
You're a hater.
I'm just
I don't think
saying
it would
that-
happen. I don't- the thing
that's the good argument for that.
Well, the reason
I don't think it would-
the reason we
the
don't
thing
know
is, I
anything is we
agree.
don't look at traditional media. That's why we're here.
No,
The
but
thing
no,
is, like, I don't-
like traditional media is dying.
Okay, Willie, like I don't think it would happen like right away, but it would be like we would just lose a bunch of money. Like we would, you and I would.
Well, at first, but if they have nowhere, if everybody's online, they would eventually just pay to be online. They would eventually pay to advertise on social media.
Or they just
Because
wouldn't
everybody
advertise on
loves it.
social
Yeah,
media.
exactly.
right?
They
Look
just
at it, like
wouldn't.
you with your ideology, you would imagine, or with your idea, you'd imagine here that like somebody, there must be some A-list sponsors like advertising on Pornhub. There's not, bro. If I have to hear that weed commercial one more fucking time, by that stupid fucking guy on Pornhub, you want to buy weed and blah
No,
blah blah.
That's not a good argument either, though.
Well, but why aren't all these
What the
like?
hell?
Wouldn't the cheapest
US
soda
Pornhub be
manufacturer want to
different.
advertise on fucking Pornhub? Like, why not? There's a huge viewer base. It's one of the most
No,
visited
because
websites on the
it's
internet.
Pornhub, and there's places with more viewer base that will protect their what's it called?
Yeah, there's gonna be ads on Kiwi Farms after this.
It will protect. Like if they go ahead and a company just starts posting on Pornhub, that would be seen as like really bad press, right? Or same if somebody posts like the Coca-Cola ad on fucking YouTube, and what was the big thing was like the racist Alabama video, right? And well, that's a bad look for Coca-Cola. But if none of these companies have a choice and it's just
Oh, wait,
enshrined
shit.
in law that
Oh,
this is
fuck
just how
this.
it's going to be, these companies would fucking get over it and do it because that's where
The thing is, like, my understanding is that 230 goes beyond that. Like, it protects companies from liability for stuff that gets posted to their site.
Well, only if they
basically
only if
says,
they
like,
start,
you're not-
but that's only if they're a publisher, meaning they do content moderation. So if you just don't moderate anything, you
Yeah,
say
if you
fuck.
don't moderate,
What the
fine.
fuck?
But nobody's gonna do that.
Okay.
Why would nobody do that?
Willie, because
But also,
because
like, why-
humans
but-
don't want to be in charge of those companies. You wouldn't find employees that want to work for you. They'd be like, this place is fucking
Yeah, you
degenerate
would.
as
It was
fuck.
all the internet pre like 2013. There was no moderation.
The internet, hold on. The internet pre 2013. Stop. Hold on. Stop. You young kids. What are you, like 19? How old are you, Willie?
I'm 47.
No, you're not. Fuck you.
He's
I'm
like, he's like
47.
26 or something.
Okay.
That's not true.
The early internet was literally built off of people that were passionate about the projects that were being worked on, okay? They weren't making any fucking money at all, okay? Bandwidth, storage, everything was absurdly expensive. The technologies were dog shit, okay? Everything was horrible. Like, everybody was only working on these because they loved them and they had passion projects and they wanted to
Not
commit a
much
whole bunch of free
moderation on
time.
those sites.
What?
Not much moderation.
There
on those
were
sites,
moderation,
is all I'm
and
saying.
no, not only was there moderation, there was more moderation. That's why conversation on the internet was better back then, because you went to message boards that had real life moderators that were fucking banning people for saying stupid shit. The moderation was pretty extreme compared to now, where
We
it's just like
all
fucking
know
bots
those
and shit.
Those message boards were wacky. as
No,
shit.
no.
What are you
Some
talking
places,
about?
there were unmoderated wacky places, yes, right? Like B on 4chan, or like chat rooms and fucking gaming websites and shit. But if you went to like post on message boards, on forums and shit, right? But like the biggest place where a lot of stuff came out, like something
What about
awful, was
YouTube?
some of the
YouTube
most
has way less
content
moderation.
Did YouTube have less moderation? I don't know if that was true back then. Listen, just
You literally had like Nick Fuentes and Nazis on this site, dude. It was fun.
Fuentes is like 19. That's not early internet.
What about that little
Yeah.
Nazi girl? She was on the site, and literally you had Leafy and
Leafy
like everybody
Nazi
defending her.
girl who sang "Happy Birthday" to Hitler. That was like a crazy kid,
Shout out to Valian.
and she got banned.
Okay, stop. Regardless, you are.
But everyone
Stop.
defended it.
Stop. No
She
one
got
cares. Stop.
banned,
You
though.
are distracting. Okay, listen.
We call her.
I'm
we
just
call her
saying, I'm right
Angel
on the
this
230
stream.
shit. I
We
get it.
call her
I see the vision.
Princess.
Fuck you. Okay. Wait. Did we have any other comments on anything
have
that
more
has
chat engines?
been
What the
presented so far? Thoughts, concerns, anything?
Oh, it's just of course my speed.
No, but I'm
I
gonna
can't
get some
actually-
water, but I'll be back.
God, fuck you, Tom. God, I hate Tom.
Fuck you.
You know what? He started working out, and then he just thinks he's better than everybody.
Working out. Have you seen the injection marks in this guy's fucking veins all over his arm? You can't tell how
Running
aggressive he
chrome?
is in his
Oh,
videos
fuck.
now and on
Oh,
stream. How
fuck.
roided out he is 24/7. All the Zins and the cigarettes that he has to smoke to like temper that testosterone that's just bleeding over every fucking interaction that he has.
I thought it was the meth.
He has had
Yeah,
crazy mood swings. Yeah.
Mood
Meth, I don't think he
strings?
lives enough in the Midwest for that.
Mood strings? My favorite thing,
Where
mood
does he live,
strings.
like Canada, right? I mean, come on.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Canadian.
Wait, Willie, do you say what state you're from?
Illinois.
Have you ever in your life heard somebody say the term Middle West?
Middle West?
Yeah, like referring to
I've
like,
never
oh,
heard that.
Nicholas, where do you live? Do you say what state you live in? I can't tell by the
New
jerseys.
York.
Oh, fuck you. No one cares.
Knock.
Wait,
No,
Warren,
nobody
do you
says
say what
Middle
state you
West.
live
I've
in?
never fucking heard of that.
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm in deep meth country.
Okay.
There's meth all around me here.
Hell
In
yeah,
the-
brother.
In the woods, in the mountains, North Carolina. Yep. But yeah, I think you're like 1 year younger than me, Destiny.
Okay, I'm 35. Almost 36.
See, I'm your seniors.
Shut up. You're literally, you act like you're 19. Fucking loser.
Oh,
can't
dude,
tell if
I'm
you're
just.
serious or not.
Come on.
I hate you.
Destiny, what are your thoughts on Tipster?
I don't even know what or who that is.
Dab.
What's a tipster?
Best
Cheers, my
political
dude.
streamer I know, dude.
Oh, shit. Wait, who?
Tipster.
Never heard of it.
Hipster? Or tipster?
Dude.
I'm hearing tipster.
Is it a meme? Am I getting memed right now? What is a tipster?
No, he's a really good political streamer.
I think he's saying hipster.
He was
Kinda
a big
big on
fan
the-
of Keffels.
Big on the left.
What
Yeah.
platform is he on?
I think they dated.
He moved to Twitch because you can ban people from chat and then they can't see your stream anymore.
Oh, then that's probably why I don't know, because I don't follow any of the Twitch stuff, so. Because I'm banned. Excommunicadoed.
Yeah.
Willie, part of
Is it-
my
you should check him out
part of
though.
my-
He'd be good for like a discussion like this.
Okay.
Part of my reservation about like 230 being repealed and like government involvement as well is just like I don't really want the government to have a hand in like what private companies can and can't do. And like on one hand, like I acknowledge the fact that obviously like these websites are so big, they basically act as like you know, a public forum in a way.
Mhm.
And like for that reason, I would support like in the interest of like consumers, like breaking up like monopolies like Google or stuff like that, like splitting Google and YouTube, I think will be really good.
Based.
But like part of the problem once you get a lot more like government involvement than that, as far as like deciding like this can happen or this can happen, is I feel like it can infringe on our rights. And
They're just saying
like,
all
for
of
example,
it has to happen, though, Tom. That's all they're saying.
the thing is like not all of it has to happen, but like I just don't really want it to happen at all. Like because I don't once again I don't want
I want all the good stuff, but all the bad stuff inconveniencing me.
Well, no, shut the fuck up.
yeah.
That's
the thing
true,
is, like,
though. That is it.
I agree with that, but like you rarely get that.
Yeah, I know.
I think, well, aren't you, like, you sound like you'd like the Canada law where you have to talk about Canada. Did you know that Canada passed a law if you're a YouTuber, you've got to, like, masturbate to the fucking Canadian flag for 5 minutes every time you make a video?
Nah,
How
you know what? I
crazy
don't
is
think
that?
that's how that works.
That's what you guys want.
That country is a fucking shit.
Yeah, that's what you want. Okay,
That's why
fuck
Tom
you.
left.
Okay, well, listen, if you guys are going to shoot the shit here, okay, give me 40 minutes and I can go through J6. Yeah?
Let's fuck it up, dude. Let's go.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, let's run
Okay,
this
I'm
down.
just gonna get my charger.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
Go ahead.
We're going to run this guy down.
Dude, we're gonna be rioting for this fucking content. Let's go.
Good. Yeah, I know. Riveting stuff.
And ultimately, like I don't know, I think it could lead to a lot of problems. You know, part of my thing with like the way that the internet works right now is like it's not even close to perfect, but it could get so much worse. You know.
Tom, you're probably right. Where there is the serious risk of, and I think some companies even threatened it if they took away 230, was like essentially It's the fucking word. They
No,
were
I
like,
die
we're just
again?
going to moderate our site
Okay.
even more than to get certified creators, like all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that would obviously be the worst case scenario.
Like we would just be
Totally
we'd turn into like
legally able to
Amazon
do that.
Prime.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that could happen, and that's why it's probably safer to leave 230, because 230 in the end of the day, like,
Amazon
isn't a bad
Prime?
thing.
Like
the-
we would just turn it.
the
We would
shopping
turn it into.
application?
No, Prime Video. Sorry.
Prime
Basically,
Video.
basically YouTube would turn it into like you have to be like an approved person to
Yeah.
be here, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
You have to be like
Because
fucking
the
Mr.
companies
Beast
would
or
still
Lily
wanna
Singer,
moderate it.
Linus Tech
Oh,
Tips.
okay.
So they would have to like over moderate it. Like every piece of content would need to be watched before going on.
You know what I fucking meant, Nick. You're just
No,
just doing
because if
bullshit
you're talking
this whole
about Prime
stream.
Video, like you're comparing it to like Netflix and stuff is the
Oh,
same
what
way,
the
right?
fuck is going on with Italy, bro?
Did anyone notice when that guy said the term jiggering? What did that mean?
What the fuck did that mean, bro?
Dude,
then
that
he
was
said
so
gaping
funny. I
right
think all
after,
three
like,
of
what the
us smiled.
Sounds like you've been
All
watching
these
too much. You've been
videos
watching too
are,
much
like,
Leafy.
fucking cracking
Okay, your mind's in the gutter, kid.
Bro,
Is
your
jigger
whole
a
chat
word?
was writing gaping all the
Oh
way
my
down.
god.
Dude.
Oh my
I
god.
yeah, 'cause I gaped some dude last night on Twitter.
You what?
I gaped some dude.
True. True.
It's fucking gay.
True.
You got fucking
It was for him. Okay.
Oh shit.
Gape maxing,
Wow.
true.
Yeah. True.
Well, someone's reading chat. That's fucked up. I haven't been looking at
Yeah,
chat.
Nick. So you're like you're listening to the plebeians, huh?
Nick is
Yeah, I got,
streaming
like a
right now.
mosaic view. Yeah.
The thing is, I've had Nick's stream open, watching the viewers go down. Is like, who the fuck cares?
Good.
Dude, I've been trying to keep them in by adding kinetic sand, and
Aw.
Oh.
Alex said he didn't like our stream. He said it's bad.
Who said that?
I mean, Josh.
Wait, you guys are
Bo Black.
streaming too?
Wait, who's Josh?
I'm not streaming.
Bo Black's your friend.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. So what's your beef with Bo Blacks, dude? I
Oh
don't get
God,
it.
no!
I don't have any
No,
beef with
okay,
Bo
let's
Blacks.
not go down it.
Please
It's
no.
fucking thing, then.
This is such a bad question.
It's okay. I don't. If it's gonna go through a
Bo
whole
Blacks
fucking
is
top
awesome.
link thing,
I was gonna get an artist
not
to make
sure
this
about
more
that.
appealing to Bo Blacks, but I couldn't find anybody who wanted to draw Donald Trump as Pokemon for the entire fucking thing, so he wouldn't have any interest in this. I'm sorry.
You know what? That's the least bad thing you said about him. So.
That,
Oh, really?
So you're just making fun of his superpower.
You know what, Willie? Just keep going. See what happens, bro.
Please,
keep fucking
Willie,
going.
please make this
Just
more
go.
difficult for us.
Why are
Just
you guys
go.
so mean? Why are you bullying Bo Black so much?
You're bullying him, dude. Bo Blacks is my favorite commentary channel.
Yeah, he's a special dude. He's very special. Bo Blacks is so special. If we were to take a vacation to the UK and I were to bully him, I'm pretty sure I'd get arrested for a hate crime. So
How the fuck is this going on? What is happening here? They're crushing the
You
French
can't- It's
state.
hate speech to bully retarded people or whatever. Fuck you guys,
Thank you.
okay? Fuck
Yeah,
you.
just- I got it.
Yeah,
I
fuck
got
you.
it.
No, fuck you.
No,
That was a good.
dude.
That was a good joke.
No,
Fuck
no,
you.
he's gotta stick
Oh
to
It
my
was
god.
good. I was holding it in. I was holding it
Fuck
in.
you, Tom. They were all these guys look to you to yeah. Fuck you, okay?
They looked at me.
I would never look to Tom.
Yeah.
Felt like I was just on stream with Fulmanco explaining his joke afterwards.
Fuck you.
Well, you've been
Jesus.
looking at me for a long time. I disagree. You've been looking for a long time. Okay. I see the gaze as I get.
Willie, do you stand up? Do you not have a chair?
Dude, he's got a standing desk. It's good for the legs.
I'm so sweaty, guys. I just had to. Start
He doesn't have a
standing. I'm dying.
chair. He doesn't have a computer. He writes everything on a fucking pen and paper like a retard.
I
He's,
do.
like,
This whole
living-
notebook
Benito's
is just
gone.
boogie.
Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah.
20th century.
All of these pages are just boogie.
You're writing a diary about him, basically.
Jesus
at that point.
Christ.
Yeah, look, it's
You
all
don't
the
even have
time
video
stamp.
links.
That's the
What
diary.
you
from
write?
Mr. T
You
Left
write down
My
the
Girl.
fucking. Do you write
Yeah,
the link out?
It's no, I don't write the link. I
You
write
should
the title of
autograph
the
that
video.
and post it to eBay and then sell it for like $20.
Why would anyone buy this dog shit, dude? There's
Why didn't
like
say
a
it would be
pile of
expensive?
there's a pile of notebooks. Like it's probably stands like up to my fucking like hip of just shit over the years. Every single one.
You're gonna leave it to your kids. They're gonna know the lore.
These
Okay.
are the manifestos.
Fuck off. Do this. Okay. All right. We're going to blast through this, all right? Okay. Donald Trump's tweets. I'm just going to go from January 5th into the events of J6. Okay. All right. January 5th. You can find this. I'm just reading these down. On January 5th, Donald Trump
Reading
tweets,
these down?
pleased to announce
does that
that
mean?
Kay Loeffler and basically Senator David Perdue have joined our great hashtag Stop the Steal group of senators. They will fight the ridiculous Electoral College certification of Biden. How do you certify numbers that have now been proven to be wrong and, in many cases, fraudulent? He also tweeted out, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. This is not within, and then I added this comment, this is not within the powers of the vice president. And then he also tweeted out, quote, I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. And then the next 3 tweets are on January 6th, but it's like the night of. They're like at midnight, 12:30 a.m., 1 a.m. or whatever. You can click and find the times. But he tweets out first, if Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. He tweets out, states want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud. Plus, corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. And then one more tweet. In all caps, the Republican Party and, more importantly, our country needs the presidency more than ever before. The power of the veto. Stay strong. Okay.
What is that? What is he implying of the power of the veto?
Just like the president can veto, so you have to have the president, yeah. Okay. All right, day of, January 6th, the speech at the Ellipse. Trump's team chose the Ellipse for the location of the rally on January 6th. It was about a mile's walk from there to the Capitol. It featured a variety of speakers. Many of them continue to make the same false assertions of voter fraud and rigged Dominion voting machines. Many of the speakers also reiterated the same pressure for lawmakers and Pence to overturn the electoral vote results. The event was set to begin at 9 a.m., with Trump finishing his speech at 12:16 p.m. According to the Secret Service Office of Inspector General report, about 28,000 people had entered the secured area of the rally, with many more staying outside. I think 20, 30, 40, 50,000 is hard to know, but around 28,000 went through the secured area. There's a lineup of like all the speakers who were...
The secured area means the building?
No. This is at the Ellipse outside. It's like where he gave the speech before they all went to the Capitol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the speaker lineup, Paula White came on. She led the group in prayer. Kylie Jane Kremer, she was the person in charge of the rally. She worked for Women for America First. I think she was when they got the permits. Mo Brooks came on and spoke. He's a U.S. representative for Alabama. He gave a speech to fire up the crowd, to tell them to, quote, start taking down names and kicking ass, end quote, while making constant comparisons to 1776 and the fight to establish early America. He also challenged Republicans in Congress to stand up and challenge the election certification. It was later reported, in a later report, he said that he admitted to wearing body armor at his speech because he was tipped off by the FBI of potential risks beforehand. If you want, you can click that. Let's see, he did that. The next speaker was Katrina Pearson. She's a former national campaign spokesperson and Trump media surrogate. In her speech, she also applied more pressure to Republican lawmakers to flip the vote in Congress during the certification, saying, quote, we are going to fight for our president, end quote, and that every politician who turns their back on Trump will, quote, lose their seats, end quote, in 2022. She also runs through a bunch of false voter fraud allegations. Amy Kremer comes on next. She's the women's something, I don't know, WFAF founder/chair, TeaPartyPatriots.org national coordinator, co-founder of Women for Trump. She goes on to speak about how foreign influence was stealing the election for the American public, including from Russia and Ukraine, and that Georgia was a corrupt state for refusing to investigate their voter fraud claims. She also alleged the exact same false Pennsylvania and Georgia and other voter fraud claims, again, to the crowd. She fires up the crowd, telling them that the election was stolen from Trump and that they are, quote, here to save the republic, end quote. Vernon Jones is a state representative from Georgia. He comes up and he says he encouraged people to fight once more in the rally and to, quote, take our country back, end quote. Texas Attorney General Paxton and Senator Paxton come up. They, telling their fighters. It was a short thing. I think they were up there for literally 60 seconds. Eric Trump and his wife come up. They come up, fire up the crowd. They reinforced that Trump called on them to, quote, descend on D.C., end quote, and that Biden clearly lost the election. His wife also comes on to say, quote, we are in this fight to the bitter end, and we are going to take our country back, end quote. Donald Trump Jr. also applies more pressure to Congress, saying that lawmakers, quote, need to stand up, end quote, while they march to the Capitol. Some Kimberly Guilfoyle, she comes up. I think she speaks for a little bit. I think that was supposed to be Eric Trump before, but Trump Jr. comes up now, the Donald Trump son that we're more familiar with. Quote, you could be a hero or you could be a zero, end quote. Quote, choose wisely, end quote, and, quote, fight, end quote, were repeated by Trump Jr. at the event, again, encouraging lawmakers to refuse to certify the election. He says if the lawmakers don't fight, quote, we're coming for you, end quote. Maybe I should make like a video, I guess, like compiling this. I don't know how long it would be, but It's interesting to note that Trump Jr. opens his speech saying that they're not protesting like Democrats and burning down buildings, and then a few minutes later he'll go on to say that they need to act more like Democrats when they protest. There's a part in his speech where he's like, we're not like the Democrats, we're better than that. And then I think like 1 minute later he's like, we need to start protesting like Democrats. It's just funny. Madison Cawthorn rolls up, U.S. representative from North Carolina. He claims that the lawmakers in Congress at the Capitol are weak and reminds the audience that he plans to contest the election at noon. He also brings up the state legislatures and that constitutionally they've got the authority to flip the election. Then Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman come up. Giuliani begins by saying the plan for today is perfectly legal.
Unfortunately, I need to go to bed. It's actually just like a need and not a want. It's actually just like a, if I don't, I'm going to get fucked. So, So yeah, okay. I'm checking out. Oh my god, this thing's been recording for 4 hours. I should have cut this fucking thing. Whatever. I don't care anymore.